one more day to go tomorrow, so yay. All right, just a reminder that please do post about our amazing conference and do use the hashtag Internet2Conf. All right, so we are going to begin. Our first session is, anyone know the topic? Anyone want to guess the topic? No worries. Breaking through the boys club, inspiring women in tech. And who will be discussing it? A panel of boss ladies. Our panelists are Janatul Fardos, who is a partner technology strategist at Microsoft Bangladesh. We've got Priya Kanduri, who's going to be the moderator, CTO of Happiest Minds Technology. Zainab Alamin, VP of Digital Transformation and Sustainability at Microsoft. And Pratiksha Tomar, Senior UX Designer at Headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them on stage.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the introductions. Morning, everyone. My name is Priya Kanduri. I'm the CTO and Head of Cybersecurity Service Line with Happiest Minds. Happiest Minds is a digital services enterprise, services company based out of Bangalore, India. And then, of course, we do have operations at multiple countries across the globe. My role as the CTO for the infrastructure and security service line involves defining new solutions, specifically focusing on solution accelerators and platforms, and how do we make the services better and faster and optimized for our customers, and also keep them on the edge for advanced threat protection and threat prevention. That's what I do. I've been in the industry specifically dealing with various cybersecurity and threat defense technologies for over 20 years now. I have worked with some of the large enterprises across the globe based out of US and UK and presently in India. That's my background. Really glad to be here. Once again, very good morning to all of you. Can I ask you all to briefly introduce yourselves before we get into the real topic of how we are all here, breaking supposedly into the boys club?
So, okay, let me start. My name is Zainab Al-Amin. I'm the VP of Digital Transformation and Sustainability at Microsoft, Saudi Arabia. My role is to drive the national agenda for digital transformation and work with our partners, customers, and regulators, the government, to drive sustainability agenda. There is huge potential in Saudi Arabia with Vision 2030 and with the transformation and with the commitment to be carbon neutral by 2060. And the role of technology is really huge in that. So my role is to make sure that technology is there, works hand in hand with everyone, and enable them to reach their sustainability goals. Before that, I worked in the health sector, driving digital transformation in the health sector from a digital perspective, from a quality perspective, and in multiple positions with startups, with one of the newly established entities called Munshaat, driving as well Vision 2030 by supporting small and medium enterprises. And it's really great to be here with all of you. I have more than 19 years of experience and passionate about sustainability and empowering women in general and in tech specifically. Great to be here with all of you. Great woman. Thank you.
Pratiksha?
Yeah. Thank you, Priya. My name is Pratiksha. I'm a senior UX researcher and a product designer at Headquarters Singapore. So Headquarters is a startup which works on getting Web3 organizations, running their business online, transfers and charts of accounts, dashboards. So in a way, we help them manage their finances. So the product is about how they can do multi-transfers, how they can track their transfers, audit them, and then also about how they can get some insights on how their organization is doing. So I lead the design front. That means that I take care of the entire UX. And in short, we are trying to simplify Web3 for all of us. And also I take care of the entire product design. And before this, I was in EdTech space. I've been working in EdTech space from, I guess, for like 5 years. I started my career like in India with a very small startup which was into virtual learning. And then I moved to Singapore and joined another startup which was about AI tutoring and AI assessment through conversational AI. And then I moved to fintech space. And I'm really excited to be here and very happy to share this stage with all these lovely ladies. And yeah, thank you so much. I'll just pass it on to you.
So my name is Jannatul Firdaus. I'm technical strategist coming all the way from Bangladesh. I work for Microsoft there. So Bangladesh is a country of great opportunities, if I say, in terms of digital transformation, and people are looking into different forms of investment and ways that they can transform their organization. So my role is mostly with the solution partners to enable them and work with their skill sets to bring the right solution in the market, whatever the market needs. And yeah, one of the concerns is definitely data and AI, then security. All of these are still, I can say, that talk of the town or talk of the country in Bangladesh. So if anybody wants to connect, happy to connect and happy to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you everyone for the introductions. And as you can all see, we have a very diverse panel here, women lead. Whether it's a boys club or not, tech is still not the default choice for many women while you are planning your careers, or even as an education background, it's not something that is encouraged by default for women. So would you like to talk about your experiences, maybe more from an educational background, and what sparked your interest to get into tech? And then how has the journey been so far? Was it easy? Was it natural? Was it something that you always wanted to do? Would you like to throw more light into those aspects? Do you want to start, Pratiksha?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. I'll start with the very first question you asked. Do I think if it's a boys' club? I think it's a matter of perspective for me. I really don't think it's a boys' club, because when you call something a boys' club, that means that only boys can join, or there's like a manual out there that only like boys can be here and girls cannot enter, women cannot enter. So I don't think that. Yes, currently it is male dominated, but the opportunities are open for women. It's up to us and others around us to support the idea, and we should, have that energy and that kind of, drive to get into it. So that has always been my perspective. And my journey started from actually school itself. I was very fascinated, about coding and all those app development and everything. And I started like when I was in school itself, and it interested me so much. And at that time, I did not know how it impacts the society. It was just about the fascination that I want to do it, right? So yeah, I started that. And then when I went to college and did some projects and internships, that's when I realized that it actually affects the society as well. It's not just, normal, you're just building something and it looks cool and all that, but it actually affects the society. It actually makes the things simpler for people. And that's what motivated me to be there. So maybe started because of the fascination, but kept going because I could see that it is helping people out there. And that's the whole reason I moved to UX research and UX design and product design, because I could relate, and I mean, I would say that I was more concerned that how product affects user. And the journey has been luckily very smooth because I was surrounded with very supportive people, including my family. They always wanted me to do something which is not done in the family before. So maybe I am one of the first engineers from the family, right? So they were always very supportive. I mean, I didn't see that gender stereotype at my home that you should be taking these kind of courses because they are meant for women. I mean, you can go for STEM, but means like science, technology, engineering, maths, you can go for that. And you should pursue all this. And yeah, and then even in college, I was surrounded with actually many boys because maybe most of the time I was the only girl in the room, you know, in hackathons or maybe like geek clubs. But they never, you know, pointed out my mistakes. They were always out there to ask my opinions, and they always encouraged me. And they were the reason, I feel like one of the major reasons I got so much interested in technology and I started doing it. So yeah, and after that, I think I've received a lot of encouragement throughout my career. In past 6 years, I've seen many women around me who are leading the companies. I mean, worked with like 2 startups. They were led by women. So I've received the inspiration around me itself. So yeah, so I think, yeah, so again, like I said, that the journey has been smooth for me. And I don't think it's a boys' club. Not anymore, at least.
Not anymore is probably the right answer. My personal experience when I started 20 years ago, it seemed like a boys' club. Doesn't mean it was exclusive to boys. It was kind of a boys' club, and women were severely outnumbered back in those days. And it still applies to the field that I am in. I am into cybersecurity, which probably has about only 10-15% women. Somehow women don't pick this field as a career of choice, maybe because of the nature of the work in this field. It's a 24/7 kind of field. You always have to be on your feet. Threat defenses have to be always effective. There can be an attack anytime during the day or over the weekend, and we are suddenly called in and you all hands on deck kind of a thing. So somehow there are not many women here. That doesn't mean that I didn't receive the kind of support that I needed. That has not been a challenge, but yeah, some fields kind of have the perception that it's a boys' club, and somehow women tend to stay away from it, and I am in one of those fields. But yeah, like you said, it is a perception. It is a perception, and it's for all of us to definitely break. How has your experience been, Poppy? Do you say it's a boys'
I'll
club?
maybe add a little bit of local context here.
Yes, please.
So back maybe 10 or 12 years ago when I started my journey. So I could see that, yes, I was the only system engineer in my team, or maybe during interviews, I was getting weird questions like, when am I going to get married? And also, I think so it's not a boys' club, but it's kind of a cultural thing as well. It's kind of a assumption and hesitation that if I take a lady or a woman into the job role, what are going to be the consequences? And the assumption comes on with years of roadmap that what's going to happen, when am I going to have a backup plan and all. So for me, alhamdulillah, I had very progressive parents. At that time, women were supposed to get into medical colleges and boys were supposed to get into engineering. So, but my parents were very supportive, so that helped me a lot. So I would say that this starts from family, definitely. Now, if I look into the generation, every girl or woman, they are getting proper education. So there is no lack of education. Even government is taking a lot of initiatives. But still, when I go to different organizations, even meetings, I don't see a single CISO in the board. I don't see a single CIO in the board who is woman. But when we ask these questions that why don't you have enough women in your CXO seats or even your team, it's just that nobody has an answer. But they are not negative, they are not disrespectful. But the assumptions are kind of, I would say, impacting in these factors.
What's your take on this, Zainab?
I think I would like to bring my experience from two different worlds.
Please.
I went to university at King Saud University in Riyadh back when, I mean, I'm only 21 years old, but that was back in 19...
We are all 21 on the stage here.
Yeah. So back in 1995, I went to King Saud University, and the whole cohort was about 70 people, 70 women in computer science. 30 of them only graduate because some of them realize that's not for them. So, and then I studied there for 2 years, then I moved to Canada, University of Manitoba, similar time, so it's good comparison. The cohort was 200 people. How many women were in that cohort? Can you give a guess? Only 3. I was the third. 200 people, all of them graduate, only 3 women. That's then. So in Saudi Arabia, we started early getting women into, we never had issues with women going into STEM or in computer science in terms of numbers, and they graduate and they go to the work field. Now, when you look at the leadership positions in technology, I completed my education, I started going to workplace, I'm always the only, it's familiar to me what she said, the only woman in the room. And I got used to that. And more I see more women in the room. We don't see women in the leadership roles in technology, which is really a gap. But in terms of numbers, we have a lot of bright young women, interns, students, and also women engineers and in the different fields. I think there is maybe a glass ceiling in some organizations, but there is a lot of support with Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, supporting and pushing women to be in every sector. Before in Saudi, we were not working, for example, for most of the private sector. Now it's open for women. So that's where a lot of women are seen. And the quality of women in tech, because I led both men and women, and nothing against men, nothing against boys. It's they're great, but you see the hunger in the girls much more than the boys because they have the opportunity. They don't feel like they need to prove anything. But when you have a woman in your team, that's another dimension where they're hungry to prove. They want to show their support. In terms of startups, which is very interesting because I worked at Small and Medium Enterprise General Authority, and we were looking at the number of women who own their own startups in general and in technology. And the number was 10%, and we thought that number was inflated because of the regulations. If you are a government employee, you cannot own a private company or you cannot have your own startup. So we thought that the number is much lower, and it was. But during the past 5 years, with a lot of regulations changes and a lot of support for startups, and those type of mistakes are not there anymore, the number of Saudi female who owns their own startups in technology have increased significantly. That outnumbers those percentage in Europe. It's 28%. That's the percentage of women in technology who are founders who have their own startups. And that number increased during the past 2 years significantly. So the opportunity is huge, and I don't think it's going to be a boys' club anymore. We have a lot of allies, male allies, and a lot of great women founders in technology and great women leaders. And we need to continue to show the value that we bring to the table.
Definitely. And I think 28% is a really good number. Is why I'm sure it's a better ratio compared to not just European firms, even probably many countries in Asia. Why do you think is that? I mean, what is encouraging or what is creating that supporting environment in Saudi for women entrepreneurs?
Yeah. So first, because we didn't have any issues with women in tech in terms of number, so that was there. And there has been a lot of support and investments in the startup ecosystem. It's only happened recently in the past 5 years. So the establishment of different entities that support startups, different accelerators, bringing international accelerators as well, the regulation, easing the regulation, and we're looking at Saudi and non-Saudi. So now in Saudi Arabia, if you start your startup, you are treated and you register it in Saudi. It's similar treatment for Saudis and non-Saudis. So that also incorporated to create that vibe and support the environment. 28% is very big number. It's not
28% is a very encouraging number for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We aspire for more. We aspire for 50%, but but still.
I think you all need to talk more about it on public platforms, and the world needs to know the kind of transformation that is happening and is going to continue to happen in the Middle East and the Gulf countries, because some of these stats are not very well known. It'll be good for everybody to know more about these statistics. Do you think or in your experience, is there similar encouragement for women entrepreneurs where you come from?
So in Bangladesh, yes, women entrepreneurs are now emerging and with the great ideas, and that's where we get to see the women leaders in the tech industry. But when it comes to mostly non-entrepreneurs, like who are kind of trying to thrive with a job role or something, it's very hard for them to get to that leadership stage. So that's what I see in Bangladesh as well, that entrepreneurs with great ideas, tech or non-tech, because now every business is ultimately tech-driven at the back end, definitely. So there are women, but still the percentage is not as 28%, because I'm really surprised to, with that percentage number. I'll share you one experience. Maybe last 2-3 months back, we had a customer event and I was kind of speaking at the stage on the topic. And when I looked into the audiences, it was really, we had 260 people at that conference and only one lady was there. That was me on the stage. So that is the percentage still we are talking about in Bangladesh when it comes to any IT conference even. So I don't think so that it's very similar than Saudi, but the education is there. The parents now are very progressive. I don't know what happens in future. We definitely want to see more women tech in leadership. Not just as an entrepreneur or just as a mid-management, but in leadership. But Priya, I do have a question for you, because since you have been in the industry for like more than 20 years, why do you think that there are not, enough women leaders in the industry?
Yeah. I can talk from my experience, definitely. Like I said, I worked in the UK for a very long time. I've interacted a lot with customers and enterprises in the US. Now I'm based out of India. One good feeling about being in India or working out of India is that I do see a lot of fellow tech women in India compared to even Europe and US. When I go to conferences or meetings, I see very, very less women in the Western world compared to how it is in Asia, not just India, but Singapore and Thailand and Australia and some of these countries. And I come here a lot, Dubai and Oman. I do see a lot more women here compared to the Western world, which is not the general perception that we carry. You know, maybe it's the competition, maybe it's the ecosystem that we have here, and maybe the encouraging circumstances right from colleges and our own families and the government, that there's a lot more women here. And yeah, like you mentioned, more than 20 years in the industry. Even today, at least Indian statistics say that there is only about 5 to 7% women in the mid and senior management roles. But that ratio doesn't really add up when you look at the number of women who graduate in India. It's almost 40 to 50%. You studied in India. That's the kind of percentage of women who graduate. But then there are various reasons. I still see today in my own teams people coming, women, very, very talented women coming and telling me that they are having to take a break, or they don't want to pursue senior or challenging roles, or roles that involve travel, roles that don't have fixed timings, which is what leadership roles are all about. You know, senior roles, the job description is not really fixed. And I recently had one mid-level manager, a leader, who can really be a very good leader if she pursues her career. She is having to drop out because her husband is moving to the UK, and then because of family reasons, she's going to accompany him. She's not really sure. And even I'm not really sure if she can start her career where she's taking a pause in India, you know. You will have to compromise on the kind of role that you're going to play. She doesn't even know the tech market situation, especially cyber tech market situation, where she's going to go in the UK. That's just one example. There are many factors that kind of put brakes for women in their career. And it takes a lot of self-motivation and pursuance and perseverance to stick to your course. And it's not really for everybody, because we don't network enough. Many women don't even have LinkedIn accounts or active on social media. We don't network enough. We don't compare notes enough. The way you have a tech boys club, there's not really a tech girls club where you can go and interact and learn from experiences. We don't much believe in the concept of having a mentor, and you know, we have problems asking for help, which is not a good thing. You know, everybody needs help at some point. Everybody needs to have that kind of ecosystem. These are the reasons that kind of, you know, stop women from progressing from the starting levels to mid-levels in the career and mid-level to leadership. It's not really, at least where I come from, it's not because of a glass ceiling or anything. Opportunities are equal, opportunities are plenty. Definitely in the tech field, opportunities are equal and plenty. But it's the ecosystem where you don't see many women and you tend to think it's not possible. It's not because someone is telling us, but then you start telling yourself that because you don't see many women at these leadership roles, you tend to think it's not for you. But that's changing quite a lot now. Compared to 20 years ago to now, I also used to be the only woman in the room 10, 15 years ago. But now I see many women wherever I go, more in the Asian side of the world or the East side of the world than the West. But that's all good. Good to change. It's going to get better. I mean, the next generation, I'm sure, will see equal numbers in a conference room like this.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to it. Yeah, so you were mentioning that, you know, we don't have mentors around, and there's nobody, like there's no club where we can go and talk, right? But I think there is some lack of awareness as well, because I've seen, you know, there's something called Girls Who Code Like a Girl, and there are so many hackathons which happen only for girls. And in Singapore, I've seen every year there's a global event, like accelerator program, where they encourage all the women in leadership roles to come and, you know, represent their startups and everything. But not many people know about these things, even if there are things, but they don't know because they're not aware of it. So I think as women, or maybe like men, we should go around and spread this awareness. We should tell them that there are organizations like these, clubs like these, which they can join and get mentorship, right? Yeah, so that's just wanted to add that.
I would like to add to this great discussion that, I read a study in Harvard Business Review that for women specifically, I mean, for anyone to progress really quickly in an organization, you need to have a sponsor, especially for women.
Yes, sponsor, mentor.
Yeah, and that sponsor is the one that supports you and holds your hand and like cheer you up, you're doing good, and give you feedback and mentor you, and also support you in the discussions that you're not part of. And as you mentioned, Priya, part of what we have as a woman, sometimes you have to take in certain time of your career, you have to take time off to take care of the family, and whether they are elderly or babies, you're starting your family, and that maybe takes from the experience of a woman compared to her colleague. But then once she's back, then she's there 100%, and that's why you need a sponsor to show that. Because that takes away as well from the confidence of the lady. Am I good enough? I'm rusty and I need to, pick up. So you need that sponsor and that support and that mentor to tell you that you are doing great and you are. And I see a lot of bright women who have the knowledge, but they're scared to show it. So it's about leaning in, supporting each other, and there are a lot of great allies, men allies around us that we need to tap into.
Yes, there are great allies, not just women, men as well. It's just about being open to ask for help, to learn from others' experiences and kind of not take it personal but stay on course, which is where we lack. I mean, women don't do enough, once again, because maybe they don't see enough examples around. You need to have that confidence that you can do it. You should be able to see many people around you, and that doesn't always happen. That's probably one of the reasons that could be hurting women to progress. But now it's changing. On the entrepreneurs topic, we do have many, again, I'm really impressed with the 28% that you mentioned in tech, because in India, we do have many entrepreneurs, but not this kind of percentages in tech. Women entrepreneurs in tech are less compared to non-tech, which is also good. I mean, there are lots of entrepreneurs in the non-tech areas doing really well, but tech percentages are less, and that's something that needs to be analyzed, definitely. Or along the same lines, we did touch upon it, but I wanted to learn more from you about, we just talked about, having examples and role models around, and that kind of tells you that you can do it. If you see others doing it, it gives you the confidence that you can do it, and that also helps you to decide or chart out your course. How about you? You have had experiences, or who have been your role models, some of the women that you worked with, who inspired you and made you think it's possible?
Yeah. So till now I worked with like 4 startups, and out of 4, 3 of them were led by women. And I'm not saying like only them. I mean, they were one of the co-founders. And I started my career with a startup which was led by women. And because it was like I was just entering the industry, and I could see her do stuffs and talk about tech, even though she wasn't technical. I mean, her background was not technical, and she used to talk about products and technology, and she was so inspiring, and she would come with so many great ideas, and everybody will listen to her. But there was a part of the team who would respect the other co-founder, who was a male, more than her, because they would think that she might not have great ideas, or maybe whatever she's saying might not be true. So they'll go back and validate those things. But the way she handled those situations really inspired me a lot. And she did not let all of that affect her mindset, her thinking process, and her motivation to move ahead. And the edtech startup I was working with is again led completely by a woman. And the company is actually known by her. I mean, people don't know the company more than they know her, right? So they don't say that, oh, you're the one who works here, you're the one who started this. But she's just known for her own skills, her own ideas, and the way she represents herself everywhere globally. And the company comes next. So, I mean, the kind of command and the power she holds, and the way she, runs the entire organization is very inspiring. And I was really impressed that for, I think, 15 years of her career, she was not into tech at all. She was from non-tech background. And then she decided to move, and she said that it was a smooth transition for her, because she interacted with a lot of people who were in that industry, and she gained a lot of knowledge in those 15 years, and then she decided to move, and she is doing really, really well. And the current company where I'm working at headquarters is again led by a woman, and she is in the fintech space from past 20 years. And she decided to do something on her own, and she just went and spoke to some people. She found some like-minded people, and then she's like, why don't we start something? So it's not that, I mean, seeing these examples, seeing these women around you, it makes me feel that if I want to do something, if I want to start something of my own, or if I want to assume a leadership role, I don't have to think twice or, doubt myself. And I don't need a validation from others, to ask if I can do it or not. all you have to do is go there, believe in yourself, have that self-motivation, and just do it. You might fail, and that's okay. Because nobody, not even men, they don't succeed in the first go, right? It's not like that, right? So it's okay to fail, but you just have to keep trying and keep believing in yourself. So that's what I've learned from them, and that's what drives me every single day.
Yeah, it's perfectly okay to fail. Men also fail. Thank you. How about you, Zainab? Who have been your women who inspired you or been your role models, mentors?
Yeah. So there are a lot of great women that are inspiring me, and by looking at them, you really get inspired. But the one that is really prominent is Princess Rima bint Bandar. She's the Saudi, not in tech, but she's the Saudi ambassador for Saudi Arabia in the United States. So the United States is the most, those relationships are the most strategic and important between the two countries, and it's led by a woman. And the way that she is taking it, approaching it in her own style, that's very inspiring, very humble, down to earth, driving initiatives and close to people, talking to all of those politicians. I find that really inspiring. We also at Microsoft has Women in Tech program with a lot of great women. So just by looking at other women in the company, and we have a CVP for sustainability who's leading sustainability reporting from the senior top management, recently joined the company 7 months ago. And just by looking at, if she can do it, then I can do it. That's the type of mentality that we all have to have, and you get inspiration from everyone, whether they are very much, the thing is that I think all of us have to learn from all people at different levels, whether they are at a really senior leadership position or starting their career. There is something that they can share, whether it's resiliency, whether it's humbleness, whether their approach and what they give is truly inspiring, and that inspired me to also share with my team. When I walk in the office, the people around me tell me, you bring a positive energy. We feel comfortable coming to the office. We feel comfortable talking to you. We feel energetic. And that in itself makes me even more motivated to show that.
You're definitely bringing a lot of positive energy on the stage right now. Thank you. And how about you, Poppy? Your experiences, someone who inspired you, motivated you, and in what way?
So I would say my initial inspiration or everything to me was my mother. So because she was a homemaker, but she was very, very progressive, and she always used to motivate me, kind of push me. When I get into a job, I mean, at the very initial level, I used to come and share that, Mom, there is no woman, there is no girl in my team. How do I communicate? How do I work with them? I can't be in this job for a long time. And she used to kind of motivate me that, what's wrong in that? You have your graduation, you have your brains, go work with them with your brain. And then she used to kind of motivate me to be confident enough to step up and in helping others, and also kind of have the courage to ask for help. So every time when I used to come from work and share with her that, Mom, today I met a leader, she's a woman and she is leading this organization and all. So she used to motivate me more that, okay, one day you have to take that role and you have to be kind of confident enough in helping others as well. So do that and go with it. So that's I would say my mother was my inspiration.
That's really good to know. And I'm sure in some way or the other, families have always been our first inspiration. Because, like I said, from my own examples where women had to put a break or a pause in their careers, family has a huge role to play. Somebody who is with you, always believing in you, is very, very important. Not just for a woman, even for a man. It's very important, but in some shape or form, it just comes by default to a man, but not always to a woman. But family inspiration is where it definitely all starts. And like you said, women at all levels that we interact with are major source of inspiration. I get inspired from some of these very ambitious women who report into me, who come and tell me, no, we are doing this, that go-getter attitude. That also inspires me on a day-to-day basis. My peers and some of the fantastic women managers that I had in my career, they all kind of opened the doors and showed the possibilities and kind of made sure that I never took a pause in my career, or showing the possibilities, what is doable, and kind of sky is the limit kind of attitude. And some of the fantastic men managers that I had as well, supervisors that I had, have also been great source of inspiration. Definitely, it's all in the ecosystem for sure. And along the lines, I had one question. We were just talking about, some time back we were talking about why there are, good number of women graduates, but then that is not necessarily translating into the leadership roles. In your experience, have you, I'm looking more from the regional and geographical aspects here. What do you see are the road blockers? And more so, what is it that the employers as well as maybe even the government should be doing differently to encourage those numbers? Do you think enough is happening in that space? More should be happening? How do we balance those equations? Do you want to start, Zainab?
Sure. You want to go?
So you're talking about government, and also in Bangladesh, I see it's one of the government taking a lot of steps. We have quota for women jobs, and we have quota in universities and education institutes and everywhere. But what I feel is that it's not a blocker, but it's the ecosystem, like you said, it's the mindset. Even for us, sometimes women, we need to prioritize over work, over family, what we are going to choose when we are traveling or having a meeting. So I had this colleague from my previous organization. During my tenure with that company, she was having one single position or role, and every time she was offered an promotion, she used to reject that, saying that I don't have enough bandwidth to take on to that role. So that's something she was prioritizing every time she was maybe considering her family responsibilities, and also it's sometimes we are also blocking ourselves, and maybe sometimes the ecosystem or the environment is also not helping. That's what I feel. It's not always the government or family, or maybe men are doing something that's not helping. It's also us.
Yeah. Would you like to add to that?
So I think there are a lot that need to be done. For example, in Saudi Arabia, there are a lot of programs that supports women in leadership, a lot of training that is happening by and networking that is led by Ministry of Communication and Princess Noura University and multiple entities that are finding women and then putting them into leadership training programs and increasing their visibility and support. And that is good. It's another thing is also encouraging having women in leadership position, but that need to move to another level where there is maybe a quotation regarding the percentage of women in leadership position, which will, because if you are a leader of an organization, you will default to the easy choice. And the easy choice, if you have men around you, it's easier to talk to men. You've been working with them a while. Maybe this one has the specific connections that you can tap on. That's the easy choice. While if there is a quotation where you have to have a woman, then you will start thinking hardly and take a bet on someone, because it requires taking a bet. You will not find someone who's ready, especially with the small number of women who are moving to the leadership position. So I think that is very necessary to happen by government. On another thing regarding, I don't know if it's a challenge or something that I can see coming down the road, also from another Harvard Business Review study, is that there is a pay gap between men and women. Of course, it's globally. In Saudi Arabia, we need to look at studies, does that exist or not? Because most of the majority of work, if it's school or so teachers or physicians or others, they're always, the pay is similar. But once you get into the private sector, it depends on your ability to negotiate. And what this article is quoting is that women who negotiate their salaries are perceived to being aggressive, versus men who negotiate their salaries are perceived to be strong. So in order for a woman to negotiate her salary, she needs to position it in a way where, you know what, this role requires that type of negotiation skills, and this is what you require, so that's why I'm negotiating with you. And that requires a lot of thought and training from women, and also a lot of guts. So that's another challenge that I see coming down the road, and maybe we don't want to inherit what the Western world or the rest of the world have in their plate.
And it's not just for salary negotiation. That's a very interesting point that you brought up. It applies in many aspects of work life for women. This I've seen in my own experience as well. The way woman is perceived in the same situation with the same response compared to a man is always different. And now things are changing now, but again, going back by 10 years, a woman to be successful was expected to behave like man. You have to be aggressive, you have to be shouting, you have to be in control, you cannot show your emotions, you cannot cry at work, no sympathy, no empathy. That's how it was. So if we also turn into men, there are already enough men. We are there at workplace to bring in the balance and our natural aspects and instincts that we bring in. That's how we are supposed to balance the system, and that's what I tell the women that I mentor and the women that report into me. I tell them, we are what we are. We are here for what we bring onto the table. We are more emotional than men, and that's okay, because that's what's been working. We bring in the aspects, being articulative, being emotional, being more expressive. There's nothing wrong in it. We don't have to be men to be successful. Men can be successful being men, and women can be successful being women and being what we are. Like you said, yeah, some of these aspects can be seen as aggressive for women. That mentality also takes a lot of time to change, but then one way for the change to happen is for us to start believing in that, we don't have to be meant to be successful, or we don't have to be meant to make our mark in the field. We have to continue to be what we are and make sure the rest of the ecosystem falls in line, definitely. Now that brings to the last round of our panel discussion. What's next for, what's your advice to those aspiring women in tech, in the tech as well as non-tech aspects, because that has to come together for everybody to be successful. So what's your advice if you have to say top 3 things?
So for me, I would advise them to find a mentor, very important, and a sponsor inside the organization, and a mentor outside. That will allow them to see the full picture, and believe in yourself. Don't have self-doubt, and the continuous blame, because we always say we didn't do enough, we didn't do. Forward that energy into improving yourself without having regret of what you've done, and without that guilt feeling, because we do have a lot of guilt feeling, and that is not positive. Change that. So being positive and surround yourself with the right people, men and women alike.
You, Pratiksha?
Yeah, a lot of my advice has some intersection with what Zainab mentioned, but I just wanted to add that you don't have to believe that you have to choose things. And because, for men, it's not like you have to choose one of these, right? So it's the same for everybody. Never think that you have to choose one. You always have the opportunity to choose both, and you have that talent and have that skill to manage both, whether it's career or home or anything, right? So don't fall for that. And another thing I want to add is whenever you feel that you are failing, go and talk to people. See around you, see examples around you, people who have failed, go talk to them, understand that how they cope up. Don't assume that if you have failed and that's the end of it. And don't feel that people will judge you for that. That just because you're a woman and you failed and you were meant to fail. You don't feel that. So go and talk to people, and because I've done it myself and it actually works. So yeah, that's it for me.
You,
So
Poppy?
for me, I think that having courage is the first thing. It's not courage about asking help, even offering the help. And when I say offering help, it's first of all offering the exact or the appropriate help to ourselves. Because once we help ourselves, we can take others with us. What we do is, I see, we try to take everybody all together. We try to take the family all together with us in our career also. So first we need to help ourselves, and then we can maybe carry everybody else and help them, and definitely be proactive in offering help to others and asking for help from others as well. So that's my advice, that we need to be courageous enough to ask for help and offer that help. We need to be always keep on learning. And learning, by the learning, I don't mean always the technology learning, but learning from experiences, learning from leadership, learning from everything around us. So that's something it needs to keep on going. Yeah.
Fantastic. So just to sum it up, or some leaving closing remarks or thoughts that I would like to leave from what you all mentioned is, one, look for a sponsor within the organization as well as a mentor outside the organization. Seek help. Do not hesitate to seek help. Realize when you need help and definitely seek help. And offer help where it's important and where it's relevant. And most importantly, it's okay to fail. But then I would say, if you're failing, fail fast, and be with the right organization for the right growth. If you think the ecosystem is not supporting it, then it's okay. You don't have to struggle and make things happen and make things come together. It's okay. Be with the right organization. Surround yourself with the right mindset of people who grow and help you grow as well. That's just to sum it up. Anybody has any questions? We are almost in the last 1 minute of the panel. Yes, please.
Well, it's been a really wonderful panel discussion, and thank you very much
Thank you.
for getting lots of insight. Only one thing I would like to add here, that is a ratio that we were talking about in the leadership tech. So it's also like, there is a grassroots that comes, like how the seed grows. And if I talk about the India as well as the US and Europe, majority of the academic side, the girls, they take less interest in the engineering, and that's how they grow into the technical role. So I wanted to know your views on that, because I think that will be one more respect to add into it, getting like more awareness. They can take the engineering as a career, and then they can grow in the tech leadership.
I can add to that first, and I'm sure if you have any thoughts, you can add. I do agree with you. Less women tend to prefer education in tech, but that's changing now. As we go to campuses and we hire off-campus recruits from engineering colleges, IIT, and tech institutes. There's good number of ratio balance now. Not compared to how it was when I did my engineering, for example. That balance is bridging, but the other aspect of leadership that I was specifically talking about was even though less in ratios in colleges and institutes, why is that ratio not translating to leadership roles? For example, if it's not 50-50, even if it's 30-70, why don't we see 30-70 in leadership roles, and why is that translation not happening? But yeah, women tend to not take tech as the first choice of preference, which is changing now, and that's where I think that encouragement also has to happen. Like we said, from families, that encouragement needs to come in, that mathematics is meant for you, chemistry and physics are meant for you, which doesn't happen by default.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for insight.
Thank you. Any other questions from audience? Yes, please.
Hi, good morning all. I am Sanjay
Morning.
Taskar, founder and director of Assembly Technology. So I'm not asking a question, I'm just going to tell our story over here.
Yes,
So,
please.
we are a 4 founder, and out of 4 founder, 2 are women only with us. And they are handling our key department like a finance and delivery management. So we know that no one like a women can manage a better finance. Like in a house, if we are giving us some money for day-to-day use, even from them, they are like saving a lot of money over there. So we have a right woman who is handling our finance, and we say it's our finance minister in our organization. And similar way, whenever we are delivering a technology solution for our customers, we have a delivery lead as a co-founder, and she is taking care of all the quality assurance of that particular thing. So till the now, we haven't, we don't have a sales department with us as of now, but whatever business we are getting through a referrals. Why? Because we are delivering a quality. And who is handling that quality? That's woman. So it's proud for us. We are a 4 partner, 2 are women, 2 are men, and we are driving our organization in a very well way. So
Your good name, please?
Sanjay Taskar.
Hi, Sanjay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Very, very inspirational. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for being with us today, this morning. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you.
Very inspirational for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. That was wonderful. Thank you. No problem. Just a photo together. Thank you. A round of applause for these fabulous ladies. Now, moving on, our next session is a keynote by Muhammad Omar Ali, CEO and founder of EasyBot, who is going to shed some light on the topic, achieving financial freedom through technology. The stage is yours, Omar.
Thank you. Good morning. Sleeping? Okay. Many people aspire to attain financial freedom. Who doesn't want to clear the debt and achieve or be able to afford their lifestyle or the lifestyle of their dream? Anyone? No one. Basically, everyone is looking for that. But unfortunately, the education, or specifically the financial education, is limited. And financial tools that leads to financial freedom are not accessible to everyone. Education is mainly limited to earning an income, which definitely does not lead to financial freedom. My name is Muhammad Omar Ali. I'm the CEO and founder of EasyBot. And hopefully by the end of this presentation, you would be able to find a way through financial freedom wherever you are at the moment. Before we talk in details about the financial freedom, we need to define what do we mean by financial freedom and what are the steps for financial freedom. These are the 7 steps for financial freedom. Any one of you can be in a different position, whether it's a step 1 or a step 7. Let's go through them just in a bit. So the first step is a clarity. You need to know where you are financially today. If you know, then you know where to go next. The second step is security, and then it goes to stability, and then it goes to flexibility, and then independence, and then financial freedom, and then abundance wealth. Basically, abundance wealth is when you really don't care about money anymore, and you have whatever is enough for you to do whatever you want at any time you want, and even you have a generational wealth that you can pass on to generations. Robert Kiyosaki said, to obtain financial freedom, you need to own a business or be an investor, or both of them, so that you can have a kind of residual income coming month in and month out. This is simply how we generate wealth. In a very simple term, in a very easy way. I meant to make it this way so that it will be easy for everyone. Definitely we'll go into details about each part of those, but let's look at it this way. The number one thing that you need to do to achieve financial freedom is to be able to invest, regardless of the amount that you can invest. Invest, invest, invest. And to invest, you need a vehicle that helps you to invest and get a kind of consistent income. So the best investment is not the one that gives you high return, but it's very risky. The best kind of investment is the investment that gives you consistent income. Then, the second thing, what you need to do is to have a kind of risk management. And for me, risk management is more of a diversification. Like, don't put all the eggs in one basket. We have been hearing this all the time, but the way we apply it in investment is really to diversify in our investment. Don't put all your investment in one portfolio. Try to find the best, let's say 10 to 20 portfolios and put in your funds there. And this way you diversify and you kind of manage the risk. If one of them fails, still you have another 20 or 10 other ways of income or other portfolios. The last thing, which is the most important, is compounding. Compounding basically means you take your profit or part of your profit, depends on your situation, add that to your capital and reinvest. And this is the most important element of generating wealth. Let's take a small example here. Let's say you're investing and you're getting like a return of, 1%, 2% a month or a year. So you take that 2% or 1%, you add it to the capital, then your next investment is on a bigger amount. And the cycle goes over until you reach to the amount that you actually wanted. Susie Orman, she's a financial advisor. What she said is, if you start investment today, and you start investing as low as $100 in S&P or any kind of mutual fund, that generates for you 12% a year. I know 12% might sound a lot, but this is an example. Let's take it as an example. That means it's 1% a month. If you put 100 at the beginning and then you start adding up every month $100, you will achieve 1.1 million in 40 years. But now the question is, who has 40 years to achieve that 1 million? I believe that most of us doesn't have 40 years. So this chart here shows us the 4 most important ingredients of compounding or wealth generation. The first one, starting from the top, is the amount that you can start investing, which is in this example, $100. The second ingredient is how much can you add every month, or how much can you contribute every month. The third element is the return on investment. How much can you get as a return on investment every month or every year? The last thing, which is also as per Susan or Susie, it's the most important ingredient, which is the time. So as per this example, we have $100 to start with, and then another $100 every month, and 12% a year is our return, which is basically 1% a month, and 40 years. That makes us 1.1 million. What happens if we don't have 40 years, we just have 30 years? That means we started 10 years later. The amount goes down by 700,000. This is the effect of compounding. The sooner you start, the higher amount that you can make at the end of the period. So here, it's the same ingredients, $100, every month $100, 12%, but we reduce the time from 40 years to 30 years. It's just 10 years, but the effect of that is as high as 700,000. So instead of making 1 million, 1.1 million, you're actually only making 350,000 in 30 years. Now, looking at those ingredients, what can we affect here? What can we change so that we can change the scenarios? I know that somebody might say, we don't have even 30 years. We don't want to wait 30 years to create a wealth, right? So what can we do here? Let's look at this example here. What if we are able to have an investment vehicle or an investment place where we can get a return on investment of 48% a year instead of 12%? What happens? So the same kind of example, starting with $100, adding up $100 every month, but the return on investment have increased from 12% to 48%, and the number of years we have reduced them to 15 years. What's our end result? Is 3 million. So we have reduced the time to less than a half. It was 40 years at the beginning. We made it 15 years. And we used another vehicle to invest. Instead of having a vehicle to invest and get only 12% a year, now we're having 48% a year. Let's play a little bit with the ingredients. Now, instead of starting with $100, we're starting with $2,500. And instead of adding $100 every month, we're adding $250. I believe this is achievable for most of the people here. So what happens with the same time period of 15 years, instead of making just 3 million, we're making as high as 10.1 million. So it all depends on all these ingredients. What are our inputs into the ingredients, and that will give us the final result. Now the question is, what kind of vehicle or what kind of investment that can generate 48% a year? A consistent income that comes year after year and even actually every month. When we say 48% a year, that means around 4% a month. One of the most or the common ways of investment at this age is trading, online trading. Now the trading is available for everyone to come online, make an account, and start trading. But there are many risks around the trading. Is there anyone here who tried trading before? Anyone? Great. So many people here have tried trading. So where are you now? What kind of wealth have you generated so far? What kind of return on investment are you making? Anyone can talk and tell us a little bit about experience? Yes, please. Mike, please.
Can you hear me? I can talk?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. So, of course, when I saw a few years ago about the trading, coins, etc., it was very interesting for me also. By the way, I'm the information security engineer. My income's better than the average. So I think that why not? Let's do this and let's try it. Mm-hmm. And I started it a lot of the nights I used for the learning these systems, how to do this, how to start this trading, etc. And 3,000 USD I used for this. But at the end, of course, I lost 80% of this, all my investment, and I understand that this is the new way, and this is the science where I cannot do the same time with my current job. If I want to learn and earn from this system, I need to learn it as well as, and I understand that this was for me lesson that I cannot do the same time two works together, information security and the investment playing with in the trading, and that's why I stopped it. And if I will back to this, I got the opportunities in the trading, but with my current job, I will not do it anymore. If I will back, I will do only this trading part.
Yeah, thank you very much. So what we can hear here is that he tried to do trading, but he didn't have the knowledge, right? He didn't have the experience. He didn't have the time to do it. So as per the, yeah, thank you very much. So as per the trading view, they have made a survey, and those are the 10 reasons why traders fail. Lack of knowledge, poor risk management, emotional decisions. This is very, very, very important thing. That when you are trading your own money and you are in front of the screen and then you see somehow the portfolio is going down for any reason, even though it's a normal movement of the market, you tend to switch off because you don't want to lose your money and you end up losing some of your money. Lack of discipline. And then you have no maximizing wins, sorry. Lack of trading plan. No cutting loss quickly. Not adapting, over trading. And there are actually many, many reasons around this. And talking about those specific reasons, I would like to welcome you to EasyBot. That's where my company comes into play. That's where EasyBot comes into play. EasyBot is simply trading software that does trading on behalf of the user. It can trade in two ways. The first way is you use the built-in strategy, the default strategy, which we call it EasyBot strategy. The EasyBot strategy, I've designed it myself. Let me ask a question here, just before getting depth into this. What's the worst thing that can happen when you start trading? I can tell you. The worst thing that can happen is once you start trading, the market goes against you. It goes down, basically. So, looking at this, what's the worst case scenario that can happen? The worst case scenario is that you start trading now, and then the market goes down maybe 50%, and stays at 50% forever. So it's a no recovery scenario. You cannot recover from your investment, or you cannot recover the losses that you have made because the market is down and it stayed down forever. So when I started designing this strategy, I looked at the worst case scenario that can happen, that if the market goes down and stays down forever, what happens with my trading? So the strategy that I've created is, if you start here, then the market goes down here and stays here forever, what the software is going to do is close the trades that was open at the top of the market, at the bottom of the market, and still make profit. No magic. It's just numbers, equations. By the way, I'm an engineering profession, electrical and electronics engineer, so the numbers are basically my passion. So, and we have already applied it into the market, and we have seen real result of that. That you start on the top of the market, the market goes down, it stays down for so long time, still you are closing the trades with profit and get out of the market with profit even though the market never recovers again. Let's get into it. So, EasyBot basically, remember what we have said at the beginning about the trading and about investment. So, and his problem was the time. He didn't have time. Right? He didn't have time to sit in front of the screen and do all of the tradings and leave his job. So this is auto trading software. It does auto trading. It has two options, whether you use the default strategy, which is the strategy that I've created last year, or you can put your own strategy. If you're a professional trader, you know what you're doing, but you don't have time, you can program the bot with your own trading strategy and it does the trading for you. It's also as easy as 1, 2, 3. Plug and play. Yes, you need to keep on monitoring, seeing it, but it looks at the market 24/7 and trades for you. And the strategy that I've created is built in for profitable trades only. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a fact. It's been designed not to close any trade with loss. It has to close it with profit. Sometimes take a little bit longer, but eventually it's going to be closing all the trades with profit. Remember about the compounding. Einstein said about compounding, it's the 8th wonder of the world, the compounding. And remember, this is the last layer of creating wealth, is you need to invest, diversify, and then compound. So the software does auto compounding for you. So the example that we have checked at the beginning, the compounding is happening every month. But here, it compounds every trade. So it closes the trade, make a couple of dollars in profit, add that immediately to the capital, the next trade is bigger. And then you're creating more profit. This is a real life example. of an account that we have been tracking since 19th of May. And if anyone knows about the market, this market specifically, the market was only going down from that time. Only going down. And this is the kind of profit that we've created. Look at this chart. Now, if you see here, this line, the black line, is the market movement, the portfolio movement. This is the average portfolio movement. So since the beginning, the market was only moving down. The blue line is the profits that EasyBot have generated for that portfolio. That same portfolio that started at that time, the market is down by 44%, but still it generates a profit of about 25%. How many days? We're talking here about 209 days. You make the math. 209 days, 25% profit. So we are back to the initial discussion that we had at the beginning, around 4% a month, which end up to be 48% a year. So this is the vehicle that you can use to compound, to invest in a safe way. And remember also what I told you at the beginning, diversification. Diversification is really a key here. If you see here, the funds were not in one portfolio. There are 19 portfolios here. There are more at the moment that you can trade with, but we have chosen those 19 portfolios. If you look at from the top to bottom, the first portfolio on the top have made 50% profit in 209 days. The lower portfolio down made as low as 5%. Still a profit, but we never knew that the first portfolio is going to be the best one, because the strategy is not made based on news or based on indicators in the market or anything like this. It's mainly numbers, because I believe on something here. No one can tell you for sure what's going to be the next market movement. People can predict, and they might get it right at a point of time. They might also get it wrong. So the strategy is never, ever made on news or on prediction. It's all on numbers. What we know, this market can behave this way, can go up and down, can go 5%, 10% a day up, 10% down, 1%, 2%. So based on these natural movements, the strategy is being made and it's generating profit. So diversification helps you in two ways. Number one is risk management, that should anything goes wrong with one of the portfolios, still you have other maybe 18 portfolios working for you. The second thing is the performance, because you'll never, ever know what's the exact performance going to happen in each portfolio. So the best way to get the best out of the market is to really diversify your funds to as many portfolios as possible. Yes, this is one of the key things here. I'm sure that many of you have been scammed before. Like you get an opportunity, send us your money, we trade for you, you get your return on investment, you see some numbers in the back office. When you want to withdraw, nothing comes in. In a couple of months, the website is down. You cannot contact anyone. So the solution to this is that what we have provided here is an API connection to the portfolio. So you don't have to actually hand over your money to anyone, to a third party, not to us as EasyBot, not to any other company. You keep your portfolio within your own place or your own, let's say, trading portfolio place, and then you connect through APIs and it does the trading for you. We've also provided a kind of a face-to-face Zoom support room, so if anyone needed any support, they can jump into there. So simply, in EasyBot, we are reshaping the future of trading, providing all of these items mentioned here. 24/7 hustle and stress-free tradings, consistent, profitable tradings, and all of the issues that we mentioned at the beginning, his issues that he also shared with us, we have the solution for that with a proven track records. And getting in is as easy as 1, 2, 3. You just, in a few minutes, you can start trading with the EasyBot strategy without having to wait for days and days to learn about trading or to learn about how you put your fund into trade. So you just follow the step-by-step guide that we have available for you, and you get started. Any questions? Was it super clear, or no one understood anything? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. It was a really fascinating talk. Some questions. Which trading platform currently you are supporting? So like Binance, eToro?
Yeah, it's Binance, Binance US, KuCoin.
All right. And just kind of like getting back to some basic query. So assume the market is getting down, and how would you kind of like protect the investment, and how do you make sure that it's always profitable? It cannot be, right, in reality. So
yeah, I understand. I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's difficult really to. I'm just telling you, like, if you can buy a phone, for example, for $100, then the price of that phone goes down to 50. Then you sell it and you make profit. It's impossible, right?
Right.
So, no, it's actually, there is a mathematical formula behind this. There is an algorithm that I have designed. If you're interested to know it in details, I'm ready to explain it to you, but it will take a little bit longer time. So you may contact me, and we can maybe chat outside after we finish. But I have created a video that shows exactly how the EasyBot strategy works. Right. And we have seen actually some of the portfolios starting at a price. The price drops down to 70%. And then goes up a little bit, and then fluctuates a little bit, and then it closes that trade that was open at the top of the price down at minus 35% and still make profit. Another one closed at minus 40% and still made profit. No magic here. It's all numbers. I mean, if I explain it to you, I'm sure you're going to understand it. It's a trading strategy. So we can talk about it, after this session, and just for the sake of time, because I see 5 minutes.
No problem. The last question: how many users or accounts or like the transactions you're getting, let's say, per month currently?
Interesting. Okay. Right now, let me tell you when we started. We started actually last March this year. And right now we're having around 54,000 members registered with EasyBot. Within 6 months or 7 months, we have closed more than 2.5 million trades for the users. Profitable trades. You can tell me, okay, what's the success rate? 99.9%. Close with profit. With the statistics, we have the numbers for this. More questions?
Thank you. What are the regulations and laws that your app is governed by? Is there anything?
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a good question. As I mentioned at the beginning, we are a software trading company. So we provide the software. This is one of our products that we provide the software. You as a user is the one responsible for connecting it to your exchange or to your trading portfolio, but we're not taking your amount to trade it for you. So in this case, yes, there are a lot of regulations that we have to adapt to, which is financial, because we're acting like a financial institution. We take people's money, we invest it for them, but this is not the case here. What happens is that you always keep the money 100% of the time in your custody. So you have access to that 100% of the time. Anytime you can take it out whenever you want, and you just connect our software and trade it with your chosen strategy. I know that here we might have some people who have their own trading strategies. They're not forced to use the default. They can use it if they want, but if you are a professional trader, you can put your own settings, connect it, and it trades for you 24/7. Because one of the challenges that traders have is the time. They need to sleep. They need to really go to rest. They need to go to their work if they're working. So it watches the market every second and then opens and closes trades. So the answer to you is we as a company, we are a software trading company. So we're providing the software to the users. Users are buying it from us, or they're just subscribing as a free members, and they can try it, take a free right, or free try, and then they can upgrade if they want it, if they find it valuable for them.
On a lighter note, 99.9% is just a number, or is it an SLA?
It's real. Actually, to be precise, I think a month back I've checked the statistics, it was 99.97% to be precise.
So is that an SLA that you guarantee, or?
See, there's no guarantee in investment, but I can show you the records. It's already there, we have it. And yeah, be my guest. I'm here in Dubai. If you're in Dubai, you can come to my office. We can have a long discussion, and you can see on your own. I can reveal for you the reports, and you can see. You can try it also on your own and see how it works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
First, thank you for your session. Actually, you mentioned in the presentation that one of the reasons for lose money is emotional decision makers.
Yes.
So if there's any way or strategy for your bot to beat that in the consumer or your customer, for example, how we can beat this emotional decision maker from a bot using with us?
Yeah, it's very simple. The answer is very simple. It's a software. It never looks at, it doesn't have emotion, right? It's programmed to do a specific actions at a specific market behavior. So whenever that happens, it does this without consulting you. You know, if it has to consult you, then emotions comes into place. But it's actually programmed to work every second in the market. So the human errors that might happen due to maybe tiredness, due to the you know, the lack of concentration in the screen and taking the decision at the right time is taken care of. And also, you as an investor, like when you start trading and you see your portfolio going down, you start panicking, right? You start panicking, exactly. And you'll definitely take the wrong decision by closing the trades with loss, right? Exactly. So it's a software. The answer is it's a software. It doesn't have emotions. It doesn't have to consult you. Now, as I'm speaking to you, it's trading for me. So maybe a couple of trades have opened and closed while we're speaking here.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Yes, please.
So basically, there are a couple of questions. So the first one is, you've mentioned that you are now trading in 2 markets, I think. And what happens if you want to expand with more markets? Do you believe the strategy that you have now and the algorithm might be needed to be changed or enhanced from your perspective?
Well, when you mention markets,
I meant trading, like mentioned now, Binance and Coin.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it. Okay, well, definitely, actually, depends on the type of assets that you're trading. Actually, right now, it's trading only in the Binance and KuCoin, which have specific digital assets that we have access to. And even in those exchanges, we have chosen the top assets that we feel, based on the past, they haven't really gone to zero, or they haven't had a big drop of like 90% or something like this. So this is kind of other protection. And you as a user, you have the freedom to choose which asset do you want to trade. Like there's someone who have just as low as a couple of $100. There are some others who have a couple of hundreds, thousands of dollars. So definitely the bigger the funds, the more assets that you can trade with. But if you're saying that to trade in a completely different type of assets, yes, definitely. That requires a different kind of research, and I need to really look at the behavior of that specific market and then design a strategy that works with that specific market. Right now, it works perfectly with those portfolios that we have shown here and with those 2 exchanges or 2 markets. But when we want to expand in the future to other kind of assets, it's definitely, and this is something that we're thinking of seriously in the future, but not right now. There's no real action happening on it, but we have it in mind that we might be able to get into other portfolios or other assets. But the challenge here is we need to find a collaboration where we can connect APIs, because the software has to talk to the portfolio to be able to take decisions to buy and sell. So yes, but it's in mind, and we'll have different strategies, definitely.
My second question is, it's more about maybe the Middle East. And now, since the change of currency values between the US dollars and other currency values, how we cater for that in trading environments?
We're not trading Forex.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thanks for the presentation first. So I wanted to understand, so let's suppose there are this app's scaled up and there are 20-30 million people are using this app. My question is that how it seems a bit impossible that you are maintaining 99.9% for 30-40 million also, because that's not how market behaves. It's not like everybody's in profit when when trading in the market. So how do you see this with those many people coming into the picture?
Yeah, I totally understand you. But the answer to that is really you need to understand how the algorithm works, how the strategy works. If you understand it, you will know that it's programmed to do this. It's programmed not to close on a losing trade. Yeah, there are some slippages, which is making the 0.03% that fall off. Instead of having 100%, it's 99.97%. But it's programmed like this. I mean, it's programmed to only close not to close on a losing trade, only close on a winning trades. Regardless of the number of the users, whether you have one user or you have 100 million users, it's going to exactly act the same way.
Is it something you give the user that you have to be for X number of days to have that profit or something?
Actually, you have the access to have it free for life. Okay. But you'll have a limited amount of portfolios that you can trade. With the free version, you can trade 2 assets, and the fees per trade are going to be a little bit higher. So that's a kind of a free trial for you. You can try it for a couple of days, couple of weeks, see if it makes sense. Then to upgrade, then you can upgrade and expand your portfolio. But yes, there is free version.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. More questions?
Sorry to interrupt you, Omar. We're kind of out of time.
Finished?
Yeah, we're out of time. So if you guys have any more questions, you can definitely grab him during networking sessions and yeah, pick his brain.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar, for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our award ceremony session. It's now time to recognize the amazing contributions made by the top minds in technology. Now, we are incredibly proud to be surrounded by some of them here today, some geniuses, and they have established themselves via the innovations and passions for advancing in humanity. So, I am now going to request Jennifer Williams, CEO and President of Virtual Career Institute International, to please come on stage to present the awards. All right, let's begin. Our first award goes to Alexander Hoivarth. Perfect.
And grateful to be here and to receive this award. My name is Alexander Hoivarth. I'm Chief Information Security Officer and Data Protection Officer at Cryptix, a Swiss-based venture building company who helps fintech companies to actually expand their services on blockchain. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to a network and also to one of the next discussion panels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. And our next award goes to Amer Attia. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. My name is Amr Atiyah, and I'm the CEO of Solvate, a human capital management system provider in Saudi and the Middle East. Again, great to be here. Thank you so much for the arrangements, and thank you, great people to connect with. Looking forward to having some networking in there. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And the next award goes to Anis Merchant.
Honored and humbled to get the award, and definitely sharing this award with some of the esteemed other awardees. As they say, it's a circle of life. Really feels special to get this award in a country where I'm born, actually. So it's more special than anything else. So now, Anis Merchant, I run the global business for Course 5 Intelligence. We are a global AI and analytics company. And yeah, it's truly special, and definitely looking forward to connecting and interacting with all of you. Thank you, and congratulations to all the other award winners.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next award goes to Aries Business Solutions Private Limited. Do we have someone from Aries Business Solutions here? That's okay, moving on. The next award goes to Janatul Fardos. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So I'm truly honored and humbled to be here today, and this is my first time in Dubai. So yeah, I'm very excited and also very happy to meet so many amazing people. Jannatul Firdaus from Bangladesh, working as partner technical strategist, basically working with partners to bring the right market solutions as per the market demand. So yeah, happy to connect and looking forward to the sessions that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks. And our next award goes to Karunakar Rai Muperia.
Thank you so much, and all the way coming from Saudi Arabia, working with the records and information management company called Tijuri CJSC. We serve most of the banks in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, and we are also setting up our infrastructure in Dubai. Very soon we will be taking care of all the business requirement when it comes to record storage and records management. So nice to meet you all, and we will have super discussion after this, maybe at 2:30, with regards to the in fact complete digitization and other aspects. So nice to meet you all, and congratulations for all the award winners. Thank you.
The next award goes to Madhav V. Patil. Do we have Madhav here today? Nope, that's okay. Moving on. Matthew Hogan, can we please have you on stage to receive your award?
I'm very grateful to receive this award from, I think, the nominations from my connections here in Dubai. Very honored and very grateful for the team that I work with, and also the pro athletes and coaches that I work with. Those who don't know me, I have actually collected statistics on myself for the last 13 years. I have over 120,000 data points, which I'm converting into art-based NFTs. Additionally to that, I'm CTO and founder of Converse. We are a minting house for NFTs, and we build economies in minutes on different applications. One of those ecosystems that we build is called OnePro, and we're working with pro tennis coaches at the moment to basically deliver knowledge-based NFTs into different mobile applications, so that these coaches, who are knowledge experts, can actually receive generational wealth from the knowledge they possess. So thank you for the award. It's an honor to be here, and I'm looking forward to connecting with you all after the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next award goes to Y Square Technology. Congratulations.
Hi everyone, I'm extremely honored to be at this stage. Thanks for the Internet 2.0 conference event organizers for choosing me. And my journey is very energetic, like from being a techie, working as a solution architect for enterprise companies, turning into an entrepreneur, it was very exciting. And the first ROI which I was just focused on was only learning, and where apart from technology, I had to learn a lot of new things like sales, recruitment, finance, and all that. And there were a lot of questions when I left my high-profile job and started looking at entrepreneurship from the family and the friends. So it was very supportive from all the sides, where initially I started working on a product where we had the engineering really done well, but it couldn't take off because we had failed business models and we had failed operational market research and all that. Then we realized that product engineering has to start from that point where a problem has to turn into a solution, and then to the engineering. So that helped me pivot my company into a stage where we were able to understand startup problems and turn that into solutions, and then convert them into engineering aspects. So I represent Y Square, your strategic technology partner. I'd be happy to share some of my problem statements, what I worked with, and listen to all your problem statements if you have any interesting ones which could be solved through technology. Thanks you.
Thank you. The next award goes to Mr. Nilesh Kumar Gaul. Congratulations.
Thank you, Internet 2.0, and thank you everyone who supported me a lot to come on this particular stage. Specifically saying, I'll take 2 minutes more.
Sure.
Thank you. Just want to say thanks to my family first. I want to share something over here. My father is retired right now. He was a driver in fire station. Fire engines you must have known, right? From one room kitchen to right now, I'm working as a CTO in one of the best organization, Konze India Private Limited in Ahmedabad. And right now we have office in Australia also. So thank you, my family, my father, everybody who supported me, and Konze to support me in a way to come on this particular stage. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. The next award goes to Osama El Hadi El Zain Ali. Yes, fantastic.
I'm Osama Ali. I'm a product manager at Snunu. It's right now a food delivery company with the ambitious goal of being the first unicorn in the region. So I am honored to receive this award, and I'm looking forward to networking with all of you guys throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next award goes to Shahud Siddiqui.
Everyone. This is Shahud. I am from One Tech Capital. It is a startup venture, and we have coffee app and all up, and we are operating in all the countries across Gulf. And please download and enjoy the coffee. Thank you.
Thanks. And the next award goes to Tariq Roshdi. Do we have Tariq here? Okay, no problem. We're going to move on. Waleed Farouk. Can you please come on stage to receive your award?
Thank you so much, Internet 2.0, for giving me the opportunity. I really feel honored to be here. Anyone who don't know me, my name is Waleed, and I'm running a company called MuSharp in Pakistan. Came all the way from Pakistan, leading a team of 30 very ambitious developers, engineers, trying to make our impact on the world. We provide services in the health sector, and right now we are moving towards segments for data science and machine learning, particularly in optician optometry industry. And really glad and honored to be here, and would like to connect and network with everyone all of you, and congratulations to the other awardees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next award goes to Yazid Syed Al-Tamimi. Congratulations.
Thank you all. Yazid Al-Tamimi, Cybersecurity Director from Saudi Arabia. I would like to thank Internet Conference for this award and for the event where we can meet and exchange the information with the expert in this field. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next award goes to Muhammad Yusuf. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Internet 2.0, and congratulations for having a great show. And Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. I'm very thrilled to get this award, and this Outstanding Technology Leadership Award means living, breathing in, breathing out, no, in technology. And I'm fortunate to have this opportunity for last 30 plus years, no, working on cutting edge technology. And I want to thank Almighty. I mean, all praises to him. He is the greatest. He blessed me for working in this, cutting edge technology for last 30 plus years. Next, there are 3 organizations I worked, and all 3 of them, I was always in the technology side. I'm Cognizant Technology Solution for 20 plus years, and Cybercash in Bangalore for 3 plus years, and Aeronautical Development Agency for about 10 plus years. And finally, I want to thank my family who supported me throughout my technology journey. And I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next award goes to Wilson Tay Kaho. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm feeling so good to be here. Truly proud and honored to receive such a prestigious award from Internet Conference. And this is Wilson from Concern 21. We are one of the first metaverse city builder in Malaysia. So we work together with brands to build customized metaverse. If you don't have a metaverse that is deeply integrated with your system, feel free to reach out to us, and happy to connect with you guys. And thank you very much once again.
The next award goes to Andrea Giannini.
Hi, everyone. I want to say thank you, first of all, to the conference staff and team for organizing this event. This is the first time for me in Dubai. This is such a beautiful city, and I'm really humbled and honored to receive this award. last but not least, I am going to give a keynote today at 1:50 p.m., so don't miss it. I'm the founder of XLR, and we are building exoskeletons to make people fly. So thank you.
Thank you. And the next award goes to Sisrat Kastrati. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for this award. I feel very honored. I'm coming also from the same section area as you in Switzerland. And my name is Sisrat Kastrati. I'm representing Yamato. So digitalization has penetrated already all areas of life. And this has consequences not only for the industry, but also for each and every one of us. So we develop meaningful solutions with the advantage of technology, and we aim to make significant impact in those selected industries, but not only optimize the industries, but also make a significant change in all of us. Please join me afterwards for connecting and exchange opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next award goes to Harshal Patel. Congratulations.
Hello everyone, I am Harshal Patel, CTO and co-founder at EVA. We are a software development firm that specializes in creating custom solutions for a wide range of clients. Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this wonderful honor. I'm truly humbled to be standing here today and receiving this award. Thank you to my family for their never-ending love and support, and also like to thank my entire team EVA back home, who's been working tirelessly, alongside by me towards our shared goals. Their hard work, dedication, and talent has been one of the crucial part of our success, and I'm truly glad to have them by my side. Moving on, let's strive, let's continue working towards our dreams and goals, and let's strive for excellence in everything that we do. And I look forward to connecting with you all. Thank you so much.
And the next award goes to the company EasyBot AI.
Thank you, Internet 2.0, and thank you, Jennifer. And special thanks to EasyBot AI team back in India, Estonia, and in USA. I'm representing EasyBot AI. I'm founder and CEO of EasyBot AI. EasyBot, literal meaning is, it's a Finnish word. It means brain. And we are in the artificial intelligence space. We have very short and very inspiring journey. Just 3 years, we started in 2019. In 3 years, we delivered over 30 projects, developed in-house more than 3 product proprietary. We have US patent, we have Indian patent in the computer vision, and we also developed and delivered 2 IoT solutions as well. So in just 3 years, we are a startup, but we have been profitable since first year with the over 35% bottom line. So that's been our success story, and we'd like to connect everybody. Tomorrow we are going to talk deep in AI at 3:10 p.m. in the afternoon session. So we'll definitely have the more interaction, and we'll be open to discuss other things here. I am also a managing partner for one of the key fund in IFSC, which is the first international financial service center in India, that is Abbott Capital Fund. So I'm also managing partner with that. So we'll be loving to interacting with you guys, and we'll be happy to connect for the future growth. Thank you. Thank you, Internet 2.0.
Thank you. And the next award goes to Priya Kanduri. Is Priya here?
Good morning, everyone. At work, and always we try to give our best, but sometimes a revalidation that you're doing the right thing always helps. And thank you, Internet 2.0 and the organizers, Jennifer, as well as the jury for this award. This is that revalidation and recognition. My name is Priya Kanduri. Again, I'm the CTO with Happiest Minds Technologies. We specialize in digital transformation services. We have our offices in Dubai and Middle East, in Silicon Oasis area. I am here with my colleagues today. Would like to have more networking with you all, talk more about what we do. And we are presently working with many enterprise customers in Dubai, UAE, specifically Saudi, Qatar, as well as Oman regions. And thank you so much once again. It's really great to be here. And I am particularly grateful to Happiest Minds, which has definitely been the right place for me, and grateful to all my colleagues who have created that ecosystem to be successful, and grateful to my family as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Priya. The next award goes to Zainab Alamin. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Internet 2.0. It's really great to have this award. This is a true motivation for me to continue my leadership journey in technology and inspire others, support others. I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to thank my family, my husband, my children, and my parents, and all of those who supported me throughout my career. I think this is, as Priya said, this type of validation is really great, and it inspires us and motivates us to become better leaders and better people, better human, and support others in their leadership journey and in their professional journey and personal journey. Thank you all.
Thank you. And the next award goes to Fayed Yusri.
Hello all, I am Fayed Yusri. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of Dragon IT Services, that's in Cairo, and I'm the head of technology of Tons Grocery Retail in Kuwait. It's a great opportunity to be here among maybe some of the top minds in the IT industry. And I'd like to say that during the shutdown due to the pandemic, as horrible as it was, it transformed the IT industry from making businesses, conducting business easier, cheaper, to making it even possible. I believe that we, for the first time, were able to save the global economy from total collapse since we enabled business to be done. And this is what we did at Dragon. We provide omni-channel retail solutions to retailers who had to shut down during the pandemic. And we'd like to say that throughout the shutdown, 275 clients in Egypt kept on running business as usual with minimal impact to their bottom line. I'd like to thank my teams in Cairo and Tunisia, and I would like to extend a special shout out to Ton's team in Ukraine. They kept me up till 4 a.m. yesterday to release a build even though they are in a war zone. So IT people, soldier on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And our next award goes to Muhammad Omar Ali.
I would like to first of all thank Internet 2.0 conference for this award. And I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to my board of directors and team members in our company, EasyBot. And a special thank to my wife for being patient throughout the journey and for her support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the end of our award ceremony. Congratulations to all the recipients of the award, and thank you, Jennifer, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. That was Jennifer Williams, CEO and President of Virtual Career Institute International, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder to all of you, and especially if you've received an award, please take a picture, post about it, and do tag us Internet2Conf. Now moving on to our next session, which is going to be a fireside chat on the topic of what's the next big tech innovation. Can I please call upon stage Dr. Rubaiyat Sadat, Managing Director at Molitic Energy Solutions, and Osama Ali, Product Manager at Snunu.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fireside chat. The topic today is what's the next big tech innovation, which itself is a billion-dollar question. Whoever knows the answer would actually be a billionaire right now. So, yeah, here today, I'm Dr. Rubaiyat Sadat, founder, chairman, managing director of Meolitic Labs. It's a group of companies. In one of the sister concern is the Meolitic Energy Solutions, working on the electric vehicle ecosystem and intelligent energy management for the charging infrastructure. And here today I have with me Mr. Osama Ali, product manager of Lulu. And Osama, introduce yourself to the crowd.
Sure. So I've done a brief introduction, but I'm a product manager at Snunu. It's an ambitious startup that's hoping to be the first unicorn coming out of Qatar. My job goes all over the place, but it's primarily centered around tech, whether from aligning stakeholders to working with different product teams and technical teams to achieve business outcomes and improve the product that we're all using in Qatar.
Yeah, fantastic. So I'm quite sure being really close to technology, and this is a perfect topic for us to discuss about what's the future landscape look like in the tech, especially for innovation. So we have seen advances in, for example, everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, metaverse. We had already in this conference, since yesterday, we had very, very interesting topics on metaverse, on immersive technologies, and we have also today on fintech. So there are a lot of areas that are there. And we have seen in the last couple of years, not decades, but couple of years, because tech is pushing the boundaries to the next level. So the innovation is there, the all sort of advances there. It's just so rapid. We still cannot correctly predict what's next. We can't predict what would be in the next 5 years. We can't even predict what tech is coming in the next year. So given this whole spectrum of a really diversified and so advanced in technology, if I go back to about the perpetual learning out of it, so I'm going back to on a really concrete topic, questions to you. So tech is everywhere. So from your perspective, what do you think for any company to adapt the technology and the advances in technology, what type of new skills that people should adapt to?
So yeah, rightfully said, the next big tech innovation is near impossible to predict, if not impossible, because tech has become such a wide umbrella that covers many different sectors, many different industries, many different types of technologies, that it's so hard to pinpoint what the next big innovation will be, because one industry might develop more rapidly than others, even depending on geography or country or policies or etc. So to me, when I was thinking of how to approach this topic, I noticed that there is a common thread, which is data. All of us in this day use technology, but the underlying base that really, whether subconsciously or consciously, everyone is using is data. So looking out at how previously we used data and learned from data, it was very primitive. It was very, hey, like you're just analyzing something. Meanwhile, today, in tech specifically, you're no longer looking at data to just analyze. You're also looking at data to predict, and some industries are even going a step further where they're using data to prescribe the solution to a problem that will emerge. So it becomes all of a sudden very abstract. But it also brings the question, well, since tech is so rapidly improving, are we as humans also rapidly adapting? And I'll mention the very basic example. Let's say 10 years ago, it was something to say that you are proficient in Microsoft Office Suite. Now, that's kind of an assumption. You use either Word, PowerPoint, Excel, whatever. You use it on a near daily basis, if not a daily basis. So, okay, so that's no longer the impressive thing anymore, or the something that you need to take active steps into learning. Then what is? And to me, like I said, I always went back to data. So to me, as an employee and as a human being, I want to be able to do my work as efficiently as possible. And technology very much helps us do that. It's just, okay, what do I need to learn? And I would say that, my hypothesis, spoken like a product manager, my hypothesis is if you focus on learning tools that help you with data, then you will be in a much better position in the industry, or at least to keep up with the rapid improvements in technology.
All right, so what I got from you, so for example, for an organization, so organization has different departments. It starts with like finance, with HR. It's not only a tech, but also HR, their sales and marketing team. So giving this whole landscape of technology, so, and you mentioned about data, so do you think, so non-tech people, like for example the HR department in an organization, they would also should adapt to technology, or at least some tools that are based on technology?
Absolutely. So HR, there are plenty of HR solutions right now, but HR previously used to be, okay, our target is we need to hire X number of people, or X number per department, and keep the company environment or the work environment positive, whatever that means. Now there are more solid KPIs and indicators to track these things, but learning how to look at data, how to capture data, and how to analyze data can open the door to many opportunities that you might be that you might not realize as a person working in HR. For example, you may realize that, okay, I have met my target for hiring people, but I still see that we need to hire more. Well, why is that? And then you can either go to BI, the Business Intelligence Department, and tell them, can you try and see and run an investigation to see what happened? Or you could do that yourself. So ideally in many companies right now, HR files or records are maintained digitally, which unlocks room for many opportunities. You could all of a sudden analyze the data, group them by date, group them by demographic, group them by, I don't know, gender, whatever metrics you can do. And all of a sudden what used to previously take, let's say, I don't know, a week, can now all of a sudden be done in 10 minutes. It's just the HR person needs to learn how to extract that data rather than rely on someone else to get that data for them, because then you're being a lot more efficient with your work and you can get a lot of data, and at the same time it unlocks more room for learning. If you find one insight that you were not expecting, all of a sudden you might have more questions. It's like, okay, what about that data point, or what about that data point? And if you have to go back to the data analysts every time you want to run something, you're not going to finish your work. So I very much see technology emerging heavily to now it's no longer a requirement for a tech person to know tech. It's a requirement for every employee to know tech, to varying degrees obviously, but the view of the world has shifted from everyone needs to be aligned towards the business objectives and the business outcomes. So I can't afford to just operate in a vacuum. So I need to optimize the employee's workflow towards delivering these business outcomes. If I need to hire the more tailored people as an HR person, then I need the data to help me figure out, okay, which persons are more likely suited to be in the company. That's one example for HR.
So going back to the topic, so the next tech innovation. So we are seeing the emergence of metaverse and all these things. So in this learning perspective, because, well, we could easily, you rightly mentioned about the data. Yeah, data is everything. So we have known it for decades, like it's the time of data. But for example, what's next in the tech world, such as metaverse? Do you think that these platforms would really help human being to sort of like to have this analytic capability and manipulating the data to reach the business goal? Do you think this way?
Absolutely. So let's take the metaverse, for example. What the L&D department is responsible for improving and developing the careers of its employees, right? So you can easily run that through actual real simulations on the metaverse, for example. Well, that's what I see happening, hopefully, is you can tackle these scenarios, let's say, for example, you get, you're in the sales department and you need to increase your number of generated leads. So what you do then is you can feed the metaverse with previous data points, and then some software is going to run some analysis on this and optimize it. And then you can teach this. You can all of a sudden bring a live scenario, an employee to the metaverse and make them experience a live scenario. Oh, okay, maybe there's a certain negotiation tactic that's more likely to work than others. Or there's a certain part of, let's say, a contract that can be phrased in a different way, and all of a sudden that's more likely to attract a lead. And you can run these directly in the metaverse, where you can let the employee test themselves, and then you see where they need to improve using a real life scenario. Would they be standing in front of a hypothetical lead based on real life data, and all of a sudden they're negotiating and they're trying to get a better deal, and then you would, the innovation or the tech would be able to kind of show you how you could do this better based on previous data points.
Mm-hmm. So now you just have mentioned, and what I heard is about, it's what you call this democratizing the technology across the organization. So for the leadership, yeah. So the leadership from the strategic point of view, so they have to adapt, as you just rightly mentioned. They have to adapt technology and democratizing it. So to do that, so we are talking about like the learning right now, but inside the organization, to really implement this democratizing the technology across the organization, we have seen, for example, usually it's the IT, or IT as a service, I call it, but I guess there's a shift now because of this. So as a product manager, so you being the product manager, from the product management perspective, how do you see this democratization of technology across the organization?
There are different facets to it. Let's take IT for one example. An IT expert now is, well, even IT as a service, you're no longer required to just do basic hardware and software maintenance. It's rare that you will find somebody now just replacing printers or updating the system firmware and stuff like that. The technology has become smart enough to do that for you. But for example, now the IT has kind of shifted to becoming the backbone of the tech stack to enable it to work efficiently. So a big ignored facet of software in many companies is security and cybersecurity. In Snunu, there was in the past a leak of data because somebody had a super basic password. So what ended up happening is all of a sudden we've realized that IT and security are very closely related to each other. So all of a sudden, the IT expert now is responsible for security policies, for finding tools that enable the democratization of data while maintaining the security of the system. They also control what levels of access to the different tools they have. So it's no longer a basic IT job anymore. They're empowered to move beyond that and become the backbone of the company, where, yeah, sure, it's not, having a tool that democratizes the, not democratizes the data, but like having a tool that increases the security might not necessarily get the company revenue. Actually, technically you're paying for that service, so you're losing. But it's an investment, because if you do not invest in that, then and something happens, then the loss is going to be much worse. Talking specifically about myself as a product manager, like I said, I am constantly talking with different stakeholders, whether it's chiefs, whether it's managers, whether it's heads of departments. Well, I need to be able to kind of wear different hats and talk to different people. The Word and PowerPoint are very, very important tools to me when talking to people, because I need to show numbers. I need to show how this feature will help X. I need to convince a stakeholder that this feature is better prioritized than Y feature. But I don't have PowerPoint and Word on my CV. It's just it's become like it's become part of my tool set, and it's become essential for a product manager to know this. That you're no longer looking at what technologies do you know or what tools do you know. You're looking at how can you help the business. I need to meet business objective X, so therefore I need to do some prioritization and then communicate that to the stakeholders. So my tool of communication in this case is PowerPoint, but it's assumed across the company right now that I know what PowerPoint is and I know my way around PowerPoint. You don't have to be a guru at it, but you need to be able to communicate the business objective. It all ties back to the business objective. The tool is just a tool. It helps you achieve the business objective. It is not the business objective. So yeah, it's kind of that's the way that I see data democratization happening. So if you're in a situation where you are not there yet, where you are still having people in the company who are not so good with technology, and maybe what we consider basic tools are not basic for them. In that case, it is the responsibility of the company to invest in these employees and bring them up to speed, because technology is not slowing down. So you need to help the employees catch up.
Great that you mentioned actually my next question and next topic I wanted to discuss. It's the security, the cybersecurity. And I would also like to add one very, very important topic. So regardless of whatever biggest technologies, biggest innovation we are upcoming in the maybe next years, it's the data privacy. So you have mentioned about metaverse. So you have mentioned about like data. So usually what happens, clear, if I put it in a really naive sentence, is if I get more data, I will get more insight on things. So for example, in metaverse, if I have more and more data, then I will kind of like would provide a more personalized experience to the end user. But then the question is the privacy. So there's a sort of like a kind of, it sounded like a contradictory thing. So we need more data, but to need more data, we might go beyond the boundary of privacy. So do you think that both security and data privacy should be, whatever the innovation comes into a place in the next future, but those two topics would be sort of like a very basic vertical layer of a tech stack, because you are, as a really tech guy, do you think it is really important? Because, for example, like I'm quite sure this chat, there are a lot of startups, they're tech startups, they're building their product. And usually when they build a product, those two topics, the security and privacy, they are like, they usually have the lowest priority, unless that startup is based on the privacy or security. So what's your take on it? What's your statement about the data privacy in this regard?
I would say it is very much like you said. It's kind of conflicting. It's very much a paradox, because I am sure all of us would love a personalized experience in whatever tools, applications, even in our free time. We want a personalized experience. We want to get what we want out of the tool, not what the tool thinks we want out of the tool. It's interesting that that's what we want. But in return, we need to enable these tools to get more than a sneak peek into our lives in terms of the data that's being fetched. I had this example happened to me in Snunu. I was interviewing a customer, and I basically was tracking their every movement on the app using some tool. And so I asked her some questions, and she said, regarding like personalization or how to personalize the feature further. And he was like, absolutely. And then I basically took her experience, basically that set of events that she had done on the tool, and produced a new version of that feature and showed it to her. And she was shocked, because I later showed her that I managed to see every single move she did on the app. Every single tap, every single swipe, every single piece of information. I could compile about, using her information, I could compile a report about the list of drivers that delivered her orders. So she was very shocked by this, and I pressed her further. And I told her, why is this all of a sudden an issue? And it turns out it's because she doesn't realize it. I was like, okay, well, the app clearly states it, so where's the gap? I dove further with her, and it came down to this. I told her, do you want a more personalized experience? Yes. Are you willing to give off X, Y, and Z data? And I actually showed her like a list of kinds of data that I would need to gather about her. And then there was no answer for a very long time. And then it ended with a no. And so this is where the paradox is. Everyone wants a personalized experience, but not everyone is willing to give that kind of data about it. And the reality is, whether consciously or subconsciously we realize it, we're already probably some company, probably the big companies already have like fully fledged profiles about what we are right now and who we are going to be throughout the entire life, probably, based on the previous list of interests or what we browsed or what we decided we will eat today or whatever the case may be. So it boils down to this, just to tie it back to your question. In a startup environment, security, given like the rapid pace of change that you need to go through, maybe security is not the main concern. And I need to stress this. The security of the product itself might not be the main concern. If it's like internal APIs and stuff like that, sure. In a startup environment, you need to move faster, so we can come back and secure these like internal endpoints later. But security, when it comes to customer data, needs to always be a priority. When you're thinking of the next feature for your product, when you're thinking for the next venture, whenever you require customer data whenever you want to capture customer data, securing that data needs to be of paramount importance, because this is what will make the difference. Because, well, I haven't dug too much into it personally, but why did that woman say no to that list of data? And this is just my projection right now. This is not her answers. Is it because it's a lot of data to capture about the person? Or is it because she feared that it would be used in a malicious way? Or, option C, that a hack or a leak happens and all of a sudden she has no control of her data anymore. I don't know. I did not ask her. But my hypothesis is it's probably a mix of worry that she was giving away her data without her realizing that, or without her knowing what this data is going to be used for. And in the case of a leak, an attack, a hack, whatever, how does she guarantee that her data is not going to fall into the wrong hands and all of a sudden it could spiral into a whole set of harmful incidents for that person? So I think it's a mix of both, but when you're working on a product, you definitely need to put security when it comes to customer data on equal importance to the data itself that you're capturing.
Wonderful. I think we are kind of like sort of almost at the end. I think both of us, we could continue the chat for the whole day. I mean, there's lot we can talk about the tech innovation. I also remember, I would like to share this experience with you. So at the time I was working at Teradata Marketing Applications. Our office was in Munich. And I was being in the department of reliability engineering as a director. I remember at the time, it was a long time ago, 2011 or 12 at the time. And we were kind of like, we developed sort of like of course, having the consent of the user of the application. We created a feature which could actually start tracking like in the web page, the scrolling of the web page, and whenever people kind of like stop on a particular banner, tracking what's the color of the banner, what's the profile of the guy, and we kind of like well, at the time it was a really long time ago, and at the time we kind of like captured all the data and we sort of like found out that they call this target audience, And before Christmas, like for example, in this time, we actually, so our clients actually using that data, they started a campaign, and the topic of the campaign was find out from the target audience, find out women with a particular age, younger age, who usually loves to wear red dress during the Christmas. So those were the kind of like, and everything was kind of like based on many different data points. Maybe a woman was kind of like scrolling through it and kind of like was stopped on a banner, and the banner was red, and maybe it's a cloth, maybe it's a long cloth and stuff like that. So I remember. So, but you got absolutely right. So I think we can continue here, the data privacy and stuff. Just before going to a Q&A session, we'll have a couple of questions from the audience. In the delivery space, because you are, as a product manager, in the delivery space, we have seen deliveries via drone and all these things. What's next, do you predict, in the delivery space regarding innovation?
In Snunu, we're not at that level yet. In other delivery companies, they are very much already at the prediction stage. I do see Snunu eventually going there, but you already have services that can predict when is your next delivery going to be, what's the likelihood, what products are going to be in that basket or in that cart. They know what kind of promotion is going to make you make that order, and they know how to, well, if you even want to take it to like a bit of an ethical dilemma, they know how to give you that delivery or ensure a high likelihood that you will rate their service high based on some numbers or some factors that they have control over. Whether that's ethical or not, that's a whole other discussion in ethics, but very much so in the delivery space. There are already several services that are already very much deep in the prediction game. And yeah, I can only see that increasing more and more as we go forward.
Thanks a lot, Osama. Thanks a lot to the audience for your patience for this chat. So we are almost at the end, and we would like to welcome 2-3 questions from the audience if you have one.
Sorry, one question. We're running really behind on time, so we can take one question.
Yes, sure. One question then.
Hey, Osama, thank you so much for the golden nuggets. And thank you so much for appreciating PowerPoint, because that's our bread and butter. My name is Kevin, and I run a small presentation design agency helping real estate companies in the US raise millions of dollars using their $1 million pitch deck. And we're trying to venture out to tech innovations. We want to help startups, craft their pitch decks and pitch their ideas to investors. Now, my question is, when it comes to persuading investors or stockholders, right, what has been the biggest challenge that you notice or you yourself experience, and is there anything that you can give us a tip on how to kind of break that challenge?
Okay. It's a long art, and well, now you've put me on the spot because there are a lot of C-level management in this room. But I would say understand, be empathetic to their perspective. You might not agree with everything that they're saying, and but they have a point of view. You need to understand that point of view, and then you need to have a gut check with yourself about, okay, is is what I am doing truly going to, is what you're doing in line with what they see the company or the business being? Because at the end of the day, they are experts. They're not just saying words because they want to say words. So you need to understand where they're coming from, and then tailor, I guess in your field, those slide decks. You need to understand the problem of the business very well. You need to, if you can, you should shadow them or maybe talk to them to really understand their problem and what they're trying to solve. They could be trying to convince a certain set of investors. So now all of a sudden you need to understand what kind of investor they're trying to convince, and then tailor your slides accordingly.
Thank you so much. No, that's a validation to the real estate market that we're also trying to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Osama. And me, Dr. Rubai Sadat, signing off from the stage. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, gentlemen. I know there were a few more people with questions. Please grab them during lunch, and you'll have many more networking opportunities throughout the day and tomorrow. So you're not going anywhere, are you? You're going to be here? Yes, grab them. All right, we're going to move on to our next session just before lunch. It is another panel discussion, and the topic is the Internet of Things versus cybersecurity. Which will win? Can I please call on stage Yusuf Mohammed, founder and CEO of FAMI Consulting Services, Alexander Hoivarth from Cryptics AG, Kuldeep Bura, MD of Hala Infos, and Saraswat, Vice President of Product Development at MasterCard. I hope I got everyone's name correct, and if I didn't, apologies. 25 minutes? Oh, yeah, I know. 25, 30 minutes.
So good afternoon. I think we are in between you and the lunch, and I think we will make it short. And the good part is, I think yesterday, one of the fire chat session, I think it was covered, the security analysis in IoT. I think what we are going to do is we will give very specifics, very crisp perspective about what is IoT, what is security, and how both are running, and which is affecting what kind of thing. And today, we have a very distinguished panelist. And first of all, we will introduce ourselves, and then we will get into the topic. Okay, so I am Mohammad Yusuf from Chennai, India. So I run a startup called FAMI Consulting Services, primarily focusing on digital transformation and cybersecurity, helping my customers to take their digital transformation journey. So my experience in technology is about 30 plus years, and all throughout in cutting edge technology. Okay, and maybe Ankur, why don't you start your introduction?
Thanks, Yusuf. So I am Ankur Saraswat. I am representing MasterCard Center for Advanced AI and Cyber Technology. As a business unit, we focus on leveraging the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning to develop cybersecurity products, mainly focusing on IoT security, fraud detection, blockchain, crypto, smart cities, anti-money laundering, etc. Looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Alexander, introduce yourself. Yeah.
My name is Alexander Horvath. I'm Chief Information Security Officer and Data Protection Officer at Cryptics. Cryptics is a Swiss-based venture-building company who focuses mainly in fintech, and there we provide actually services based on blockchain.
Yeah, Kuldeep, why don't you introduce?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kuldeep. I represent Hala Infosec Private Limited. I come with about 15 years of experience into IT infrastructure management and, sorry. I come with about 18 years of experience in IT infrastructure management and cybersecurity. So Hala Infosec Private Limited is a startup we've been running for the last 3 years into managed security services space. Thank you.
So all of us know about, Internet of Things. It's a system connecting the common objects with the network internet. And it is one of the key digital technologies. And in fact, helping across all the business domains, all the business. And it is growing fast. The prediction is about next 3-4 years, it is going to be about 17% CAGR. Today, if you ask me, the market size of IoT is about 250 to 300 billion, which is going to be about 600 billion in next 3 years. Okay, so that's the kind of growth that we are seeing. And from the devices standpoint, so we are seeing about 15 billion devices today, from IoT, and which is going to be double, in next 3-4 years. Okay, so that's a kind of growth. And within the IoT segment, there is a specialized one is the industrial IoT, which is about 75 billion today, which will be about 100 billion next 2-3 years. Okay, so having said that, and what's happening from the security standpoint? Yesterday, when we had sessions in metaverse, immersive technology, and Web 3.0, Web 3, and all those things, and one common theme that everybody talked about is the cybersecurity. And when you come to IoT, it has a different flavor of security threats. And it is a very, very specialized situation that arises in the IoT environment. For example, there was a report saying that about 1.5 billion incidents, the hacks have happened in first 6 months of 2021, last year. 1.5 billion incidents, in IoT alone, and it is growing. Okay, so what it means? I think if you see IoT, some of the very specific thing, which is not there in any other world, like in the web world or what, is the fragmentation of technology and fragmentation of the devices. You can see devices, the sensors and switches and the very sophisticated equipments, and running very legacy technology to the high-end technology. And from the communication and networking standpoint, there are various protocols. Unlike in web, we all live with SSL and HTTPS kind of thing, which is sort of standardized. And now in Internet of Things, the communication technologies are multifold. So these things, the fragmentation and the legacy technologies are throwing a lot of challenges from the security standpoint. So when we want to approach security, probably the best way to do that is a top-down approach. The security is all about managing the risk. Okay, all about managing the risk. The same is true for IoT also. The risk is also a function of threat and associated vulnerability. And the third is the probability of the threat that happens, that is going to happen, and the impact of the threat. These are all the 4 parameters which impacts that. Okay. To start with, probably I want to hear from the panelists. What are the key threats and the associated vulnerabilities that we see? And especially I want to hear from the panelists about something very specific to IoT. Though it may be proliferating and across other technologies also. So maybe to start with, Ankur, you want to
yeah, sure. Thanks,
give your
Yusuf.
view? Yeah.
So let me start with giving you an example of a cybersecurity incident which happened in 2017 in Vegas. So Vegas, we know, is famous for its casinos. So in one of the casino, a big one, so there was a big aquarium in the lobby of the casino, which has got a Wi-Fi enabled thermostats. So which used to send temperature related information to the central computer system for monitoring purposes. So the hacksters, they hack the thermostats, get into the CRM database of the casino, and send across maybe 10 GB of data to some location in Finland. So that is how smart these hacksters are. So we are against so smart, ahead of the curve fraudsters who are always on the lookout to find these kind of vulnerabilities in the IoT system. So that is one. So the message is, however inconsequential a device may seem, irrespective of its usage in the overall context of the business, it is imperative to secure it. So as they say, the strength of a chain, it lies in the strength of the weakest link. So, so that is one. Second, to throw in some other stats from industry, from payment industry. So as of now, almost 75% of the fraud which are being reported on credit card transactions, so they are digital in nature. And by digital, I mean the physical card is not present. So 75% of the total fraud is digital. And out of this, almost one-third is mobile transactions. So essentially, 1 in fraud happens through mobile phone transactions. So now with advent of IoT, and then we are having this 5G related releases, so the number of smartphone or the smart devices is only going to increase. So it, at the same time, it eases our life in terms of convenience, but at the same time, the security challenges are too big to be ignored. So we need to find a balance between these two, and the cybersecurity is the answer. Coming back to vulnerabilities and threats. So theoretically, vulnerability is defined as a weakness in the IoT system, which an outsider can take advantage of and gain access to the system. Now, after getting access to the system, he can execute commands on his wish. He can gain access to unauthorized data. That can be confidential data, maybe details of your credit card, and then he can also do some kind of denial of service attacks. So this is what vulnerabilities are, and when these vulnerabilities are exposed to threat actors and they start behaving in a negative fashion, these are called threats. So now these terms being defined, now where do I find vulnerabilities in my system? So vulnerabilities, they can be found in the hardware of the IoT system. So these are called hardware vulnerabilities. These are hard to detect. Like these are very complex and requires a lot of effort in terms of money, R&D and all those things. Mostly the OEMs, they are only involved in this, and this is an upcoming area of research. Second kind of vulnerabilities are software vulnerabilities. So these vulnerabilities are found in operating system, application software, the methods which have been defined or the guidelines of the IoT system, you can find vulnerabilities there as well, and the human component is also there. So this is how you can find out the vulnerabilities. Now, how to address those vulnerabilities? So there are n number of products which we talk about, which can take care of the cybersecurity needs. But essentially speaking, so there are 3 things if we take care of, we can address a major portion of the threat which is coming from these vulnerabilities. A, if we can secure the communication channels. So most of the vulnerabilities, they lie in insecure communications. Messages being unencrypted, files, file transfer happening through non-standard file transfer protocol, data being unmasked, so these kind of things. So if we are able to, secure our communication channel, so nobody will be able to intrude into our system via those messages and have access to unauthorized data. So that is one. Second is updates, timely updates. So all these OEMs, the device manufacturers and the service providers, so they work day and night to find vulnerabilities in the system, and then they also come out with a solution, so which we call as patch. So it's the responsibilities of everyone being a part of the IoT system to make sure that every device, every component of the IoT system is up to date in terms of security patch. So that is 2. Third is authentication hygiene. So we talk about, so by authentication, I mean my system should be sufficiently strong to make sure that a person is authenticated in a proper way. And by authentication, I mean, I am sure that the person is the same what he is trying to be. So he is the rightful owner of the device, or maybe let's say in terms of payments, you are presenting your card or you are using your, let's say, smartwatch or smartphone to make a transaction, you are the rightful owner of the device. So this is what authentication means. And then some very generic things like, using strong password, changing them very frequently, maybe using some stronger and sophisticated things like 2-factor authentication and biometrics. So that is also being integrated into most of the authentication and identity management solution.
Okay, thanks, Ankur. I think you touched upon two key things. One is the 5G from the communication perspective and the authentication. And I'm sure that, this is a very important element, and the vulnerabilities and the associated threat. I want to hear from other two panelists also. So before that, I just remember one thing about the authentication. And last year, there was a company called Verkada. It's a San Mateo-based company. They do a video surveillance management. It's a platform. The platform was hacked. They were managing about 150,000 surveillance cameras, across hospitals and schools and jails and all those things. And intruders were able to get into the system and able to steal the images and all the other information. And when they were investigating, they found very interesting. There were about 100 of their employees were knowing the admin password. Okay. 100 of their employees, and if that is the case, everybody knows the admin password, and the intruder knows the admin password, he was able to hack. The authentication and the strong authentication and related aspects is very important. Okay, so that, Alexander, why don't you give your perspective about, anything on the vulnerabilities and the threat, specific to IoT?
Thank you, Yusuf. Well, you were asking also about the trends. We all know that we have now 5G, we have multi-cloud solutions. So all these nice things were actually built to improve our services, to make also customers and client sides better, faster. But if we look at the downside or at the dark side, how they call it, you can actually also use that to make life actually not easier but harder. So to say, if I especially look also at botnets, especially, most of you, I'm sure, are also familiar with the Murai botnet. But if we make it even more powerful, let's say we add artificial intelligence to it. So then we can actually take really nice examples. We're in a hotel, so let's face if I manage to actually break into the card system and then lock the doors, then I can just keep people in their room. Like an example, or let's say in the car industry, if I can take over any component in a car, then I can either press on the brakes at any time. I can check where actually the car is. So I can really do some bad stuff out there. And I think, these are things we have to look at. These are things which will actually increase. And so it's really important for us to know what is on our network. As we know, Internet of Things can be also in our at home. Smart stuff like if I have a micro oven and I attach it to the internet, obviously somebody could actually also connect to it. So always check that as well. Or even a television. They also get more smart and smart. That's also one thing we have it in the corporate field, but also at home. Obviously, if I can take over the control, I could make a lot of televisions now have also cameras on it. I can turn on, I can actually watch what you're doing at home, I can watch what you're doing in your office. So those kinds of threats are, I wouldn't say new, but with the more bandwidth, as I said, more also things which can be connected to the internet. We really have to be careful. We have to be prudent and to always know what is actually, what kind of devices have an IP addresses and are on our network.
Yeah, I think you brought up a very interesting point and it is a little alarming also that your TV at home, is a vulnerable element because somebody who comes for your maintenance, for example, you don't know what he's doing, right? He can implant anything. Today your TV is connected with the net. Okay, so that's the kind of vulnerability I think Alexander is talking about. And you also brought up another point like a botnet. But this is very specific to IoT, but IoT is a low-hanging fruit and it is a breeding ground for creating a distributed denial of service attack. Okay, so, and all of you know about the Mirai botnet attack in 2016 and 17. There was a company called Dyn, and it's a performance management company based out of Silicon Valley. I think now it is bought over by Oracle, if I remember correctly. So what happened was, there was a botnet attack. And that has happened through all the IoT devices. The intruder was able to implant this, the Mirai malware. and able to attack, the dying platform. And because of that, people like their customers like Twitter and CNN and whatnot. I mean, people know when they went black for many, many hours actually. Okay, so this, in my opinion, is a very low-hanging fruit. Okay, so now, Kuldeep, I want to hear from you about the threat and vulnerability. But more importantly, I also want to hear what are the solutions that we have, especially so you are running a managed security platform. Extended monitoring system and other things, especially when you are also focusing on the industrial IoT kind of thing. So I want to hear from you, touch upon the threat and vulnerabilities, and more importantly, how the platform like XDR can help in terms of solving this issue.
Sure. Thanks, Yusuf. I think we've heard quite a few examples from threats and vulnerabilities perspective from the other two panelists. I know that was more from the attacker side. So I think, let me also give you what can be done and what solutions are available, security solutions are available from the defender's point of view as well. So I think it is very, first of all, in the world of interconnected systems where we don't have, where there is lack of, physical boundaries, right? And then improperly configured systems, and then there is much more. So I think, it is very imperative and essential to have a constant monitoring of all the IT and IoT OT devices, particularly where we have 24/7 security monitoring of eyes on the glass monitoring on the interconnected systems against the properly configured threat detection use cases against the MITRE attack framework that we talk about. It's very essential to have meaningful threat detection use cases configured, and not just that. It just doesn't. It isn't just enough to have a constant monitoring, but I think the security monitoring and security engineering go hand in hand. While you have a constant monitoring of your IT and OT devices, it is also essential for you to look upon the engineering side of the security solutions, where you basically focus on the life cycle management of the products of the security solutions, from hot fixes to patches, and the constant updates that the OEMs release. I think thirdly, I think it's also important to have a proper governance, risk and compliance, GRC, do a regular, frequent testing of your, security testing of your IT and OT systems to proactively identify the threats and vulnerabilities, and then implement the recommendations based on the reports. And not just that, what I've seen, personally in my experience, most of the corporates, they do the security testing and assessments, go back and implement the recommendations, but they just stop there. More than 50% of the corporates, they don't do the revalidation of the findings that arise from the security testing and assessment reports. So I think that's very important. And finally, I think from the compliance perspective, it is also very essential to do a gap assessment across your IT and OT systems network from time to time, and kind of benchmarking every time you do a gap assessment. That's also very essential. And then, once you benchmark, it is important for you to improve upon the benchmarking over a period of time. So I think these are quite a few important points.
Governance and risk and compliance. And I also want to touch upon the standardization before that, how it evolves from the IoT security standpoint. And before that, I want to go a little deep into what you talked about, the security monitoring thing. But in a traditional web world, the monitoring has evolved a lot. Today we are talking about extended monitoring system, XDR kind of thing, extended detection and response, including the security incident and event management system, threat intelligence, SOAR, security orchestration, automation and response, and user and entity behavior analytics, plus the endpoint detection and response. All of them have been sort of getting integrated, triangulating what's happening in your whole ecosystem and able to fix the issue. But my question to you is, because you have been running this platform, and is how well this kind of the technology, this kind of interoperable technologies can be leveraged entirely in the IoT and the OT environment?
I think that's a very good point, Yusuf. I think if we go back a decade, where we were talking about traditional SIM systems and parallel monitoring of multiple systems, where we're talking about endpoint detection and response as one, and then we have SIM in particular. Over a period of time, the threat landscape has evolved, and then that demanded a lot of evolution of the cybersecurity solutions and technologies in parallel. And it's a constant dispute. It's a constant fight between the two as well, right? So I think from traditional 24/7 SIM monitoring, we moved on to managed detection and response, which we now call as managed extended detection and response, where your SIM is integrated with your SOAR for orchestration and automation. And then that's in turn integrated with your threat intelligence, where you can also have multiple security solutions integrated. So I think it's just one integrated system with a single pane of glass monitoring, and that gives you a contextual and meaningful summary of all the insights and the security insights that happen in a given network. So it's very essential. I think it's very useful and essential to have an integrated system like that, and eases the job of an analyst to basically monitor, because it's more of the security intelligence and threat intelligence coupled with the human intelligence, which will give you the fruitful results.
Okay, good. And so Ankur, to you, I mean, we talked about the governance and compliance, and you are coming from the domain, from the industry where the standardization, governance, and compliance is the backbone of your business, right? So can you throw some light about what it means from the IoT perspective?
Yeah. So talking about standardization, maybe let me talk about importance of data and artificial intelligence in the context of cybersecurity. So we talked about advent of 5G and how it is going to affect the entire landscape. So, so there is a saying that 90% of the data on this planet, it has been generated in last 2 years only. And Yusuf mentioned that there are 15 billion IoT connected devices at this point of time. So there are different reports citing different numbers. Some says the most conservative one estimates the number of IoT devices for next year at 30 billion. So imagine the amount of data, which would be generated in coming years, and we are not, not up to the mark as far as storage of this data is concerned. The big data is not going to be big enough to, to be capable of storing this data. That is one. Now, for a data scientist, having data but not leveraging it, it's the biggest sin. So that's where the standardization also comes into picture. So this data, once generated, it needs to be managed, it needs to be standardized, it needs to be stored in a secured way, it needs to be transferred, and then some actionable, some models need to be run on this, and the result would be some actionable insights which need to be shared with the wider world. So another point for standardization is, in today's world where every device is connected, it's not possible to work in silos. I am only bothered about this particular aspect of cybersecurity, and rest is somebody else's business. So this is not going to work. So we need to attack this particular problem in a holistic manner. And whatever learnings I have, I need to share with the wider audience. So this is about standardization. The next thing which I wanted to discuss about is governance. Now this AI thing, many people, the critics of AI, they say, it is a black box. So what's happening using AI models? So there is there is a bias, there is an inherent bias, which we might not know at this point of time. So these governance, let's say for example, for fraud detection, so my model, so it has seen in the past, what kind of fraud behaviors come from a credit card transaction. But it does not know, when I'm using my smartwatch to making a payment, or maybe a phone tap, so what defines a fraud? Let's say my wife is wearing my watch and it is being used to make a transaction at a grocery store. Is it a fraud? Or is it not a fraud? So incorrect definition of the labels and execution, so it can lead to an unpleasant customer experience. So the governance also comes into picture, that there is no bias, the models are accurate, and as soon as we have newer ways of communicating as far as IoT is concerned, that comes into picture, my model should be able, or my AI system should be able to do justice to it.
Thank you. I think I'm getting a signal that we are running short of time, so we will conclude with Alexander. Alexander, you talked about some of the, leading IT technologies and 5Gs and other things, which are more vulnerable, from the IoT security standpoint. How do you see that, standardization and governance and compliance, from that perspective? So.
Well, I still think standardization and certifications are an important thing. Maybe I will also just quickly talk about, there is actually an industrial IoT maturity model, which you can also download. It's roughly 130 pages, so easy over the weekend. Basically, there are three main parts about governance, enabler, and hardening. So about governance, we just heard a couple of things, but if you already have other standards or programs in place, like cybersecurity, so you're tracking it hard, you're already on a good way. Enabler is like you have already, who can actually access your devices. So this is also important. As we also heard, if I can basically put on some HP clothes and I can go towards your printer and everybody lets me actually work on that machine, that would be bad. The same thing for TVs, as we just discussed before, that's also bad. So basically you definitely also have to know what's happening there. And then the last part is the hardening part. Obviously it's also important that those devices are given the minimum rights. Also limit maybe also even their internet access, and also maybe to create some virtual LANs around specific for those kind of devices. So all that kind of stuff you will find also in that standard or maturity model. You can actually find it under iiconsortium.org. So just if you're very interested in it, and I think those kinds of things are important, and if you're really into IoTs, definitely have a look at it, and let me know what you think about it.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll open up for the question. Before that, yesterday there was a question about the standardization and some of the frameworks somebody was asking, that from the IoT security standpoint, there were few standards that came up but didn't pick it up, like the Open Interconnect Framework and Open Connectivity Forum kind of thing. But there is one which came up a few months before, which came from Industrial IoT Consortium and the Digital Twin Consortium. These two people came together and came out with a IoT security maturity model. Very, very interesting. And if you have some time, go through that. it is available in the internet. They have come out with similar to what NIST is talking about, like identify, detect, protect, detect, respond, and recover. They have talked about how the maturity model can be defined from the security standpoint. It seems to be very interesting, okay? And go through that and it will be very helpful. So with that, now I will open it up for any questions or any comments or any of your views from audience.
I think I'll just take about a minute, Yusuf, to quickly summarize. No, the topic of the day is basically IoT versus cybersecurity, which will win. I think being on the defender side, I would really be happy to say, obviously, cybersecurity will win. But then it's not the case, because like I mentioned earlier, it's a constant fight between the attackers and the defenders, right? I think this reminds me of a very simple ITIL mechanism, which we probably came across more than a decade back, is the PDCA cycle. Plan, do, check, and act. It's a very simple mechanism that takes you back in ages and implement the control. Basically, you plan, you implement, you verify, and then take actions again. So I think if this is implemented properly and then this is verified properly, I think I wouldn't say it will actually protect you from any of the cyber attacks, but it will definitely minimize the exposure to the risks and threats.
Okay, thanks, Kuldeep. Any questions? Yeah, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon. So my question is to Alex, or maybe the panel can help him. My name is Shivani, founder, Cleap Technologies. So we heard the example of the fish tank hacking and also the television hacking, all the internet-connected devices. I want to ask this question, like, who takes the responsibility to ensure that the end users are aware of the weak spots? And who takes the accountability to make sure that it is solved for them?
You want to do that? Yeah.
Well, that's always a good question. Who is responsible for it? Well, I mean, if you buy any device, well, from that point on which you buy it, I mean, let's take a mobile phone. You definitely already have to update. I don't know how many updates directly. Otherwise, you're already vulnerable. So same thing, obviously, for other devices like a TV. But well, I mean, as soon as you're basically connected to your network, I would say, well, definitely the customer has some responsibility from that point of view. If there's obviously well, hopefully the company also gives you some advice how you have to obviously update and maintain the device. But on the other hand, the industry definitely also helps. As we just mentioned, this also capability model should well, bring kind of the baseline of a standard to a higher level. So at the end of the day, also customers should well, get some benefit out of it. But yeah, so as I said, if it's also your home, definitely check whatever you put onto your network, and yeah, update it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I want to give an analogy like a cloud security. No, I mean everybody asks what is a cloud security. So the cloud providers are responsible for what they manage, end to end. Wherein, I mean, when you are putting certain thing in the cloud, you are responsible. So it's a joint responsibility. But maybe we can talk a little more later.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry,
Any other
I
questions?
have to interrupt.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take one more question, and
one
we'll have to
question,
wrap it after that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bahruz. I'm Information Security Manager. My question is about the identity management. As you know, the identity management is one of the main domain of the cybersecurity. And why? Maybe you know the reason. That's why I'm asking this. For example, can you imagine every country create your own identity management system inside the country, and one system, single sign-on, which you can imagine is the enterprise level federation services between all the countries, and with this kind of purpose, you can solve all identity management problem. Why or we cannot do this, or we don't want to create this kind of system between all countries around the world?
Yeah, when you talk about identity access management and single sign-on, I think the banking and financial services is very close to that. Maybe I will hear from Ankur, and if anything we can add.
So this is one of the main problems. So as you know, so there are two parts of it. One is authorization and one is authentication. So authorization is all about who can access what. Yeah. While the authentication is the match between what you are presenting to be and what you actually are. So this IT management, so this is an upcoming field. So we ourselves have been investing a lot in some startups as well, wherein, n number of things like the devices most commonly used, the IP addresses, the locations, your transaction pattern, and like whatever data we can get about you, we combine all those, create some models to create a digital identity for you. Mm-hmm. So next time when I see you coming into my system, I'll compare your credentials with what I have already determined as a as a benchmark for your digital identity, and if it matches, then I will allow you access to my systems. So that ways, so this was particularly about payments. You know, if we can collaborate between other data sources as well. So this digital identity concept, it can take further dimensions.
Okay. I think we're running short of time. If you have any other questions, we can catch up during the lunchtime or later. And thank you all. And I thank all my co-panelists, okay, Ankur, Alexander, and Kuldeep. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing their thoughts and ideas with us today on the topic. Thank you so much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to disperse for lunch now. But before we open up the buffet, I would like to request you all to proceed towards the promenade again for another group photo today, because the one yesterday was terrible. So we're going to try and do that again today. So other groups are already waiting outside, so I do request you all to proceed to that area again and maybe get a better one this time. Thank you. Yeah, I'm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you all are energized and not sleepy at all after that session, after that lunch, because we have a very interesting session coming up, and the topic is going to be jet-powered flight and beyond, an air mobility journey. I would like to introduce Andreas Giannini, co-founder and CTO of Exovola, to come on stage and do his keynote. Thank you. The stage is take this one. We've got mics on the table.
This one? Millions of years ago, we started walking. Thousands of years ago, we learned how to ride horses to move faster. And about 2 centuries ago, the first motor vehicle was invented. But it wasn't until December 17, 1903, when 2 startup founders, underfunded and underrated, changed completely the meaning of transportation as we knew it. It was in 1892 when Wilbur and Orville Wright decided to open a small bicycle shop out of Dayton, Ohio. At that time, the bicycle business was booming, so they thought maybe we can make a little bit of money if we produce our own bicycles and our own products. Things were going really well, but after a few years, something changed in Wilbur's mind. He started looking at the sky and started thinking, how inspiring would it be if we had the superpower of flight? The topic of flying was not a new topic at that time. Well, the French were already flying with blimps since decades before. And also at the beginning of the 20th century, people were expecting some advancement in technology. Electric cars were already a thing, but that's another story. The thing that was yet to be demonstrated was a heavier-than-air aircraft that was able to carry the weight of a person under its own power, the so-called aerial navigation problem. People were able to hover for a few seconds, but no one was able to steer in midair. So Wilbur Wright started looking carefully at birds. He thought, well, they've flown since the dawn of time, and it looks so easy for them. And that's when he had an amazing idea. Maybe they are able to steer in midair by tilting their wings. Maybe it's by tilting their wings that they are able to control their trajectory. So he went back to Orville and he convinced his brother to build a small kite. Kites were not a new thing again, but the difference between their kite and others was that they used strings. They connected strings directly to the wings. And the idea of Wilbur Wright was to actually try to fly and pull the strings to see if actually tilting the wings was the key to solve the aerial navigation problem. And they were successful. They did the first few trials on a very small kite. And after a first few trials, they decided to build a big version of the kite, this time manned. So it was the 1902 when Wilbur Wright jumped from a hill inside his kite. And unfortunately, disaster struck. Wilbur Wright hit his head and he was severely injured, but he didn't give up. The Wright brothers didn't give up. The problem was that in order to test the controllability hypothesis of Wilbur, they had to build a big kite, jump from a hill, and hope that he was right. There was no computer simulated environment at the time. So Orville Wright had another great idea, and I want to underline the fact that Orville Wright had 3 years of high school education, no engineering background, no college degree, and I don't think even aerospace engineering was a thing at the time, and he was able to revolutionize the world of aerospace engineering. He decided to build a small wind tunnel out of wooden boxes and a 30 horsepower fan. And he discovered something that, again, revolutionized the world of aerospace engineering. That's something that every aerospace engineer knows today. He realized that the controllability of a craft does not depend on the size of a wing. It just depends on the shape of the wing. And that was really an amazing step forward, because that meant that they could have tested, they could have run more tests on a small kite, trying to tweak the shape of the wing until they reached a level of controllability that was suitable for Wilbur to try again. And that's what they did. So after a lot of trials, they decided to rebuild the prototype they destroyed the year before. And in December 17, 1903, Wilbur and Orville Wright stepped on the sandy beach of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, and they flew for 12 seconds on the first airplane ever made by humankind, changing completely the meaning of transportation as we knew it. I want to say that their life was easy after that, but the truth is that it was still very hard. As two startup founders with a very small prototype, it was very hard for them to get funding. They tried to raise an equivalent of $5 million of today's money, but no one believed them. They didn't want to show their prototype. They didn't have a patent yet. People started calling them liars. Newspapers started calling them liars, but they didn't give up. Finally, it was President Roosevelt that heard about the Wright brothers, and they decided to pay a small pilot project for the military. It was about probably a tenth of what they were asking, but still, they had a pilot project with the US military. And finally, it was in the 1908 when Wilbur Wright flew from Le Mans, France, for the entire world to see. Today, we have more than 100,000 flights per day. All thanks to two startup founders with no funding, just using their savings and what they made out of a small bicycle shop in Dayton, Ohio. I decided to co-found XLR because only thinking about flying makes me want to do more. It inspires me to push beyond the limits of what we believe is possible. Now imagine what we could do if we had the superpower of flight. Up until this point, we were constrained by gravity. We built everything around us being constrained by gravity. Being able to fly will unlock our abilities to design and perform beyond our own imagination. And that's why at XLR we build exoskeletons to make people fly. And our vision is to make our technology accessible to everyone. But let's go back, let's say, a couple of decades. So I grew up in the south of Italy, and I grew up very passionate about the world of electronics, and mostly playing video games. And I still remember the day when I opened my first computer case. What really fascinated me, and what still fascinates me still today, is how something so complex and counterintuitive that can be an ensemble of wires, printed circuit boards, and all the little black boxes that are integrated circuits can create something so intuitive and easy to use that is a desktop computer that even a kid with little to no training at all can learn how to use in a few minutes. So I decided at the time that I was going to spend my entire life understanding how a computer worked. And I ended up being a computer engineer. I have a bachelor and a master in electrical engineering and computer science. I worked at CERN in Geneva. I worked at ETH in Zurich. And after my master, I moved to ETH. In Zurich, I was working on computer architecture for deep learning. But I was working very closely to the office of Raffaello D'Andrea. Raffaello D'Andrea was the founder of Kiva Systems, also a professor at ETH. Kiva Systems was one of the very first robotic company that were able to automate the process of inventory in factories. So they were able to do it faster and cheaper. Well, the company today is known as Amazon Robotics after they got acquired. So at that time, the group of Raffaello D'Andrea was working on unmanned aerial vehicles. It took us millions of years to go from walking to riding horses, thousands of years to get to a motor vehicle, and then to get to a flying vehicle, And now we have systems, we have machines that can fly themselves with no human input. That was really mind-blowing for me at the time. I remember that I also discovered, at the same time, I still remember the day when I watched the video of Richard Browning. He's the founder of Gravity Industries and the chief test pilot. I still remember the title of the video was How I Built a Jet Suit. And that's when I saw an opportunity. The problem with current jetpacks and jet suit solutions is that they are very hard to learn how to use. They still require hundreds of hours of training time to reach a level of controllability that is suitable enough to fly untethered. So I thought maybe there is a way to apply the advancement in control engineering and robotics to the world of jetpacks and jet suits to make something that is easy to use and accessible to everyone. So fast forward 2 years, and I decided to co-found XLR. I still remember, I was in Palo Alto, California. My previous company I was working for was about to get acquired. And after working at CERN in Geneva, at ETH Zurich, and in Palo Alto, I learned mostly 2 things. The first one is that no one knows everything. Even the smartest people in the world do not know everything. What's really important is to know what you don't know. If you know what you don't know, well, you know what are the topics you should dig into to expand your cultural baggage. Or better, you know what kind of people you should surround yourself to help you move forward with your vision. And the second thing that I learned is that it really doesn't matter how big of a group you work with. It can be 10 people, 50, 100. A single person with the wrong attitude can bring the morale down of the entire group. For those 2 reasons, I decided to be a founder. But of course, I knew I didn't know mechanical engineering. That was also not my passion. So I started looking for a co-founder. And that's when I met in New York Wan-Nao Wu, Hao, which is my co-founder. He's a mechanical engineer, and after I took the first flight, we started talking about the possibility of applying the advancement in control and robotics to the world of jetpacks to create something accessible to everyone. And after I took the first flight, I took the second flight from the West Coast to the East Coast, then the third flight, and after the fourth flight, I decided to stay. When we co-founded XLR, and this was August 2020, well, the company existed in 2019. But in August, we realized mostly 2 things. First of all is that human dexterity is needed where it is hard for us to reach. Every year, hundreds of people die on the battlefield and in disaster zones because they cannot receive medical attention on time. And the second thing that we realized that the reason for it is that mobility-enabling technology from low to mid-altitude is very limited. Today, there are places, and there will always be places, where helicopters cannot land nor take off. In those situations, jet suits can literally save lives. But the state-of-the-art jetpack technology does not allow to use your hands. And when evacuating people from a burning skyscraper, being able to use your hands can be the difference between life or death. So we started looking at the past, and we realized that the military, especially from the United States, tried to deploy jetpacks and jet suits since the 60s, the 70s. The problem, though, is that the current state at the time of electronics and technology in general was not suitable enough to be deployed on the battlefield. But there's still demand today. After starting working at XLR in March of 2021, the Defense Advanced Research Program Agency published a bid for an individual lift device, how jet suits are called, for search and rescue, reconnaissance, and first response. So we started looking at the state of the art, and we realized this is Gravity Industries. I chose Gravity because they are the pioneering company in the world of jet suits, and also because it's one of my favorite companies. They fly using turbojet engines around the hands. And the problem is that, first of all, it's not hands-free. Second of all, it requires a long training time to reach a level of controllability that is suitable enough to fly untethered. It requires a lot of ability from the pilot and upper body strength to keep balance in midair. So we decided that we were going to build a hands-free individual lift device. Of course, if we were to release the pilot from the burden of keeping balance in midair, we needed to find a new technology to do it. And that's when we stumbled upon thrust vectoring. Thrust vectoring is the same technology used by SpaceX in landing rockets or by advanced fighter jet applications. Well, SpaceX used it in a little bit of a different way with respect to the video I'm showing. They actually turned the entire engine around, but the principle is the same. Either you turn the entire engine around or just a nozzle. The idea is to create moments, rotational forces around the central gravity of a system that you can use for different purposes. You can use it for stability, for instance, like in SpaceX, or you can use it for high-performance maneuver, like in advanced fighter jet applications. Now, the problem with thrust vectoring is that, well, it's definitely not something you can buy off the shelf at the grocery stores, like a thrust vectoring-enabled turbojet engine. And it's still very complex to be deployed on a small turbojet engine. There's a lot of hardware and a lot of hardware effort that has to be miniaturized on a small jet engine. So we decided to simplify it and build our own. The XLR version of thrust vectoring also allows to improve the stability, increase maneuverability of the system, but this time this is easy and simple to be built on individual lift devices. So we filed a patent. We received a patent back by the United States, a utility patent, by November of 2020. After that, we started showing capability demonstrations. In one of our first demonstrations, we wanted to show that it is possible to modulate the amount of thrust produced by an engine and at the same time change the orientation of a nozzle using a single leg. What was left to do was to build the entire hardware and software around and then build a jet suit. And that's what we did. We started building our first jet suit prototype in January of 2021. We did the first test in April of 2021. Our prototype suits 4 turbojet engines, each with thrust vectoring capabilities. Can I ask if we can reduce the light a little bit? Each one with thrust vectoring capabilities, and each one with independent thrust control capabilities. That means that we can independently change the orientation of each nozzle and also the amount of thrust produced by an engine independently between one another. In October of 2021, we achieved hovering in the safety tethering system. Here, thrust vectoring is continuously adjusting the orientation of each nozzle to help the pilot keep balance in midair. And how it works is very similar to a Segway. On a Segway, when we want to move forward, we lean forward, and the wheels start spinning so that we don't fall. And by balancing of mechanical forces, the entire system starts moving forward. It's the same thing in midair, but with turbojet engine. Thanks. When you lean forward, the nozzle turns to push you back. And by balancing of mechanical forces, the entire system starts moving forward. So it really works just by shifting your center of gravity. So starting from the beginning, we decided we wanted to build a hands-free individual lift device. We filed a patent for thrust vectoring and find a technology that allows to do that. We achieved tether hovering by 2021, and now we are working on a multi-purpose prototype that will help us achieve the goal of flying untethered and secure our first customers by the end of next year. After showing the prototype privately, organically throughout our network, we received a memorandum of understanding and multiple letters of intent from different industry partners, a letter of support from the United States Air Force, a grant from the state of New Jersey, plus the investment from Techstars. And now we are raising to secure our first customers and fly untethered by next year. In the long term, we want to open flight parks all around the world so that anyone can truly experience the dream of flying. For our go-to-market strategy, while working through grants with the government, we want to tap into existing skydiving and water park facilities so that they can offer a true flight experience in one of our suits to their own customers. But I want to show one more thing. Since I'm here in Dubai, I can imagine XLR opening the first flight park facility here in this beautiful city. Project Obsidian will be the first jet suit available to the public in 2024 by XLR. It is a hands-free individual lift device with thrust vectoring and adjustable engine position. Being able to change the engine position allows the suit to be suitable for pilots of different skill levels. The closer the engine are to your center of gravity, the easier it gets to fly the more far the engine are from the center of gravity, the more performant the suit gets. Having adjustable engine position allows the same suit to be used for different pilots. With the overall goal, with thrust vectoring, to reduce the training time from hundreds of hours to little to no training time at all. But our vision goes beyond that. I cannot wait to see what we will do when anyone will truly able to experience the superpower of flight. There is an entire space on this planet, which is the sky, that we will never be able to access as easily as we access the ground. Being able to fly will unlock that. In the future, we start building flying cities. We'll even play Quidditch. But the truth is that life on Earth will transcend beyond recognition when we are airborne. It's been a dream of mine to be able to fly since I was a kid, but I've been willing to bet that anyone in this room, you had the same dream at least once in your lifetime. Now imagine a world where this dream is not only just a fantasy, but a reality. We are pushing the limits of human abilities by bringing our vision to life. And when we combine our dreams with the real-world engineering talent that we bring, not even the sky's the limit. So I think this is more or less the end of a short version of the story on my end. I just want to add one more thing. The Draper startup house, which is backed by Team Draper, just decided to invest in XLR a couple of weeks ago. So thanks, and I'll be more than happy to answer any question you might have.
Hello. Firstly, hats off. One of the best talks I've heard here, and great work. I just have like a few questions because not actually related. Like I'm in the AI space and I've worked on self-driving car models. So what I want to understand is, firstly, threats and safety. So for instance, you plan to offer this commercially in 2024. And you know, this is great disruption where the training time is quite low. Whereas I'm sure that people would be reluctant because if someone does not know how to handle a parachute, so is there a parachute built in? For instance, if something goes wrong, number one, what is the flying time? So for instance, is it like, obviously there would be a battery, you know, just, so is it like 30 minutes, 15 minutes, how long can I fly for? And is it charged? How does that work? Yeah, so these are sort of questions.
Okay. Yeah, let's start. If I forget something, just remind me about the question,
sure.
Okay? The first question was, regarding like parachute safety, right?
Yeah, safety.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in 2024, the flight park facilities that we plan on having, basically the customers will fly tethered. We are going to fly untethered by the end of next year, but it's going to be a rope. So what we have in mind is like having like two structures over water where you can fly back and forth for 200, 300 meters. And the safety rope will provide all the safety you need. But yes, for ourselves, there will be a ballistic parachute. So the parachute, in case of emergency, will, when you fly out, will basically trigger automatically if something happens. So yes, that's regarding safety. Then the second question was about the flight time. Yes. The first prototype that we have has a flight time between around 3 minutes, but it was a capability demonstrator. Now we are targeting 15 to 30 minutes. And that connects to the thing you mentioned about batteries.
Yeah.
So we have a plan of switching to electric in the future. We actually are, the grant that we won was to it's part of the grant is to electrify all our prototypes by 5 years from now. And also we are partnering with a hydrogen powertrain company to do a feasibility study to use hydrogen in the future. But this is not electric. This uses Jet A. It's the same fuel that goes in airlines. And I can talk for hours why, but the reason is mostly related to the specific energy density of batteries and fuel and hydrogen. Like the specific energy density, I'm talking about literally kilogram, joule per kilogram. the joule per kilogram of batteries is 40x on average worse than Jet A. That means that for the same flight time, you need to carry 40x the weight of the batteries with respect to the fuel. Hydrogen is great because it's 3x the fuel, so around more than 100x better than batteries, but it's still not ready to be deployed. So
interesting. And last question. So I think there's a lot of play of deep learning and reinforcement learning models in this. I think you belong to that background. So what I want to understand is that are there any sensors where you're collecting data, and do you plan to implement these sort of algorithms to ensure, like for instance, maybe predictive maintenance or threat detection, or if something goes wrong, you preempt risk? Just want to understand your plans on that. Thanks.
Yes, so the answer is yes, absolutely. AI and reinforcement learning, they definitely help, especially, like for instance, the advancement in control engineering and robotics now allows us to fly hands-free already. But one thing that, for instance, AI can be really helpful in the future is to actually predict where the person will shift his center of gravity. Like you can track the movement of a person, so even before that happens, the nozzle turn in a certain way to counteract that movement. So definitely, AI will play a crucial role in the future for us too. Any other questions? Yes.
Andrea, great talk. Congratulations. Also, congratulations on investment by Draper.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm going back to some basic questions. So naturally, human body is not designed to fly. Yeah. So it's designed to walk. It's designed to have a support underneath. So what kind of like you certainly have experience on the end users who are using your jetpack right now. What's the feedback, and how does it being perceived? Because it's not natural for human body.
Yeah. I don't remember last time I've flown, so yeah, it's
exactly.
Yeah, it's not that easy. So yeah, and that's where the exoskeleton and thrust vectoring comes into play. It is very hard to use jetpacks and jet suits today. And the reason is, as I mentioned before, you need a lot of upper body strength for gravity, and you need a lot of skills for yourself. Like, it takes hundreds of hours. This is not a number that this is a quote actually from, I think from Richard himself, to reach a level of controllability suitable enough to fly untethered. And that's where thrust vectoring comes into play, and also the exoskeleton himself. Like, for instance, now you feel the push of the jet engine, especially in a gravity suit. Instead, thanks to the exoskeleton that basically carries the weight of the backpack, you don't have to carry it himself. It's actually carried by the push of the engine himself. So it's all the weight all goes down to the engine. It will feel like you are in an elevator, maybe a fast elevator. Right. So you don't feel the weight of the structure around you. You feel the acceleration a little bit for sure. And actually, quoting my CEO, it really literally feels like walking on a cloud. We were expecting like to have this abrupt feeling. Instead, it's not that abrupt if you tweak in a certain way the thrust vectoring system. So so yeah, that's basically how it will feel a little bit more natural. Yeah.
Fantastic. Just one concluding question. So it seems that so you are targeting it's more on sort of like an amusement side, but also on, as you just mentioned, for the first responder, or even, for example, if some construction workers going kind of like would like to be on the very upper level. Yeah. So is that kind of like which market or which type of users you are targeting until 2024?
Yeah, we are doing. We are definitely working with the government for first responders. Mm-hmm. Well, it takes some time to work with the government.
Definitely,
so.
definitely.
So yes, especially in the United States Air Force, they want to use it for search and rescue, reconnaissance and surveillance, first response. Yeah. And so that's definitely our target by 2024. At the same time, it's entertainment. And there are different reasons for it. First of all is that, again, I think anyone in this room, but anywhere in the world, had the dream of flying at least once. And the other reason, the FAA red tape for entertainment is not that hard to get. Like, give you two examples. First one, if you fly tethered, you don't need an FAA license. I'm talking about the FAA because I'm in the United States. I think here it's a little bit easier.
Yeah.
So you don't need an FAA license if you fly tethered. So we can literally start taking customers in, as they are already our competitors, if you want. I don't like to think about competitors because the industry is so small, so we help each other out. But jetpack aviation, you want to fly in a jetpack, you can just go there right now in the US. It's a little bit expensive, but you can do a flight training for a couple of days without license. And if you fly untethered, for entertainment purpose, there is the ultralight class, which is not too hard to get. Again, jetpacks, they already are FAA licensed, the one from Jetpack Aviation. Instead, if you want to do for a construction worker, and actually we gained a lot of traction, for instance, in the offshore wind industry, since we're here, also in the oil rig industry, to the inspection and maintenance of oil rig and offshore wind turbine. Like there are a couple of, like especially for maintenance of turbine, people still use helicopters. Like they literally strapped technicians to helicopters to do certain inspection and maintenance that, of course, a drone can't. But the FAA, like, it's really, really, really hard to get an FAA license for doing that. So that's why we're targeting first government, since I used to say they make their own rules, and entertainment, like tethered for people. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Andrea.
I think we have 6 seconds, so thank you again, and happy to network later on, so thank you.
An extremely interesting session, wasn't that? Up next, we have a panel discussion coming up, and the topic is a pandemic-inspired acceleration in digitalization, which is already underway, and how it affects people, in conducting business and communicating with one another. Please put your hands together for the upcoming panelists. Can I please have on stage Sailesh Kumar, who is the CEO and founder of XLR Technologies, Dr. Karunakar Rai, Head of Tijori CJSC, Manohar Kasuru, Director of Vertifo India Private Limited, and last but not least, Sagar Nagda, the co-founder of Nippon Infotech. A round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi everyone, I'm Sailesh Kumar, founder and CEO of XLR Technologies. We are a custom IT development firm specialized in e-commerce, web app and mobile app. And also, we do staff augmentation. Introduce yourself, panel, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Sagar Nagda. I'm co-founder of Nippon Infotech. Again, we are a custom software development firm. We are into market since 13 years with 400 plus engineers, and we always maintain a bench. So we position ourselves as Uber for software developers. Anytime you want to hire a software developer, we'll give you within 1 hour.
That was a good one. I think the people from yesterday would probably remember me already. For the new ones, I'm Manohar. I head DevOps and cloud practices for Vertifo India Private Limited. I think that's good enough. Thank you.
Karunakar here. I'm working with one of the largest records and information management company called Tijori CJSC. So we are based out of Saudi Arabia. I mean, our large operations are in Saudi Arabia, and we are spreading our wings in, in fact, other countries. We started our operations in Bahrain and UAE too. What we do is basically, in fact, helping the customers to digitize their information. I mean, we manage the information for the large customers like the banking industry and other corporates. So that's what we do, and specifically when it comes to digitize, so I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you all. Crisis is an opportunity. We have all seen this. The recent pandemic, it's been devastating for in a personal way, but when it comes to business, everywhere have jumped into that bandwagon, and they have adapted the digital digitalization of business and digital technology in their field. When it comes to e-commerce in my field, we have seen a lot of adaptation. So just give a number, like we have adapted almost like 7 years of digitalization in just 2 years. So haven't we seen this? How did we scale up so fast? How did the business invested in that? And also customers, how they adapted it? Manohar, can you share some lights on that?
Yeah, so I would say probably this is more of a necessity made it. Because you do not have much of a choice other than going into the digitalization part of it. But the interesting part was not about the investment, but more about the IT being able to adopting it and aggressively delivering it to that level of expectation. We all knew for quite a number of years to build a system of that scale or a size, whatever be it is, the amount of time that we used to take. But pandemic probably helped us to do it at much more aggressive pace, and there are innumerable number of applications and softwares that kind of got built to cater to the requirement of the day. But I believe there are other factors, right? So if you need to really call out, it is the spaces where it is their core area that they really need to adapt to this, and then the other element that I would probably look at is the phase where the different domains or industries are kind of getting adopted to digitalization during the pandemic phase of it. And when we were almost ready to open up in whatever the little possible way, may not be like full potential, but whatever the possible way, the second phase of it, like the journey that how we wanted to do the course correction and take it forward as such. Because the systems what we built during the pandemic, you do not have a model to kind of execute and see whether it really works or whether you have tested it to the load that you basically anticipate, because you don't have a real visibility of what is the size of the customer base that you're going to hit at that point of time, right? So what is the kind of adaptation that the customer would potentially see, are certain areas that we don't have visibility on that day. But when we started to open up and slowly scale up, probably that gave opportunities for us to do the course correction, and that's how probably the systems got integrated and moved forward.
So just to add to Manohar's point, so as he told, it was more of a compulsion in the pandemic rather than some planning, So just to give you some context, we build a digital gold buy and sell platform for one of the NBFCs, who is the leading gold loan provider in India, top 3 gold loan provider. They never thought that, they will go into the business of selling, buy and sell digital gold. But since the entire country was shut down and there were no customers, coming with physical gold or gold loan, so they came up with this, another line of product to offer this to the customer or to their existing customer, as well as tap a new customer base to buy and sell digital gold. So within the pandemic itself, the idea came and we implemented it within 3 months. And they had a new product vertical altogether.
Yeah, this pandemic actually accelerated everything. Where a project which was like 1 year, it took only 2 months or 1 month time. Any thoughts on this from your?
See, basically, again, this acceleration when it comes to the digitization part for any industry, I'll specifically I'll talk about the data management when it comes to how the pandemic is accelerated within this industry. we were serving, in fact, majorly the largest banking industry and the government industry, specifically government, departments, okay? So we were managing the physical document. So what we used to do that we manage almost, 150, million of files, the physical files, okay, within KSC, okay? So now converting these, in fact, physical document into, into a digital document, it was a huge, challenge for all of us. So what we did, we implemented a lot of digital, transformation technology within the, the banking or, the government institution. What we did, like, whatever the transactions, I'll take one example, like the transactions which is happening across the branches. The teller is receiving all the information, and when you go to the, bank, you will submit a check or the cash. There is a transaction slip which is generated, and that goes to the archive, and that need to be again, in fact, stored it. So what we did, we implemented something which is, we will build some of the team within the branch to scan immediately and upload this information to the repository of the bank. So when it comes to any kind of retrieval or compliance retrieval, or central bank is asking for any retrieval, so it was very easy to retrieve those kind of document, digitally from the, the ECM, and giving it back to the bank to submit to the, central bank. This was one of the area we worked very hardly during the pandemic, and, delivering the physical files to the customer, completely eliminated. Rather, they will not refer to the physical files, they will go through the digital document, and they will take whatever the decision. So this is one of the area where we worked very hardly.
So, I would say probably a portion of that is a bit of an acceptance from different fields, right? So government started to recognize that, you cannot get everything in a physical copy kind of a space. You still should be ready to accept that digital document and move forward, even if they need to approve or agree upon something. And even the customer, the end user as such, right? So they also started to realize it cannot be a physical copy all the time, whether it is an application that you need to submit, whether it is a security bond that you purchase, or let's say, like, for example, he explained the gold stuff. We have that expectation of the touch and feel of those elements probably kind of eliminated to certain extent, but you start realizing the real value wherever be it is, right? It's not necessary that if you have a possession of that in physical form, then only you consider that you're holding it, but not necessary that that is what probably it taught to the people.
Out of ordinary, like anything that you adopted in your company, for digitalization, like he said,
I wouldn't say more of like something in that line, but what I saw, at least for several IT organizations, is more of their internal processes. Several of those processes which used to be physical, or where they used to believe that, especially if I talk about the banking industry, where there is this month-end and quarter-end kind of transaction cycles whenever they used to run, which used to be kind of a big thing for several organizations in the banking sector, and also the organizations which basically post their quarterly data to the securities markets and other stuff to prove that they are how the health of the organization as such is. Used to be a lot more physical activity. There used to be kind of hundreds of people on the deck to basically put these records to up to date and then present it onto the market on first of that quarter or something like that. So those things seen a sea change. Now with everybody sitting at home, still they were able to deliver, and so that's where probably they start realizing that no, we never visualized this potential before, right? So it is more about kind of an eye-opener for several of us, saying that we haven't really looked through it. We kind of felt this is the only way, and we kind of continued with that. Probably taught us a very good lesson, and also kind of
An item that you can put on, an item that you can put on to thing for different processes that you adopt today, right?
So it basically gave us the priority, to digitalize things. And when it comes to market, we can see that some markets have adapted very fast, some didn't, very immune. Can you throw some lights on that, Sagar?
Yeah. So when we talk about markets, there are two things. One is the industry and the other is the geography. First, we'll start with the industry. So some of the industries which adopted digitalization very fast is, banking, finance, then health tech, health industry, the education industry. A lot of education companies moved to edutech, and the retail, where a lot of e-commerce, AR, VR came into picture. So these are the four industries which I think adopted the digital, acceleration very fast. And with respect to markets, of course, it's always led by US. And then there are some few markets, even in Europe, Denmark, Sweden, Singapore, and coming to Asia, Singapore and South Korea, we saw a great pace of digital acceleration in these kind of markets.
Actually, I can see that the adaptation was there in North America, US was there, but the adaptation was faster in Asian countries, right?
Yeah.
So
acceleration was very fast in Asian countries.
Why did it happen, or why didn't happen it before? Any thoughts on that?
So before, what was happening is it was there in the mind of the CXOs that we need to do, we need to implement a lot of digital processes. But pandemic gave, some compulsion to them that they have to. So let's understand what is digital transformation. So digital transformation is done for, basically four purposes. One is either you want to enter a new market, okay? Second is a new product. Third is a new business model. Or fourth is just a process optimization within your organization. When the pandemic triggered, so there were opportunities in the bottom, the top three processes. Either you want to enter a new market, or you develop a new product altogether, the digital gold example which I gave, or new business model altogether, So these kind of things gave a fast acceleration, and adoption happened after the pandemic.
Okay. I just wanted to touch upon the market, actually. We are everyone here for the business, right? So when digitalization happened, everyone started downloading the app, everyone wanted to be online and all. So people, consumers were bombarded with applications. There were a lot of applications, in their phones, or, they can able to view on. So how can we get a market share for us, when this is like going in a rapid pace? Like if I wanted to get a market share on that, so how can I do that?
I believe if you talk from a customer perspective, the challenge for him is like to have 30 different applications to do all his day-to-day routines also. And rightly as you said, each and every app or each and every business is in the question of, how do I get my share of this? But if you look at leaving the core product part of it, so on the app side of it, or whether it is mobile or like an internet web page that you're looking at, there's some standard set of information that we all share, whatever be the product or whatever be the website that you go on with, right? So the customer address, customer information related to that, or like these personal choices, or there's a set of regular recurring set of items that you would order for, and all the kind of stuff, right? So probably there's a need for some level of collaboration between these different players in terms of either you bring it under one super umbrella, or kind of a packaged system, or kind of a suite of product together, which goes your daily needs as kind of one package, coming together with all the sets of apps, kind of sharing the common set of credentials or the customer information, whichever is needed. Of course, putting in perspective of the security part of it, maybe if you need to integrate with, let's say, a DigiLocker kind of a system, or if you wanted to integrate with the way that we generally operate in our offices with SSO, right? So something similar, if we can basically integrate the systems with, where the customer is at ease in terms of using it and while he gets all that is needed. And you are rather not in a competition, rather than you're in a collaboration, right? Because then your share of product is definitely going to come to you, because if he has a need, you know for sure that from the data that you have, historical information, and a lot of our colleagues who are basically looking at AI and data analytics kind of a platform can analyze and do predictive analytics on that and suggest what could potentially be the choice for the customer, and probably you customize the offerings for the customer with discounts and all this stuff. So there's a good potential in that sense if you wanted to bring together that kind of a model, which definitely helps businesses to do it in that format.
Any thoughts on that, Mr. Rai?
I can go back to the same in fact input from Manohar also. When it comes to the marketing, either you have to have a special USP to be a leader, okay, or else in fact how to grab the data, the same data when it comes to filling up the application from the repository. You have all the information available in the repository, so it connects when when you just enter the information of the ID, so it will connect to the repository and bring back all the information and fill it up instantly. So this is how somehow I think in fact make a separate in fact area where for all the competitions, all the companies where they can look at more into this kind of aspect. That's what I can see.
Just to add, so basically we must say that the brand should look at more of a to be present in the aggregate platforms, because our phone has very limited real estate. Maybe in the first screen we can install only 10 apps, or top 3 screens we can install only 30 apps. So just to give you an example, if Emirates is a brand targeting its customer to book flights, so I don't know if any of the customer will install the Emirates app, but Emirates have to make sure that they are present in the aggregator platform like Expedia and Make My Trip and other aggregators. And now there is a concept of super aggregators also. So probably I might not, for booking a flight, the customer might not have multiple aggregator apps also on their phone. They might have super aggregator apps like Skyscanner or something. So the brands have to make sure that ultimately what matters is a transaction on their product or a service, and apart from their own app or own digital asset, they have to be present as a marketplace seller in the other aggregator platforms as well.
What about just a thought, what about the startups or the companies which is coming in as a new to the digitalization? How can they adopt?
I believe they are probably the tigers in this zone because they are running faster and they are very furious in adopting it. And compared to traditional mid-sized to large-scale organization, the amount of processes that you have or the amount of checks and balances or kind of layers of approvals and other stuff that need to go through. So the startups are the ones which are kind of much easier and faster in terms of developing it. And that's probably the reason the acceleration has been done, because if you notice, the apps that came up, let's say any grocery app or any e-commerce app that came in, were more of not more than like last 3-4 years older ones, right? So this is not something like a big bank which has kind of come up with a new digital app or something, right? So if you look at the dynamics of the digitalization that took place was more in those sectors where which is more about your daily essentials, your immediate needs. So the ones that you will pretty often go in and out of your house, right? See, if you look at the problem that what you're trying to solve is like, how do you make sure the items that I need to step out should be avoided, right? The items that you probably need to definitely go out, you will find a little time for you to take it, right? Let's take, for example, haircut, right? You probably have some time for it to build an app on that compared to, let's say, you need to buy a milk or you need to buy some groceries. So that is where I see the digitalization progress, the acceleration that has taken place is predominant in those areas, and the startups have basically played a major role in getting into that space, and their backward integrations were also kind of specific sectors, right? Let's say a food delivery app, right? And the level of integration that they need to do is with one specific sector, right? Let's say a few restaurants or a few chains, the chain of restaurants that they need to associate with, and it's an easy task for them to target, do the marketing, and then onboard them onto the system, right? Compared to, let's say, you want to hit 2-3 different domains, and then you have more analysis that need to be done, and then you need to customize your product, and you probably need to define a different business model or a cost model for those specific sectors, and all that comes into the picture. So that is where the fact of, the startups were really pioneering this digitalization, and I would say they are the tigers in this zone, right? So they really killed it hard.
Yeah, startups came, even at the time of pandemic, we had, quick onboarding, e-commerce, and, grocery selling applications and all. Like, everything was quick. They used it for a couple of months, and then suddenly all drops it. Like, are they not aware of it? Like, digital is going to stay, or how do you see that? Some adopt fast, some adapt and then drop it. Like,
my observation at least is that the people who adopted it are even if it is a startup that kind of picked up to adopt that model and approach, some were kind of too quick in their journey in terms of doing it, and probably they didn't really factor in all the items that are necessary, and they didn't really do the due diligence in terms of the data and the longevity of their application and the growth path for that application. Or the other challenge that what I noticed is there are too many players that came in, too much of competition that ran in, and the ones who are able to kind of visualize that and were able to get the fund are kind of able to manage that with other diversified businesses that they have, or like more apps that they basically ran with. I think they were able to survive. But if it is more like, let's say there are a couple of guys who started off the building of an app and tried to integrate with some businesses and other stuff, probably you may not have enough support when you really need to scale up, or when you need to really diversify your business, or like you wanted to expand your product. That is where probably they struggled and they couldn't stand in the competition.
Sagar, like similarly, like I have seen that industries also don't adapt, or they adapt and drop off. Like, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so basically there are some industries who were immune to digitization, during the pandemic. Say, for example, oil and petroleum, food and food processing, packaging. So their business was going as is, and so these kind of industries where they don't depend on digitization for their new product or new markets, they use digitization only for their internal process improvisation, which they are still doing it. But they don't, invest so many dollars as compared to some other industries like banking, health tech, edutech, as we have spoken.
So when we speak of digitalization, where are we heading? What is the future of digitalization, Dr. Rai?
See, basically, what I can think, the future is everything intelligent. Intelligent finance, intelligent operations, and bringing more profitability, intelligent supply chain, fulfillment. So those kind of area, I think what the things will move further. So as an example, if I want to say that the entire finance department can be automated in terms of the, invoice processing, the payments and everything. Once it's automated, so you need hardly any team to, analyze and to take a decision. So it's purely, looking at, specifically, the opportunity for the, the IT service providers who can bring this opportunity into the, the future and making it much profitability for the organization to automate everything. That's what I can see.
I mean, like previously I was talking about, right? So there's a good possibility that as a future, if you look at, there is so much built in so much quick time, right? So early that so many things came in. I would probably see that there is a phase of, or at least there's a cycle of consolidation that will run for some time in terms of either integrating like businesses or like products, or the previous thought what we were discussing in terms of bringing under one umbrella kind of a mechanism. I'm not saying that that's what will happen, but there's definitely need for a lot more consolidation to happen. And that is what will probably drive for next 1-2 years, while we are kind of still figuring out whether it is the hybrid model that we want to operate, whether it is a full open model that we will get into, right? Because so that question still is not answered in several industries, right? Because what is the way of your opening up, right? Especially if you look at several markets on IT side of it, they're still still struggling to get people onto the seat, right? So we are hearing about the organizations that are asked that have asked people to come to office, seen so many resignations, right? So with these kind of trends coming in, what I would potentially see is there's a phase of consolidation that will run, where all the digitalization that has kind of expanded with leaps and bounds with so many apps will kind of stabilize for a certain period of time. And then it will also give some portion of an opportunity for, like Sagar was talking about, the immune people, right? So they haven't seen a need for it in the past, but now they opened up and they would probably seen as like FOMO. Somebody was talking about yesterday, like you have that fear of, I'll be seen as an outlier. We are kind of more into an ancient technologies kind of a stuff. And that pressure would probably put in still some more investment in that space. And those immune industries will start doing some investments. But I believe those projects would be something which is of a longer tenure. Because the scale and the size that they operate and the amount of digitalization that they would need is not in the size or scale of a small app that what we are talking about, right? And the need of digitalization for them would be a longer journey still. I believe that was potentially the reason prior to pandemic, though the term digitalization was there, was not really perceived in the real sense and did not gain enough attention and revenue to do any projects as such, or like to take off at that pace that is needed. Probably it is the time that they will realize and the flow will continue while the consolidation on one side taking place. Majority of the platforms and the teams start getting into that space. So we will potentially see a much more better digitalized world in some time.
So with respect to future of digital transformation, organizations will always evolve. Their internal processes will keep on happening more digital. Robotic process automation is one thing which all the good organizations will adopt. And with respect to the business model and the products, a lot of things will come up with a lot of data analytics. Like we are entering an era of smart cars, smart homes, voice bots, voice search engines. So a lot of things related to AI will come in next decade or so.
So everything happening on a faster pace, security is a concern. How do you see that, Mr. Rai?
See, security is a major aspect, the cyber security. I mean, I think
No,
since
we have
morning
already
we are
discussed
talking
in the
about
morning.
that again and again. So when it comes to the data, so there are a lot of regulations, when it, which is GDPR, HIPAA, lot of regulations. I think that's the priority for any organization as of now. I mean, cyber security you cannot control. I mean, whoever the attacker, he will find a new way to attack again and again. Okay, so the priority, making it priority within any organization, I think that is the only way to take it forward with different quotient, in terms of the risks. So once I think we have a priority, we have a real, concentration on those part, I believe we can get rid of this.
Yeah,
this is what I can say.
With priority comes responsibility. You have to do that. If you have to do that, you have to do it, and you have to secure every way. Okay. So out of this conversation, like in this pandemic, have you guys did something out of the ordinary? Like, for example, built any services or product for your customers? Which way it will help them in digitalization? Anything you brought in, to the market?
The digital, basically again, I'll come in from the the information or data management perspective. So when it comes to the data management, it's very critical from where we need to capture the data. When it comes, let us take an example like the banking industry. So how you will take the data from where? So how, what is the regulation pertaining to in terms of each and every country? When you are touching the personal data or the organizational data, in fact. So that's more critical. So I think, filling up the forms, example, the account forms, example. Okay. So once you enter all this information, is that something really you have a repository to fill up the other information? If it is not, what is the next act? Okay. So as a consumer, as a customer, if I'll start looking at each information what need to be filled, okay, so I'll look into the different aspect of the service provider or the bank, which will give me more, easy way of opening the account, right? So this is what, something which is gradually it's happening, but it will take time. That's what I feel.
I was going to touch upon your security aspect of it, right? Because while we say that this is an opportunity, this is at the same time as a responsibility for us. Because for an end customer, whatever the way that we take the digitalization out to them, if we are not able to provide the necessary security, or if we lose trust because of the security concerns, the journey, whatever we have done, wouldn't make any sense, right? So there is the different sets of market. Like I think somebody was discussing about Internet 1.0, because there are several regions of the world where the internet connectivity or the penetration is not still sufficient enough for us to really claim that you go the digitalization route or something like that. But it became kind of a mandate for us to go in that route, considering the external circumstances that we are in. So there is a bit of a responsibility on us in terms of educating the user and also giving them the confidence in terms of how do you make sure that this is secured enough, and not to lose their trust in terms of while you do the operation of this entire cycle of the consumer usage of that application or whatever, right? So I think the ownership lies on the application owner itself in terms of managing it, and then you have to make sure that customer perceives it as the right resource or the right element. And regulations could potentially give us a direction, but it is us as a tech guys, while we adopt different sets of technologies or integrations, whatever that you do, whatever the AI models that you wanted to bring in, End of the day, you're serving that last customer who may or may not necessarily know how to use this. But it is us who are trying to take that additional dollar from him. So we need to...
It's our responsibility.
We need to do that additional mile of journey to make sure that we incorporate all that in the system. And so our digitalization journey should include not only just making the products or the features of what we are doing on paper into a digital format, rather than the security that what they used to have before, right? Like, let's say I take a document and give it to Karunakar. He puts in a vault and it is secured for the customer. So that level of security or the trust, if you are able to assure to the customer as such, while you give the digital document as well, I think that is where the true digitalization results will be achieved, right? And that is where we will be able to do the sustainable journey. Otherwise, the quick journey, whatever we have done in the last 2-3 years, would kind of start to become fragile in quick time.
It's like digitalization, whatever heights you go, it should be like face-to-face interaction, right? How I trust you, like that. Okay. Can you quickly summarize? Yeah. Okay. Any questions? No, yeah, we can open up questions. Yes, go ahead.
So we talked about digitization, and I'm here on behalf of an electric company. And we have seen two things happening, seemingly unrelated to us, but they're asking us to do digitalization in a sense for them. So one thing that's happening is sustainability. LEED certification is something that's becoming mandatory. See, in Kuwait, where I'm coming from. So banks and corporations are asking us how we can do an analysis for them. And we have to recommend them to stop using paper, go paperless. That's one thing we have to tell them, aside from reduce energy consumption. But it's not easy for a corporation to go paperless, especially considering that a lot of these big corporations have gone through a huge shift of human resource. People who used to be there and who used to know what's going on are no longer available. So you have this bulk of paper out there that you don't know what's happening, so you'll be afraid of touching it, right? So if I am to suggest a solution to these big corporations, I had banks who still insist on papers, and we've been like, hey, it doesn't make sense. You have to ask the people whom you lend money to follow certain standards, for example, and yet you are not following. So how can I pitch digitization to them when it comes to paper documentation, and how can we grab their trust?
Yeah, this is one of the aspect most of the countries are looking at now. Let me talk about the in fact the country where I am working, Saudi Arabia. Okay. The central bank, it's very clear for the banks that they have to digitize each and every information which is coming to the transaction or the account opening forms and everything. Now, recently, it's almost, 6 months after the pandemic, all the banks are allowed to open an account on the digital format. No need to go to the bank, no need to go to any branches, okay? So you can open it online, because when you fill the information, it will ask for you the ID. So the ID is connected to the government repository, so it will validate immediately, so you opened your account, okay? So after opening your account, you can start doing a transaction online. If you want to go to a branch, do any kind of transaction, like you have a check, need to deposit, in that case, they will ask a copy of your ID. So that's how, it's moving now. So maybe this gradually, the check, what we are talking about, maybe this will vanish one day. Every transaction will be digital, completely. So still, this totally depend on the country to country, regulations, the central bank regulations. So that's what I can answer your question. Thank you.
On a different perspective for your problem, especially to pitch on how do we do this, right? So there are two things that we need to understand. One, let's say you buy a house, right? You get a document or a property document that comes to you, right? At least probably the generation who kind of born in 1980s, 70s kind of a thing, you still have that attachment of physically touching and taking possession of that document, which is a kind of a mandate for you to have the sense of ownership of that, right? And you believe that that is in your possession only once you have that original copy, right? So that is one perspective that probably people should go away with and then start believing on, even if it is a virtual document or kind of a stored document, that is still your possession, not necessarily that you need to have a physical copy as such, right? And on the other side, the implementers, right, while they enforce just, saying that, you go digitalization or like go paperless, you need to make sure that, or you need to understand from a customer perspective also, to certain extent, that, a certain portion of the transaction, I cannot completely live on digital, in digital space, right? I have to be on paper. I mean, either it is because of the customer kind of a requirement, or either because of certain spaces only your systems are not still up to date, right? Because if you look at the challenge with most of the banks in the digitalization space is you always look at digitalization from your front-end standpoint. You don't look at your back-end operations digitalized fully enough. I was speaking to a couple of CIOs in the insurance sector some time back. So that's what they say, like when you say digitalization, people look at only your front-end or your application that you basically go to the customer. If you make it digital, that is not digitalization complete, right? So if you really wanted to go paperless, I think it should start in your in the back-end processing, the business process operation space of it, where you pick up the data, where you store the records, or how you are basically storing that information, right? The classic example was the banks which ask for, saying you go paperless, but you ask the customer to provide a physical copy of their proofs to issue a loan or to validate that certificate. And when you change your spectrum completely and your process in the backend is also kind of automated to accept in a digital format, that is when the true digitalization comes in. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a piecemeal activity, and it stays as a vision statement rather than serving the real purpose. So then, if you need to pitch, it has to be kind of a complete system that need to be transformed. You need to invest in all this place. Not only making your UI or UX beautiful and say that, like I give a tab to fill the application, but rest of the process doesn't run that way, doesn't yield the result what you wanted.
Gentlemen, we have to wrap it up now. We're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank
everyone.
you all.
Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. Up next, we have another panel discussion. Find out how to build a tech startup from the ground up and turn it into a prosperous business. Now, our panelists will discuss that further. Can I please call upon stage Sanjay Taskar, founder and CEO of Assimilate Technologies, Shahud Siddiqui, CTO of One Tech Capital, Mohammed Hossam Al-Mawaki, Executive Manager at Trica, and Harshul Patel, CTO and Executive Director at EY. Is it EY? Yeah. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Harshul Patel. Yeah, one is not. All right, so we've got one more panelist and our moderator, Harshul Patel. Yes, Harshul. So we've got a Harshul Patel and we've got a Harshul Patel. Yes, we do. Oh boy. Someone from the technical team, can you please put a chair up on the stage? Maybe I can do that.
I'll help you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you in the mode of sleep right now? Good afternoon. Very good. So we have esteemed panelists with us, and we are going to talk about the most difficult part, which is scaling up the company. So we have Sanjay Taskar, who is a founder of Assimilate Technologies, Shahud Siddiqui from COFAP, who is a CTO, Hosam, who is the executive at Trika, and Harshul, who is executive director at IWA. So before I begin this panel and before I set the context, I just have a quick question for audience actually, so that this is a quick survey. So how many of you ranges between 1 to 10 employees, if you can raise the hand? Okay, between 10 to 30 and above 30? Interesting. So I think, the scaling from 1 to 10 is quite easy in some of the way. Maybe from 10 to 20 is also easy, but when you really cross the 30, I think that's when the scaling challenges really start coming into a picture. And according to, Gartner's recent, update that has come in, one of the main reasons behind, scaling up challenges is, there is a perennial disconnection between the three departments. So one is a customer success, which is the operations, second one is a sales, and third one is a marketing. 70% of the companies are not able to scale their overall operations because there is a perennial disconnection between these three departments. And today we have this esteemed panelist, and they are from the technology and the marketing background and have really shown a seasoned growth out there. So my first question is to Hosam. So I think Trika is competing with Uber, if I'm correct, a bit.
I hope.
Yeah. So before we build a successful business, what are some of the corrective actions that we need to take, according to you? What should be the thought process?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, good evening, everyone. For the starting business, you should think about multiple factors. First of all, you should have a solid plan. It's not like some ideas which has come yesterday and you should open or launch your company the next day. I have seen multiple companies or startups. The ideas came while the guy he is taking his shower, and then he reached to the level that he need to catch his shower just to open his company. That's all leads to cut or shut down the office or the startup. So you need to think about solid plan for the short and the long term, as same powerful and solid. The second key, it should be hiring the right people for you. So you shouldn't hire any kind of people. You should ask about two factors in that, which is the technical or experience side and also the mentality or attitude side. Both of them are important matters. You shouldn't also only hire guys with technical or experience side and forget about the attitude, because this will lead you also to a toxic or failed environment as well. Third point, it should be about when you hire these people, you need to make sure that you need to plant inside them two important keys, which is let them love your business, let them believe in your business, let them own your business, and have the commitment to your work. They should believe in your idea first to achieve your work or achieve your task as well. So that's also an important key to use it. Finally, last but not least, is to keep up with the trends in the country for your factor or for your industry. You shouldn't open a company without having a very dedicated and powerful marketing research. You cannot open without studying the market. If you need to reserve a seat in a market share, you should know your market first. So I think these 4 Ks is almost all the keys you need to have it before starting any business.
Absolutely, thank you, Osam. And I think on top of it, I think, operations also plays a very big role, because if the UI is cool, we cannot just ship the product. I think at the back end, there are a lot of, hygiene and some of the best practices which are required. And I think COFAP has, have proved this, because you have been scaling up aggressively across the Dubai and UAE market. So my question to you, Shahud, is, what are some of the management methodologies as a CTO you recommend, or what are some of the hygienes that you recommend while taking this next leap?
Good evening, everyone. So I think first, before discussing about the methodologies, I think that the most important thing for the startup is to have the right leadership. So how you can define the right is the team which can actually sync with each other, right? And then we can discuss about which methodology is right for this particular startup. So a startup has different phases. So maybe in the initial phase, you can go ad hoc, and you just prioritize ad hoc and then see where's the direction. But maybe after like certain phases, you need a framework, you need a methodology, you need a team who can like follow the same methodology, and then you can see that outcome is coming. So for example, like in our company, we follow OKRs and Scrum in the technology team. So OKRs on the leadership level, where you have the objective on the company level, like, okay, for example, in Coffee app, we wanted to launch a subscription model. And we decided that we want to have like 5,000 subscription by the end of this quarter. So this was our objective. How we are going to meet this objective? Of course, like all the departments, including technology, marketing, legal, everyone has to be aligned, and then they can work together to have this outcome by the end of this quarter. So we set the OKRs, we set the objective, all the departments aligned, leadership aligned, marketing department started working with on their key results. Product team started working on the right product designs. And then ultimately, by the end of this quarter, we didn't receive 5,000 subscription, we received 5. But we at least received 5. So what we did, we received the 5, and next quarter we hit the 3,000, which means that it is not like important to achieve your 100% OKR, but at least you set the priority, you have the focus, and everyone should work together, right? So to achieve it. And I guess like in the startup especially, focus is the most important thing, because distraction is coming from everywhere. You have like events coming, you want to participate, and you have a very limited resource, very limited team. And within this limited team, you have to deliver something, right? So, and of course, startups usually have the funding, so you also have to be aligned with the investors. So all these things matters, and I think the recipe, the right recipe, finding the right recipe for your leadership team is the most important key. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think you mentioned about the funding, of course, which is a main part of any startup out there. By the way, so when we are talking about here, scaling up the company, so we are not talking about the valuations, but we are talking about the making actual revenue of it. I'm not a fan of valuations, by the way, but I think yes, the funding is pretty much required. So I think, Harshul, you were in the US, and I think my question to you that, in alignment with this, that is the expected valuation for the company realistic? And, what's a natural way to measure it? Is it revenue or valuation? Okay, and how to deal with investors to avoid this perennial disconnect that is happening between management and investors? A controversial one, but I think you need to take it.
Absolutely, no worries. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, it's an interesting question, by the way. So let's start, we'll take a few steps back to actually understand what funding is, what revenue is, what kind of methodologies auditors or analysts use to evaluate a company, and the grassroots problem of why there's a disconnect or the perennial disconnect between management and investors. For that matter, it is very similar to the disconnects that you earlier mentioned about between the sales, the management, the product team, the tech team, etc. So typically, revenue and valuation, they are two different, in a way, sides of the coin or two different tools. The problem is when entrepreneurs or founders, they start mixing it for the wrong reasons. Evaluation is something that is going to help you raise funds, period. Cash or revenue is what is going to keep you running. If your startup is not able to be profitable, or if it is not generating cash, any form of EBITDA, it could be 1x, 2x EBITDA, whatever it is, doesn't matter, then you definitely have to think about what needs to be done without worrying about the evaluation. And the problem with the new age startups is, let's consider an example of Google and Facebook. When they bought YouTube, when they bought WhatsApp, Instagram, they paid hefty prices. And because of that, it started a trend, or basically, even I as a founder would want that my company should sell at X billion dollars, which is what, 40 EBITDA, 40x EBITDA, 100 times my EBITDA? No, it doesn't work that way. Experts or experienced advisors and analysts have always advised that anything around 10x your EBITDA is what is considered to be good. And when you try to sell your startup, or when you try to go for Series A or Series B, I'm not talking about angel investment, because that's when I'm assuming that we are just discussing scaling up, not the initial rounds of funding, right? So the first round of funding. So if you're talking about Series A, Series B, when you're approaching investors for that kind of a funding, you definitely need to know that when experienced analysts tell you that your company cannot go beyond 8x, 9x EBITDA, trust them. You are getting the funding, or you are trying to raise funds for the first time, they have been buying or giving funds X times. Probably they have interacted with 10 different companies of the same area, someone who's already doing what you are doing, and they're still talking to you to get some funds out there. So that's when basically that's the biggest mistake, when we try to go by what the wave is in the market versus what the actual worth of the company is. Now, when Google bought YouTube for $1x billion back in the day, that was a few years ago, when even this amount was too big, right? The reason why they bought is they had the vision to make that amount in 1 week, because that's what Google makes these days, correct? We know that from YouTube, Google just in ads revenue makes $1.5 billion a week. At that point, no one would have trusted Google to basically, get, why are they spending so much? That was the question. You, as an entrepreneur, if you have that vision, and if you know that you can reach that revenue, don't exit. Raise. And that's what Snapchat did, right? And if you feel that you are not in a position, or maybe you have the vision, but you are not in a position to achieve that revenue, go for the next series, try to exit as soon as possible. So this fundamental difference of identifying where you can get to, what's your long-term plan, what's your long-term vision. If you are very transparent with the investors about this, that's what basically kills the disconnect. Investors don't care about whether you are spending your money on buying a lavish office, even if it's a depreciable asset. You are spending loads and loads on your furniture or marketing, gifting your clients, etc., as long as you're transparent with them. Accountability, transparency, responding back in time is what feels, makes them feel secure. That's what basically kills the disconnect. The same goes with alignment within the internal teams of the company. Marketing, tech, product, sales, doesn't matter. If the goals are aligned, if they are transparent, this will work, right? So, sorry. So basically, this was about where the valuation helps. But with all of this, what keeps the company running is the revenue. What keeps the revenue is the cash on cash every month, quarter on quarter. That's what keeps the company running. So we as founders, we as entrepreneurs need to make sure that we have a close eye on what our spends are, whether we are generating any revenue or not, and then eventually it will help. Because auditors use all kinds of methods like, cost to duplicate method to evaluate your company, market multiple method, where basically they're going to estimate the valuation of your company based on other companies that got sold, in the similar domain. So all of those methods are just evaluations, but at the end, the cash that comes in is what keeps your company running.
Absolutely. And should we be cautious about choosing investors?
Yes, yes, and a very good example actually for this. So when Uber started back in the day, correct? When Travis basically, he already had exited his previous company at a good, good value, and then his partner also basically had exited for a good value. One fine night, in Paris, they came up with this idea of having, of ordering a cab from their mobile. Travis, as we all know, he is very, outspoken. He is very, shrewd and agile in his methodologies, and that's what we've been hearing at Uber as well. So he basically, when he approached his first investor, correct, back in the day, they had a very interesting conversation at one of these meetups in California. So how it worked was Travis basically was trying to get in touch with this guy for quite some long time, and eventually at one of the parties they just met, and that's where he pitched the idea of Uber. They got down, after the party, after the event, they're trying to head home, and this guy is trying to look for a yellow cab, and no one's turning up. It's probably 11 p.m. in the night, whatever. So Travis takes out his phone and, he orders a Uber app right from his pilot version. They get home together, and while they reach the investor's house, he just lets the Uber go. He had that confidence that he wants to get funds only from this particular guy and not from anyone else. Why? Because he had read that this guy will give full control of the company to Travis as the CEO, as the owner, or as the ideator.
Absolutely.
Given that the control is with you, and if you're really clear with what you want to do, go for it. Because otherwise, there are many companies that have failed due to this, just choosing the wrong investors, just choosing the wrong, guys who don't have the vision, and maybe you and the investor are not aligned to what you really want to do.
Absolutely. I think in alignment with this, I think, digital transformation is also going to play a big role while scaling up, in alignment with the previous panel discussion. But I think, Sanjay, as you are into a product engineering section of it, do you know any solutions which will bridge the gap of this perennial disconnection that is happening around between the sales, marketing, and customer success? Or from your perspective of technology, how to accelerate, how to keep all the plates running at one time?
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. So good evening, gentlemen. So business scalability is all about efficiency and growth, right? And to be genuinely scalable in the modern sense of word, business or organization organization must accommodate increase in demand. So that is the one thing. Second, be top on the things. Like whatever business you are doing, you should be on top of that particular thing. You should not like a moderate level or lower level, which all people are doing the same things. So that one thing. Then anticipate the needs. Just try to do a survey of the market, what things you are doing, how you can anticipate the market need, and how you can generate a traction over there. So that third thing you need to make sure. And fourth thing I would like to say over here, be agile enough to handle a disruption. If there is one thing is not working, you should be able to handle, like a focus on another thing and keep trying the things. If you do this way, agile way, you will get a success over there. So that's the one thing I would like to tell over here. So scaling a business in terms of a startup, I would recommend all the startup entrepreneur, do not start doing all the things yourself. I would I would recommend them to categorize the thing like I can handle the customer success. So become a customer success, keep yourself free to generate the interest in a people and make awareness about your product and services to people so that they can they can buy your product or services. So over here, as most of the entrepreneur, startup entrepreneur doing one common mistake, that is they wanted to do everything. This is a common mistake happens as an entrepreneur. So I would recommend everyone just try to build a team, at least 4 to 5 people, and delegate your responsibility to each and everyone. So that as a business owner, you will get enough time to think on the non-required, the most needing things, which you can do, and rest of the things can be handled by your pair of teams. So you are building some technical product. So in that case, don't try to onboard your own technical team and sit with them and develop the product. So instead of that, just hire some agency who could help in building such a product for you. They will take care of the product development, and meanwhile you can take care of the marketing and other investment aspects. So in a short period of time, you can build such a product and you can go to the market and you can see the traction. So at the time of building a product, do not go for the entire product development also. So most of the startup doing this mistake as well. They are not testing their ideas in a market. So this is another challenge we are seeing in a market. So you can hire a consultant who can build your MVP, like a minimal viable product, which you can bring in a market. You can test this MVP with at least 100, 200 or 1,000 customers and see the traction. Okay. Once you see the traction, you will get an idea whether my idea is genuine. Can I invest more? Can I find the investor? Okay. So that's why I'm saying instead of delegating each and everything to yourself, just try to build a team of responsible person, like-minded people, and work on that particular vision. So that could help you to bridge the gap and be successful in a market. And we could help you in building any kind of technical product, and we can build your MVP in 45 days.
Absolutely.
So that's our USP.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay. So I think in alignment with this, Shahud, I have one question for you, which is slightly a technical and operational side of it. So I think while building a company, there are 4 factors which is required, which is speed is one, agility is another, accuracy is the third one, and fourth one is the transparency, right? So given these goals, which approach has worked for COFAP while achieving the scalability that has made most sense for you for organization, and that has helped you to ramp up your operational capacities? So what is your thoughts about that?
So
what are your thoughts?
I think all of them are important, but for the early stage startup, I think speed is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you fail. So you have an idea, you have to test fast, and you have to fail fast. If you are going to take time to develop it and then run it to market and waiting for the right time and then try to not to fail in the market, this will actually waste whole year for a startup. And I think for a startup, 1 or 2 years, if you waste these early 2 years, then you are out. Because any other market, even someone who tries to copy you, they will take over the market. Because you have to, and at this stage, after pandemic, so there are so many ideas which you run within a quarter, and you cannot run everything. So you have to try one by one, see which is giving you the right feedback from the customers, what customer is liking. Maybe this MVP is one thing, but MLP, the most lovable product is another thing which I really like, and I try to convince my team to don't think like you have to launch the right thing every time, because I don't want to launch it and take 6 months. I want to take 3 months, launch it and see the feedback, and by the time I can develop it. And I think this is the thing which is working for us.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in alignment with this, I think there is one, maturity point when we are a startup, and at that particular maturity point, we really need, we get that particular pulse that, okay, this is the point, and from this point we need to scale it up. And I think, your company is one of the example of it. So when do we know that it's the right time to scale?
Okay. So the right time to scale is also depending on different factors. First of all, you don't need to panic for scaling. So not from the initial or first sign you get it that you are getting bigger, you should get scale. You should wait for multiple signs it's coming to you and give you a good sign about improving your revenue and your cash flow. Then you can see that we are ready for scaling and for growing or expanding to other places. The other factor is you should think, as I mentioned before, you should think that are you having a strong and good team who have the passion with the new challenge. If you don't have that, you shouldn't go for expanding or growing in another place. So strong team means that this team is ready for fighting, full fuel to go to beyond any other places. Also, you need to check the health situation of your company or your industry, by the way. Your industry, if it's going down or it's about to death, you shouldn't think about scaling, because this is the level or limit you are reaching to. So also thinking about the health situation is a good matter. On the other hand, you should have a good good study for your market about your industry. So, and try to pick the evaluation or coming of the market improvement one by one and fastly, as Shahud also mentioned. The last thing is you shouldn't change in your market or in your industry before a study or before study your step. You should watch your step, you should study it well, and then you need to move it. These 5 factors which you need to
absolutely, absolutely. And I think while scaling up, for a lot of the companies have a tendency to dilute their buyer persona in a way. So let's say if they are reaching out to a certain set of audience before, so while scaling up, they literally broaden their criteria. So I think CoffApp is a SaaS product and your company is a services one. So I have this question for both of you, that what is the best roadmap? Is it going niche or broaden your criteria and test it out? What do you recommend? What kind of strategies have worked for you?
Right. So that's again like a good one. So it would really depend on the type of product that you're building. I'll give you an example. The key or the answer, a one-line answer is that you have to be open. You have to basically keep your eyes open and watch out for opportunities, whether to have a niche in a certain area or just pivot, not necessarily expand the horizon or widen the criteria of customers that you're trying to cater. Pivot, maybe, who knows. So there's this very small startup, that started back in the day around 2012. It's called Wetpix. Okay, so it's from North Carolina in the States, where no one would expect that, starting a startup in this state where there's no vibe or buzz for any, startup thing, very laid back, countryside kind of environment. And there are 3 founders, so Justin and 2 of his friends. They came up with this idea to capture photos and videos so that the local musicians or the band people there, they could just upload videos and get it viral in their own community, so that at least they have some platform to share their videos and have audiences, get some views and impressions. The point being, like 2012, they started this app. They weren't clear what to do, whether to have a niche, whether to build like a super techie photo app when there are already tons in the market. Investors said that you're not getting anything from us. Why are you even doing it when we have so many apps in the market? They still continued. They built their MVP. They are still not sure what to do. They can either niche, they can build something like Snapchat where there's all these jazzy filters and features for recommendations and feeds and stuff, or they could have just basically looked for data analysis. Data analysis at that point was not very technical, right? The user behavior, what do your users actually do in your app, was not limited, or basically there was no way to find out by running big data analytics or some user behavior algorithms to see what's happening. It was very manual at that point. What they did was they basically started evaluating what their users, what kind of videos do we actually have in our app, if at all. They realized that most of them were bride videos. So everyone who's getting ready for their wedding, big day, girls used to brides used to just click pictures, photos, share it internally. Am I looking good, not good, etc., etc. And that's how it worked. These guys realized the potential. Justin himself, after that, at every wedding, just stood with a booth stating that you can use our app for free just to share photos. That's how it got converted into a Wetpix app, eventually running for 2.5 million users, raising a good about 10 or 11 in Series A, Series B. Sorry?
So your key takeaway is to go niche.
Go niche, but be open to what your customers are doing. Okay. Now that can either be manual, and in today's age you can have a lot of these customer feedback forums of how to basically observe or monitor your what your customers are doing. If you have a list of 100 features that you want to build as your product, as Sanjay rightly said, just note down the first 20, build them as MVP, scrap the other 80, because the next 80 will be driven by your customers. Whether you want to go niche, whether you want to build something else, whether you want to build pivot the product completely, would really depend on what your customers want, not what you emotionally or sentimentally wanted to build it.
Absolutely. What is your perspective?
So I think I can give you one example from coffee, right? So coffee app, if you see from outside, you will see, oh, it is extremely complicated because it has everything right now. We call it super app, but we didn't start as a super app, right? So you cannot do everything at the same time. We started with pickup and focused only on pickup. Like our main goal was to make sure that when customer thinks that he wants coffee, you don't have to go and stand up on the line. So it was only skip the line, get the coffee, and enjoy the coffee. Then we realized, okay, there is a appetite for delivery, and then there is an appetite for fast delivery. Because for delivery, for B2B market, of course, when they are in the meeting room, they want the coffee to get delivered. So why not us? Especially when you wake up in the morning and you want a coffee, so why not fast delivery? So all these things depends on the customer need, but you cannot do everything at the same time. It will increase the cost and you cannot test what exactly they want. But of course, when we focus on the pickup, we make sure that we reach that level that even customer can order using their Apple Watch, using their Apple CarPlay while driving. So technology-wise, we focused and tried to conquer one single thing, and then now we are launching our e-commerce as well. So again, phase by phase, and I think it depends what exactly the vision is, right? So yeah, that's the answer.
Absolutely. And I think while scaling up, there is one common challenge that a lot of the startups have seen. It's a leaky bucket challenge. The water is, coming in, as in the new customers are coming in, but there is hole down there, and customers are going out. So that leaky bucket challenge is one of the, critical one. So this is an open question, anyone can answer. So what is the importance of customer feedback while doing this process? Because we cannot scale if there is a leaky bucket problem out there.
Yep. Okay, so regarding the customer feedback, as you mentioned, is one of the important thing you should ask about it. But on the other hand, you should also study it well. to build a business need which met also the customer feedback. Yes, it's important. It's the most important thing, but also, as everyone know, not all customer feedback you should take about it. That's in the backstage we are doing it. But in the front stage, yes, it's important to certain level, and we should take care about it, for sure.
I think, especially in the marketplace, TriCar is also a marketplace, right? So there are a lot of things which are not in our hand as a marketplace player, right? So customer is facing the problem because of the vendor. And maybe the barista who prepared his coffee was not right. So, but he's giving us the feedback that, oh, I didn't like the coffee, and he gave us a bad rating. So basically, dig deeper, try to identify the problem, set the right SLA with the vendors, and then deduct the money if it is possible. Because of course, there is like a customer service team. Whenever customer complains, they refund the money, right? So this is actually the leakage. You are losing all the money. You are saying, okay, GMV is coming, but it is actually by the end of the month, it is half. Why? Because refund happened, because of we didn't make any mistake. So all these things happens, and I think monitoring everything, each and every step is important for the startup, yeah.
Yeah, but one more point for that. What Shahud said about sometimes it's not TriCar or Coffee fault, it's not customer fault, it's by vendor. But you should defend your vision because the user is ordering from your company. That's why we are refunding this money or try to apologize in the way. On the other hand, sometimes it's coming from the customer itself. It's not coming from the vendor. So one of the things that happened in TriCar, one of the customer tried to order, by the way, for the guys who don't know TriCar is for rent car application. It's in Kuwait, and we hope that we will expand soon, inshallah. One of the customer, he ordered a car from one of the biggest agencies we have in Kuwait, and when he need to go to deliver the car, he declined to define his address or put his address in the contract. So no one can give him the car, and then he said, what this bad service? It's, I don't need to put my address, why you need to ask for the address? And then I discovered that this order is delivery order. So how we can deliver your order if we don't have your address? But then still the user is blaming the TriCar and blaming the vendor. This is what one of the cases I said that not every time you should take customer feedback as main feedback.
Absolutely. Sanjay, you want to add anything?
Yes, sure. So customer feedback always play a great role over here. So through a customer feedback, we come to know that where we are lacking, what things need to be improved. So there will be exception, always exception, never if you receive the 100 feedback, so out of that 10-20% would be a negative. So leave it. Negative thing we can ignore easily. But the things out of that negative also we can identify whether the given feedback is correct or not. We need to retrospect on that particular thing. And the positive feedback always gives the energy to do more. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the thing I would say.
I think we are just 2 minutes short. So I think the last question, and it has to be only one-liner from each one of you. And the question is, what is the one advice that you want to give today from your overall experience that you have learned through your startup journey? What is that one thing that we need to do right in order to scale the company? Only one advice, one-liner.
Try and orchestrate your company rather than being a doer. Orchestrate in the sense, build a good team, delegate as much as you can, go live with the MVP as soon as possible. If there's negative customer feedback, use it to your advantage, like Disney and Uber did.
Thank you.
So I would like to tell the people, do the SWOT analysis. Identify your strength, identify your weaknesses, grab the opportunity, and identify your threats. If you do this, you can scale out any way.
I think focus is the most important thing. This is what I learned from last 11 years, that if you don't focus and you do everything at the same time, you lose ultimately. So
From my perspective, is believing in the idea, work on it, think about creative plans just to keep scaling always and always.
Absolutely. And from my side, I think it's only one line of Mr. Philip Kotler. You know, it takes a day to learn about marketing and it takes lifetime to master. So I think while scaling up, I think we all need to master the art of the marketing. I would like to open it up for the question and answers.
Hello. First of all, thank you for the informative panel. It was great. I was more so wondering about that idea. You mentioned leadership is very important, and everyone has their own recipe for leadership. And going back to your point of mentality, how would you say, or what are some key ingredients to that recipe from your point of view?
So, especially in the startup, I think what's the difference between startup and the other companies? Startup usually try to bring the talent from different companies, right? So in different companies, people grow along with you. And in certain startups, of course, when you are in early stage, it's your idea and you build the team. But when you are in a different phase, you bring different leadership from different companies. So first, bringing the right leadership team and then making sure that they actually indulge with each other. And then it takes time because people are different. They are coming from different backgrounds. So finding the right recipe. Maybe one person is wants to write a lot and other person doesn't want to. He wants to speak and he just wants to present. The one person is more into 6-pager type of meetings like Amazon, and other is more PowerPoint type. So these are things which you as a leader, I'm talking about like CEO, you need to decide, okay, for my company, this is the thing which will work. And everyone has to speak the same language ultimately, and they need to align. Yeah.
Thank you for that answer. That's it. Cheers.
I have a couple of questions. Before pandemic to now, the mindset of the investors also is changing. I mean, before pandemic, investors always used to look for growth, right? Now, the language investors speak is the profitability, cash efficiency, right? How do you see this impacting the startups, right? That is my question number one. Question number two, the initial days of startup, the growth being very critical, right? And if you focus more on profitability and the cash efficiency, right? Both are contradicting, right? You need to look at the profitability, cash efficiency, and the growth. How do you really suggest, what are your recommendations? How do you manage these contradicting priorities?
Anyone wants to take it up? Yeah. So I think you might have seen the recent example of Twitter, right? Elon Musk acquired the Twitter. And the first thing that he started doing is to, optimize his costs out there. So if it is happening with such a big brand like Twitter, I think it is very obvious that it will happen with, startups like us. But I think that's where one of the questions that I asked to Harshal was, should we choose investors? I think based on your product line, I think it is very important that we should, reflect on choosing the right investors for ourselves. Because there are two types of investors that I have seen. The first one is, they are very patient and they will, stay with you for, let's say, longer time of period. They understand the sales cycle pretty well and they will, indulge with your vision, right? And the second side of it is the money-oriented investors actually. They want quick returns. They will provide you the money, but they want very quick returns. So I think as a founder, I think we also need to, keep the patience before choosing any investor, right? And to answer your second question about the growth, I think recently I attended one of the conferences with investors, and I think what they have recommended is, I think, optimizing the entire marketing budgets as one of the important things and embracing the organic channels more and not spending more money on the digital ads and those kind of things. So I think over there, the key takeaway of that particular conference, the main conference, was to get along with the revenue operations and select only optimal way of advertising your business right now. And there is one company called Simply Learn, which is in India. It has been growing significantly only with one channel, and that channel is YouTube. and they are growing it with organically. And if you will see their spends, surprisingly, they are extremely on a lower side of it. So I think the key takeaway of inducing a growth strategy is to select only 1 or 2 channels maximum, and then capitalize on that particular part.
Thank you. So how does your view, you spoke about the EBITDA positive.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
Which again, if I relate to the investor's mindset, they also look for the EBITDA positive and the cash efficiency. And so what is your view on that?
Yes. So as Harshal rightly mentioned, it's important basically to choose the right investor. Specifically speaking about pre-pandemic times and post-pandemic times. See, what has happened during pandemic is that the tech world has erupted. So let's say if valuation for a particular idea was X pre-pandemic, we were not even aware of what happens next. During pandemic, somehow that valuation went on to 3x, 4x, 5x. That built our mindset over the last 3 years to expect a lot more than what we would have expected back in the day. Today, what's happened is that that particular bubble has erupted. I mean, basically, it's burst now. We are in a state where investors are in the pre-pandemic mindset with more cautions. And that more cautions and precautions basically, or their conservative mindset is because of the balloon that just got burst in the last 3-4 years. That is what is causing them to focus more on cash flow, cash on cash basis. Probably they won't expect profitability, so much, but then at least they need to see some numbers coming in, some revenue coming in. So if we are planning a startup, at least, this year, next year, unless things, take a calm, unless the storm calms down, we have to focus on some kind of a subscription model, freemium model. Even if you start with something like, the first 12 months are free, subscribe, get customer data. At least you are getting customers on board and retaining them for a period, and in the same way promising your investors that after 12 months you will see revenue coming in, because you are offering some kind of a freemium subscription model. And that's why these days, all these apps, they have all of a sudden taken a turn and trying to adopt this subscription model. So that's one of the solutions I would say that even I personally feel is right in this era, or in these couple of years where we stand right now.
Thank you.
There's time for last question, please.
Just one
quick
last question. Go
Okay.
for it.
Hello. Which one is better? Should I start without scaling or without needing for investors, or should I go by myself, targeting a narrow niche, and then in the future thinking about someone investing in me, or scaling out because I'm scared of the investing idea, because as you mentioned that maybe they'll control, they will not give me the control. So which one is the best?
Actually, regarding this point, both solutions is worked. It depends on with whom you are dealing. You can start with self-funding, and also you can start with the investor. But from my perspective, at least, you will reach to the breakpoint level where you will need investor. But by that level, you should have a dedicated business analysis or data you have with your revenue, with your plan, and what you have for future plan. Then you can look for good funding, which make your business scaled. So you can start with both, but reaching to investor level, you will reach it. That from my perspective.
Okay. I just want to add one thing here. So it depends how powerful your network is. So if you have the network, and if you have enough fund to sustain the initial phase of your startup, why would you want to dilute your shares, right? So of course, no. But if you really want to have the network and initial capital, of course, you have to go for the funding. And finding the right investor, which Harshal was emphasizing today, I think is the most important thing. A strategical partner is what you want. And for example, if you have the choice between a family, an Arab family investment or Aramco, which one is better? Of course, you will go for Aramco, right? So this is the thing which you want to choose between, and then if you decide the right thing initially, maybe Aramco will give you less money than the family. But I would suggest go for the Aramco so that it will be a strategical partnership later on.
I see. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I think the hybrid is, the crowdsourcing as well.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was lovely.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists. Just a quick, no, it's okay. Just a quick photo, you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our recognition session. This is our little effort to draw attention to greatness and inspire aspiring tech enthusiasts to set greater goals. Let's begin. So our first award goes to Thuwania. Oh, wait, sorry. Yes, Jennifer. Sorry, Jennifer needs to come and give the award. Thank you. Jennifer Williams, CEO and President of Virtual Career Institute International, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And our first award goes to Thuwania.
Good afternoon, everyone. So since this is an organizational award, I'm sure a lot of people would want to take the credit. So I don't know where to begin with. That was actually a punchline from Bill Murray's Oscar acceptance speech. So on a serious note, we are truly humbled to be receiving this award. I'm the executive director of Digital in Thuwania. Thuwania not only is the largest insurance firm in the Middle East and North Africa region, also we're driving real change in digital experience when it comes to insurance, the larger landscape of insurance, the ecosystems around it. Going from your insurance cover right to value-added services in health and wellness and so on. I'm joined by my colleague Abdulaziz. He heads our program management. Without his key contributions, the accolades wouldn't have been realized. I would also take the opportunity to thank my team back in Riyadh. Without their hard work, effort, it wouldn't have been possible. Of course, my colleagues in leadership also, I think their support was vital. Would like to thank Internet 2.0 Conf guys for considering us for the recognition. And I wish you a lovely evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. And our next award goes to Anirudh Vasudev.
Hello, everyone. So I barely have no words to speak, but my mom and dad are here. It's a huge moment for them, for me. I would like to just thank them, my institute, my nation, India, of course, because tech in India is like the new thing, the big thing that is going to explode in a few years. And to be part of the group which will do great things in the future just makes me want to, be the best in the field. And tech has always been my heart, my goal, and this whole award says that there is a lot to come in the future, and I will be there whenever an opportunity arises. Thank you so much. Thank you, Internet 2.0.
Thank you. Congratulations, Anirudh. I love your energy. And the next award goes to Giol Jordan Giancola. Congratulations.
I don't want to take too much of anyone's time because I know we want to enjoy after drinks and, networking. But I just want to start off by thanking my beautiful mother who's standing in the crowd. And on top of that, my team in Southeast Asia for Avium, of course, Kiwi in Zurich, and I can't thank my team enough in New York. I just want to say lead by kindness and lead by inspiration, never by fear. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Our next award goes to the company Subtle AI. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for the recognition. So, yeah, we're super excited about what we've done at Subtle.ai, right? We have essentially created AI experts that can understand your documents, your videos, your custom source of text, and essentially answer any queries that you have on top of them. So, a crazy amount of potential for e-learning and for information support during operations, right? So looking forward to the future, and if you have any requirements on this front, or if you believe your customers can benefit from it, we also have integrations in place. So looking forward to network and exploring synergies accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next award goes to Abdullah Al-Bakri. Is Abdullah here? No worries, we're going to move on. Bastien Pino. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hi everybody, so I'm Bastien Pinot, I'm the CIO of the Orchestra Primamain clothing company. So we are a European leading for childcare textile and clothes. I'm really glad to have this kind of recognition because this is the fruit of the work for my team, because we are trying to deliver a digital transformation for, trying to make unified commerce. This is quite complicated after the pandemic and so on, so I'm very glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our next award goes to Hashmat Ali Khan. Congratulations.
It's nice to be in the session, Internet 2.0. Thanks for hosting us. It's a great honor to be here. And thanks to my colleague who have trusted me, and have been thankful to all my team who have let me achieve this. Thank you. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you. And our next award goes to Jacques Reynaud.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this award. I dedicate it to my team and my wife sitting in the room. And I'm a French guy, reason of my special accent. And I represent a French company located in Ireland, dedicated to digitalization and industrial IoT, especially to improve the water consumption in agriculture around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our next award goes to Jasim, Viren, and Sarath.
Hi, myself Jasem. Our company name is Offerpedia. We are based out of Bahrain. We are an engagement tool for small-scale businesses, online and offline. And inshallah, soon we are coming to UAE. And thanks Internet 2.0 for this auspicious award. Thanks. And I dedicate this award to my mom, dad, as well as my whole team, especially my newborn Zahra Fatima Jasem. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our next award goes to Pratik Adidala.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm from Hyderabad. My team's from Hyderabad. We've been in business for the last 6 years, and today marks a 6th anniversary, actually. So it feels nice to be recognized here. So thank you for, I'm speaking to my team here. Thank you for the wonderful work that you guys have done. I'm just here on your behalf. So thank you.
Thank you. Happy 6th. And our next award goes to SR Kaushik Ram. Congratulations.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, absolutely honored and delighted to be in this evening. So, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Belcorp Studio. I'll just take a minute here. So, we initiated a few years back with the intent of building solutions that empowers businesses with their digitalizations. And over the years, we've grown to a wonderful set of team through which we right now cater to Fortune 500 firms, startups, and global institutions across the world with artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotic process automation, simulation, industrial automations driven technological solutions. So I'd like to take my opportunity here to thank my family, my wonderful team, because as everyone pointed out, without the team, we're nothing. And my wife, I'm married, yes. So, and also would like to extend my gratitude to all the fellow members, advisors who helped us reach where we are today. So thank you for the wonderful evening, and my congrats to the fellow awardees and the grand jury here. So they've recognized all the hard work that these entrepreneurs have put in. So congrats to all of you guys, and hope you realize your dreams and your product vision very soon. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And our next award goes to Shivani Sharma. Is Shivani here? Yes, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm really humbled over here and very enlightened to meet everybody and the conversations I had these past 2 days. Like Henry Ford once said, don't find faults, find remedy. And this has been pretty much the motto of my life, of what I do and why I do at Cleap Technologies, which is a cybersecurity startup. While we bootstrapped during COVID, we have been receiving an overwhelming response globally for the services and niche that we are into, security as a service, plus audit and compliance. So my team is not here, but they have been with me since the beginning, backing me up, challenging me on every front, and we are over here doing well, and I think it's because of all of them. So thank you, and I wish you good luck for the next 12 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani. Don't find faults, find remedy. I'm going to remember that. And our next award goes to Camilla Manera. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the award. I want to thank especially to my team that it's back in Argentina, in Mexico, and in Colombia. We are a football startup, so we're in the middle of the World Cup. So it's a very special moment, and Argentina is playing tomorrow to the finals. So I hope we have luck. So I want to thank you to them, to all the support, and to my family, especially also, and my mother that is here supporting me every day. And also this award, it's for all the women. I've been working a lot in women leadership, so also working in tech companies. So I want to also give this award to all of them and giving me the support. Thank you.
Thank you. We're all supporting Argentina tomorrow, aren't we? All right, the next award goes to Sate Weldon. Is Sate here? Sate Weldon. We're going to move on. ICAD. Anyone from ICAD? Congratulations.
this award I am receiving on behalf of my company, ICAD, Innovative Contractor of Advanced Emission. ICAD is basically a technology provider. It's been in GCC and in the Asia-Pacific market from the last 12 years. They had grown from 30 employees to 2,500 employees. We are one of the biggest system integrator, especially in KSA and the GCC. We are working with one of the biggest developing projects in the region, like NEOM, Red Sea, airports. So thanks to our management and the CEO for giving us opportunity, and this award actually dedicated to them and all our teams who are working in ICAD. Thanks for having here an Internet 2.0 to give us an opportunity. And thank you for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next award goes to the company MasterCard Center for Advanced AI and Cyber Technology.
First of all, a big thank you to Internet 2.0 conference for this recognition. So I am receiving this award on behalf of my entire team at MasterCard Center for Advanced AI and Cyber Technology. So we all must be knowing what MasterCard does. Within MasterCard, what this particular center does, so with the overarching MasterCard mission statement to establish and maintain trust in payment ecosystem, so we leverage the powers of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain to create state-of-the-art cybersecurity products. This conference, amazing experience. I got to learn and know so much. Glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next award goes to Ans Shabir. Congratulations. Yes, it is.
Okay, so thank you, Internet, for the recognition. So what you saw is one of the video of our virtual concert. So Moshpit is a virtual concert platform, and we believe that we are creating a solution for artists of any scale to conduct their virtual concert in the metaverse. So that's all for me. I'm really honored to receive this award, and this award really goes to the whole team in Pakistan, in US, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next award goes to Khaditao Kamara.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organization team for this incredible event, Internet 2.0. I'm 29 years old from Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm CEO of Psychogen. It's a French and international company specialized in engineering, management, construction, formation, in renewable energies technology development. This is my first award in my career. Outstanding Leadership Award that honor me as a woman leader in my activity. Thank you for this incredible honor and the validation. Also, I want to thank God, Alhamdulillah, for blessing me. What I can say, with prayers, when God is with you, no one can close the door that God has opened for you. Absolutely no one. So, I dedicate this leadership honor to my family, especially to my mother, Diallo Salimata, because she is my model, my role model, my reference. She motivates me, teach me, give me advice and all support. I love you, Mommy. I dedicate to my father, Suleiman Kamara, who teach me, give me advice and all support for my choice to be engineer and entrepreneur in new energies and a leader as a woman. Love you, Dad. I dedicate this honor to my uncle, Sise Umar, who give me all advice and support in my career. I dedicate this honor to my brother and sister, Alassane Kamara, Ibrahim Enshana Kamara, Marietou Kamara, and Aisha Kamara for all support. I dedicate this honor to Ivoire Hydrogène Team, Philibert Dutrieux, Flaviana, Jean-Baptiste Kwasi, Afidou, Adrien, William for all support. For young people, I give them advices to believe in themselves, trust themselves, don't listen negative people. Go ahead and your dream will become a reality. Thank you for this honor.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our next award goes to Ahmed Saud Tahir. Congratulations. I'll hold it.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the event. It was an amazing event. And I'd like to say that with technology, I guess events are a way for networking. And I got caught up yesterday. Apparently, I was supposed to receive this yesterday, but I couldn't make it. I was caught up on a sales call. So anyway, that happens to all of us, right? So anyhow, this is an amazing, feeling that I have related to recognition for what I have worked for throughout my tech career. I work for a company in Riyadh, and they provide software solutions. Doesn't matter that we work on VR, AR, XR. We also work on mobile application development. And I also work with a close friend here in Dubai with a company called Educo, which is an educational platform. Basically, it's like an ecosystem that provides and fulfills the needs of every parent from the time that they enroll their kid into the schooling system down to the time when their kid passes out from the university. So we have more than 20 programs that we provide in educational services with that company. And definitely, when it comes to dedications, I'd like to first dedicate the award to my wife, to whom I couldn't make much time because of my work schedule. And I guess that's one of the things that happens. And secondly, I'd also like to dedicate it to my parents, who had to kind of go through all the hassles of my educational nuisances that I had to go through. And To be honest, I'm really humbled by this award and by the outstanding, show up of such tech excellence in this venue. And I look forward to seeing you guys next year. And I hope you guys all succeed in whatever you pursue in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to all the awardees and honorees, and a big thank you to Jennifer for doing the honors. You are absolutely wonderful. Jennifer Williams, ladies and gentlemen, CEO and President of Virtual Career Institute International. Moving on to our last session of the day, it's going to be a panel discussion on the topic, ensuring data privacy in the age of big tech domination. Can I please call upon our panelists, Sean Cooper, Director of Public Service Team, Matthew Hogan, founder and CTO of Conversed, he's also our moderator for today, and Subramania Joy, CEO and founder of Origraph DLT Group.
Hello, everybody. So we've got a very interesting topic today, ensuring data privacy in the age of big tech domination. And it's actually quite interesting because we've got a diverse skill set up here from all spectrums, actually. And so I think it's going to be quite an interesting experience. So if I could just hand it over to Sean quickly and just give a little bit of background about your background, and then we can go through and we can start this presentation.
Sure. So from my perspective on this panel, I work in the signal intelligence field. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's the raw internet data, big data. So my company actually provides access to that internet telemetry and digital conversations and other things in that realm to, in my space, the public sector space, to governments, and my counterparts into the commercial world. So data privacy is an interesting thing in my world.
Two hats almost.
Yes, absolutely. As a citizen or global citizen, it can be concerning, but as typically most of our users are law enforcement, intelligence, I want them to find the bad guy.
Right.
So.
Makes sense.
Interesting.
And Subu, can you give us a little bit of your background? Because it's actually very fascinating too, especially what you're doing with blockchain.
Thanks. I'm the founder of Origraph DLT. We call it a fourth generation blockchain, or so to say DLT. What we have built is, in a sense, hypersonic DLT, because we are able to demonstrate more than 100,000 transactions per second, where blockchain suffers from scalability, latency issues, and throughput issues. And that's what, and we've been able to do it with a latency, with a sub-second latency typically in the range of under 100 milliseconds, that a transaction gets validated and posted onto the ledger. Given that scenario, the type of applications that we've been pursuing is in consumer identity and access management, fintech, healthcare, education.
Can't hear. Is there a... There it is.
Yeah, so it's been in that space, and now we have integrated open data, open banking, essentially, which I think where this topic comes in, where you share consumer data, or the consumer shares his personal data with his consent and with an immutable ledger to capture who, for what purpose it's been shared, and what's the and who with whom it's been shared.
Right. Subu, can you explain just, there's one project that you had in regards to the parking meters that you told us yesterday. Can you just elaborate on that one, just to give a bit of a broader spectrum about what you're doing in regards to a use case?
So in the case of parking, one of the issues that we face today is that we have to in most places, the minimum parking fare is set to $1 or €1 because that's the minimum transaction that a card can execute in some of the geographies. Secondly, there is no correlation, or you do not capture the vehicle details or the driver details who has parked the car. Now, therefore, the attribution fails, and if both are bound together, then you have a much larger gameplay on data, which can personalize a person's car parking habits also.
Right. Yeah, so with that, like parking meters, where they're basically getting double dipped for like an hour, but with tokenization, you can actually make it so that it's like that hour is paid for, but by multiple people.
Correct. So with a platform like Origraph that I work on, we are looking at micro transactions, which can be, if it is for say $1 an hour, someone parks for 5 minutes, they need to pay only for 5 minutes.
Yeah, which makes sense. So those that don't know me, I've actually collected over 120,000 data points on myself over the last 13 years. It's roughly 20 pieces of data per day. I am the world's laziest artist. I'm producing the most expensive art piece in the world. And essentially what I'm doing with that data is every interaction that I have, say with friends, for example, I'm pulling out 20 data inputs beforehand, the time of the event, and 20 data points afterwards. So I know, like, for example, all my consumption in regards to every coffee I've had for 13 years, what type, where it is, what the time of it was. I've got the date, obviously. I've got GPS coordinates, and then I've got weather data. And from that, what I can do is actually produce a piece of artwork, a unique piece of artwork that's based on the data set, to create generated art, and then give that to my friends, family, as a piece of NFT art. And that becomes an object that is then consumable and tradable on blockchain technology. Additionally to that, I'm founder and CTO of Converse, and we're a minting house for NFTs. Essentially, we created a system where we can automate application builds for iOS and Android to the store. So essentially what we can do is print economies in literally minutes. We're working with pro athletes and pro coaches around the world in regards to doing knowledge NFTs and having it also on the blockchain so that knowledge can actually be used and people can have ownership of their knowledge in perpetuity so that they can actually... So we have, for example, Sasha Bajin. He is the former hitting partner for Serena Williams. And he's a partner with us in One Pro Tennis. And basically, with this, it means that Sasha's kids, his grandkids' kids, could all benefit from Sasha's intellectual property in regards to his knowledge. And so that gives you a little bit of a background about what each of us do. In regards to that, I might get Sean to basically explain a little bit more about, or we can just discuss about data collection in general by big tech, because this is actually a really interesting point. You know, so if you look at, for example, how Facebook and Google actually harvest data, if you look at it from, say, my perspective, a lot of the time they say it's free, right? Or you're clicking into terms and conditions that are so built that you don't have any transparency about what the data is used for. And this is actually a bit of a problem. Even, say, on Facebook, for example, if you break a leg and you turn off everything in regards to, I don't want to be tagged, I'm not going to post anything, I don't want anything collected on me. You've still got friends tagging you in photos. You've got someone writing you a comment to say, hey, Matt, you broke your leg. Or, Matt, I heard you're sick, what happened? Even if you don't respond, you've got other people that are actually creating the data around you as an individual, even though you don't want that data known. And that's a big issue, like with medical data, etc., privacy. And that's one part that I see is a big problem with big tech, where it's not transparent enough in regards to the collection of data, right? Do you guys have any other use cases in regards to, what are your thoughts on that, Super?
Yeah. There are like, you know, if you want to capture an individual's PII, that's personally identifiable information, as well as his possible behavioral data, then there is a lot of play that comes in where privacy has to be controlled, and then, you know, the sharing of the data has to be limited to what the user decides to share. One thing we need to realize is the user owns the data. Today, the current scenario is, for example, when you share information with banks or, say, Amazons of the world or even Netflix of the world, they are capturing your data and they are storing the data, and they are actually harvesting the data without your consent, I would say, or even without your knowledge. Often you don't even know what data has been shared and with whom, which can be quite, I would say, detrimental from a privacy perspective.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So today, if we can turn that around and move it to a point, say on a DLT, like what on a DLT where you store user data on the DLT, and with open data systems, you have the user's consent to share the data for a given purpose. The user owns the data and the user decides what data is shared and how it is shared and for what purpose it is shared. Again, I just come back to the example that we were discussing earlier. Supposing someone has to go and buy, say, liquor in the US, they need to prove that they are above the age of 21. Today, they would give out their, say, driving license or a passport or any other form of identity or the SSN card, which would also contain other pieces of information like his address or maybe his email or his phone number and what have you. Now, very often the liquor store may take a photocopy of that and store it. All they need to know is you're above 21 or not. If they are storing your entire card or say a driving license, you do not have any control on where the data is going and what is the purpose, what other purposes is it being used for. You do not control anything once it has crossed the line. And which can be a security threat, a privacy threat at some point in time. There have been enough cases that have been reported, many more cases not reported. Yeah. So in such cases, when you have open data and all you need to say, share a photograph of yours and validation that you're above 21 or below 21 is all that is required. In such cases, we can, data systems are already available, which can protect someone's privacy.
Yeah. Well, I look at it like, say, with Amazon Alexa, I've got friends that have, like, say, 4 Alexas at home, right? Yeah. And they invite me over, I go over there to dinner, and I don't know that they've got Alexa, actually I do, but every time you go in there, you know that their Alexa is actually recording you. Now, I haven't signed up to that. Like, they have agreed to those terms and conditions from Amazon. Mm-hmm. I haven't. But when I go in there, if they don't tell me, if they're not explicit in regards to that, and unfortunately a lot of the information that is presented to them, they don't realize how much of that data is actually used against them or, to find certain things. But one thing that really freaks me out is if you're having a conversation, it could be a private conversation with a friend, for example, and then all of a sudden in your YouTube, even if you're not logged in, the stuff that you talked about is actually coming up in the feed.
Correct.
This creeps me out massively. I'm just like, you sit there and go, hang on a second, I didn't search for this, Actually, my friend talked about it, and now it's coming up, okay, what's happening here, right? And I think that's where some of it is actually quite creepy, And it's same with my data, for example, Subu, just on a separate point, which hotel are you staying in? Which hotel are you staying in?
I lost you.
Which hotel are you staying in?
I'm staying in a hotel in Dera.
What room number? What room number?
414.
He's open with his data. That's great. Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah. So the funny thing is, they asked Zuckerberg in Congress the same question, and he wouldn't answer it. But the interesting thing is that Facebook, Google, all the big tech companies track you, right? Correct. So they already know. And the thing is that data is actually of value. If you know the footprint of everybody and you can control the map system, you would know the footprint of someone going into a particular restaurant at a particular time, the frequency of traffic, and whether or not people go to certain restaurants. You could actually, from that piece of information alone, start a very successful chain of restaurants that specialize in this type of cuisine. In these streets, because you already know, that's where everybody goes. So the big data that is collected on everybody is actually of value, economic value, and I don't think people realize exactly how much value that is,
Yeah, there's an interesting thing that just came to mind, and even some of the roads are collecting data.
Yes, right.
Within, there's data collection capabilities in the roads.
Correct. When your vehicle goes over the sensor plate.
Yes.
Right, correct.
So,
traffic flow.
I didn't sign up for that,
No. Did your car sign up for that? Was it a Tesla?
No.
No.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's a constant.
It's a constant battle. It really is. There's, is it Clearview or Clearwater? They're an AI company in the UK that were actually doing scanning and scraping of the internet. And they're using basically AI to work out basically facial recognition with biometrics. So working out the AI with the distance between the eyes and the nose and the eyebrows and stuff like that. But they scanned the whole internet for that. And then they tried to flog that data to government agencies in order for like border security. And the Australian government actually turned around and said, well, how you harvested that data was actually illegal because you weren't transparent in how you collected it and you didn't tell people what you used for. And I think that's one of the biggest topics right now in regards to big data is I've agreed to these terms and conditions and maybe, okay, in the contract you've said you can use it for these purposes, right? Now, if I'm aware that you can use it for those purposes, what stops you from using it 10 years down the track because an engineer's gone, you know what? We have all this data sitting on the shelf. How about we do this with it, right? So if you look at, say, the book scanning that Google did, well, that's actually really interesting. They scanned, like, say, the 10,000 books, and they did the OCR on it, right? And after that, they actually got sued by the publishers because they were scanning in all the books, right? And they paid the fine because they can, right? Anybody else that did that probably couldn't pay the fine.
Yeah.
But now you've got artificial intelligence out there that can write an email with predictive text better than most people.
ChatGPT.
And so the question is, who owns that AI?
Yeah.
Is it the writers? Because if it comes down to liability, we're starting to get into a really interesting topic. You know?
Yeah. So I think we're going to be seeing many more such applications or scenarios come up with, I guess, AI and what else we are, whatever ecosystems that we are seeing in 4IR. Interesting times ahead, but obviously it's a data play, and the privacy, user privacy will always be in question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so, Sean, in regards to law enforcement perspectives and the end goal, can you tell us a little bit about data collection?
So yeah, so from a law enforcement perspective, so understand that there's a malicious event that had to deal with data exfiltration by someone who wants to use it for malicious purposes or to insert that into the hacker's world ecosystem for sale, if you will. What, from a law enforcement perspective, so as we talked about earlier, the two hats. Put the hat on of law enforcement and says, hey, we want to take all the information we have that we've collected on those conversations, those digital conversations that led to the exfiltration of said data, and I want to find out who that individual is. Now, from a pure law enforcement creed, you're limited in addressing a personal identity from a perspective. But if I happen to be intelligence, a level above, who's going to stop me? How do you even know I have access to that, to get that? Now, from a law enforcement perspective, I want to get that person who did that. From a global citizen, I'm saying, hey, wait a minute. You have my personal identity. You have access to me, or even though I didn't do that, but you could do that to me.
Yep.
And maybe you could, well, I don't even want to go down that other path, but
well,
yeah.
It's also interesting too, who defines malicious activity?
Yes.
And is it transparent about who actually is the person that says, you know what, that is malicious activity? And who are they? Like, who's checking the security guard?
Yes.
You know? And I suppose when you look at it, you go, well, okay, it's apparently malicious activity. What deems it as malicious activity? Who's actually making that decision? Who owns the company that's collecting all the data to give out, right? And I understand on 2 points of view, like, You've got like the CEOs of the company, for example, that are basically doing this on behalf of government. They don't want to be known because they don't want to be compromised, right? But on the other side, you've got people that are like, hang on a second, who's actually checking my data, right? Why has my piece of information been used, or been flagged as malicious, right? So these are really interesting parts in regards to the equation.
Yes, some of these that we've never had to address before.
Correct.
Just what he was saying is we're evolving in technology.
Exactly.
We're learning this on the fly.
Yeah, well, interesting, in Berlin last week, they were saying that the 25 people basically were talking over Telegram, and police basically arrested them because of a government takeover, and that was just on German national television, right? So they were actually using the conversations from Telegram to actually basically enforce law.
Yeah, it's interesting for them to go back to an analog version of communication because from a digital perspective now, we have learned and evolved how to track that.
Yes.
When initially, when they moved from analog to digital, we didn't know how to do that.
Right.
So, from a data privacy perspective, interesting.
Yeah. It crosses over a lot of different borders.
One of the issues that has been there in that space is, unfortunately, or I would say just the ecosystem is such that the technology leads the policy making.
Yep.
And which is why I would say once technology evolves much faster than any governmental policy making or definition of laws or rules in this case, and they're often lagging in almost all parts of the world. I guess if policymakers can get into their act and therefore come up to speed on this, maybe some of the issues will get resolved before matter hits the roof.
Correct. It's like a sandbox,
Yes.
You've got a situation where you've got all these different technology toys, IoT devices connected to microphones, cameras, and then
Smart TVs.
And the kids can play in this little sandbox and push the limits and the borders and the boundaries, and then they start hitting each other.
Just to give you an idea, as of this moment, we've had smartphones now for almost 15 years.
Wow.
We still don't have regulation on what data is being collected, how
From the
is it
smartphone.
stored on just our smartphone. A simple example is almost every app asks you permission to read your SMS. That means
That's
they're reading
correct.
your OTPs, they're reading your bank
Yep.
transactions, they're reading what you're purchasing,
Yep.
everything.
Correct. And I think too, one of the biggest problems is that a lot of people are naive in regards to what and how data can be used against them. There was a guy in New York many years ago, and I know because I'm doing the self-collection of data. There was a guy in New York that got framed for a crime, and he wasn't actually collecting data on himself at the time, right? But he got framed for a crime he didn't commit. He got locked up for 3 or 4 years. He got let out, and then every half an hour he took a photo with his cell phone to record where he was, because he was so scared that he'd get locked up and framed again, right? I guarantee you back then they had the information from the cell towers anyway, but he just didn't have the right people. I know a guy that can have access to that. No, can you help me? Sure. You could have really helped him out.
No comment.
Yeah, so in regards to if there is a breach and how can a person's data be protected? So, Subin, can you weigh in on that? If there is a breach with data, how can a person's data be protected?
Okay. The breach itself, the issue there is that if you're lucky, there are at least 7 or 8 instances of your data spread all over the world. That can be in North Korea and Russia and the US itself, Israel, maybe China, of course. And if you're really unlucky, it can also be in Iran. Now, how do you manage your data having 7 copies, and what is it being used for is $1 million question, or maybe $1 billion question. How do you overcome this is that one of the bigger challenges we have is almost every data store that we have, all the PII information at this point of time are in centralized systems, which means there's a single point of breach that is required. And you must have been reading for the last, I would say, 15, 20 years, so many data breaches happening right from Yahoo to Equifax to all systems being hacked, including, Ashley, what was that? Including dating sites and stuff like that. Recently, I think some of the crypto exchanges also have been breached, which means a lot of data is getting compromised of individuals, their transactions, their behaviors, so on and so forth. The possible and only solution that can come up in this scenario is that we decentralize the data. Each individual holds his own data, owns his own data, and stores it in his private environment, maybe on his device or maybe in a private cloud, which means that if you're looking at 8 billion people today, there would be 8 billion data stores, and there's not a centralized system, so you do not have a single point of breach.
Right.
That's one way to do it.
Right. Sean, can you weigh in on that one as well in regards to the breach and how a person's data can be protected from your perspective? Not really. It walks that line, doesn't it?
No, yeah. Unfortunately, as Subu was saying, is ultimately all of our information is out there anyway from other sources, if not from ourselves.
Right.
From breaches. Often when I speak, sometimes I'll say, you know, Department of Motor Vehicles, who's gotten a letter from them, who's gotten a letter from Home Depot, who's got a letter from Equifax. Maybe you were single, you got a letter from Ashley Madison.
Exactly.
Hopefully you were single. But yeah, so, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say how do you protect that when I don't have control over their environments. Correct. My information is there. They were exploited, and now it's out there, so, yeah.
So what level of data walks the privacy line with law enforcement?
Good question. As I referenced earlier, ultimately we all, in scenarios of law enforcement and obvious exposure of people's information from this perspective, you want to get the perpetrator. But law enforcement levels at the police level and below the intelligence level have limitations. Right. For us from a consumer and a public citizen perspective. But at the same time, I do want to get some resolution. We want to remediate that. Maybe we can stop someone else from being affected if we can get some of that information, but that's where you have to walk that line from a data privacy perspective to have access to that information. And that no matter what country you go to, and I know there's certain levels, there's levels to that data privacy depending on the country you're in, of what they have access to. So it's a tough equation. Do you want more information to be available? No. About me? No. But if you are the bad guy, yes, I want you.
Right.
So that's the line you have to walk. But yeah, it's tough.
It's actually very interesting because like even with AI and how it's all collecting our data as well, and they're making decisions. AI is actually making decisions for people, right? And depending on where they actually get their resources from and harvest their data from, depends on how the AI interprets that, right? And how it delivers a message. So I know with like Alexa, for example, there was a 4-year-old that turned around and said, "Hey Alexa, does a penny fit into a toaster?" Well, a penny technically does fit into a toaster, but if a little girl of 4 was to put a penny in a toaster, well, that could be a problem, right? So it's how that data is collected and how it's used and how it's interpreted, and it's like right now, I feel like it's a bit like the Wild Wild West, you know, with data collection. You know, you got the toys in the sandpit, we've got these technology toys. They're all sitting there, everyone's playing, they're hitting each other with them, and now we're looking in the sandpit and going, well, it's not so good. We need to take this toy away, you know, we need to regulate this one. You know, we need to make this one more transparent. And I think that's the point in technology where we're at now in regards to big data and, you know, what gets collected on us, making sure that there's like some transparency around the data. And if the data with its intended purpose changes, meaning, you know, you've got it for this specific use case, and now we're going to change the rules and invent something over here, then, you know, we basically either get updated, informed, and having it transparent, similar to what GDPR is attempting to do in Europe right now.
Correct.
You know, I think like with GDPR, it's quite interesting in the tech space because they've been forced to do it on a certain time frame, for example, and a lot of small to medium businesses were pretty affected by that because they couldn't actually meet the rollout plan, you know, in regards to conforming to data privacy in regards to GDPR. The big tech companies can, and some of them don't want to. They'd rather just be like, you know what, we'll just pay the fine. You know, so I find this aspect really quite interesting. And another thing recently with Elon Musk, for example, you know, he's obviously just bought Twitter. You know, now he's just opened everyone's accounts. But the interesting thing is he's turned around and said, oh, hang on a second, OpenAI, they've been scraping our data to use it for their chatbot, conversational AI.
Correct.
Right? And so the thing is that that's on Twitter's platform. That's their content. It's similar to my stats. I have my application, I'm recording personal statistics, I'm putting it in there. No one has access to that because I'm doing artwork. That's going to be the most expensive artwork in the world. So with Twitter, I find it quite interesting with Elon Musk saying, you know what, we're going to rein that back in. Now, that's our intellectual property and our users' intellectual property, and we're going to develop a model around this, to a business model to actually have it so it can contribute to OpenAI, but with a cost, right? And I think also with blockchain technology, even now, we can put in systems where any type of chat system, like even the book scanning that I mentioned, you know how many pages you scanned? Yeah. From which book? You know which publisher is actually being used. That AI has a value to it in regards to each book and its contribution. And I find the book scanning one quite interesting because if, for example, you go to the library, right? Mm-hmm. So you can go to the library and free, like it can be free, you can pay for the library book, right? Or like to actually rent it, right? And transact that way. So even if you go to a library, there is still a transaction. The library's purchased the book to begin with, right? Purchased several of them, right? So there's always a transaction fee, right? But with just scanning the books and having people's intellectual property, I question it and say, who actually owns the conversational AI that is being generated right now? Because that's actually written off the backs of a lot of different authors and writers out on the planet. And the interesting thing is, and if you look at, say, OpenAI, the middle class, for example, and the script writers and stuff like that is actually being affected by OpenAI. Just yesterday, we were playing around with OpenAI, and you can write press releases really quickly. It's incredible. Like, I was a bit shocked with how much came out in this press release. Please write me a press release on this. And it just spits it out. That is incredible, right? And so I can see why there is a disruption like 2023 in regards to conversational AI and this, and with big data. That's going to be a very hot topic, you know?
Absolutely.
And it does come down to ownership, like who does own it, right? If you do own it, right, and you own the data, like as in OpenAI owns the data, right? Do they also say, I'll put my hand up for any injury that has occurred because a girl put a penny in a toaster?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Like, where do they draw the line?
Yeah, that's one aspect. The other issue that has happened is not just breach of data, but also denial of data. Mm-hmm. There was just last week in India, we had an issue with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is the biggest hospital in Delhi. It's a government-owned hospital, and we had an issue with, I think, some Chinese hackers blocked out all the servers.
Right.
And for about 10 days, the servers weren't accessible to the hospital itself, and they were demanding 30 bitcoins.
Oh, right.
And
holding them ransom.
Yeah, holding them
right.
at ransom, and the entire hospital had to go offline and work on paper and pencil with all the medical records of the patients on the servers not accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that almost leads us into a different subject matter around data privacy in the healthcare vertical, but I'll leave that for another discussion.
Yeah.
But that's another aspect of...
That's a huge aspect.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. If you get your blood sample done, who's got that data in their system and where's it go?
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I've often wondered. I used to donate trombozytes to cancer patients actually, and I'd get the whole, because it's for my stats, right? So I'd get this huge like printout of all the blood samples. And I often wondered, you know, I'm going to collect this for my stats, right? But they also have access to it. And what are they going to do with it? And I don't sign anything in regards to, you know, that they get to use it for other purposes, right?
And or their vulnerability.
Exactly.
Which is a common issue globally in the healthcare vertical.
Yep. Well, in cases like that too, you've got like say organ harvesting. You know the person with the blood type. You know that they're there. You know, thanks.
So
you know, that's where data can be used against you. You know,
absolutely.
The military hospitals.
Right.
Damage your military.
Yep.
From an attacker. Yes. So it's sorry to be the boogeyman.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think Super, you wanted to talk also about open data.
Yeah.
As well. Can you touch a little bit on that subject?
So I think open data and DLTs will go hand in hand in the near future. DLTs will provide the decentralization of data, where the user has control on the data and he can, and is stored with the data, all his private information, all his records, all his activities can be stored privately on a decentralized system. And coming to open data, whenever he wishes to share that data or any requester asks him for that particular data, it can be his health records, education records, banking and finance, so on and so forth. You have a immutable record of his consent being given for that particular purpose, and that requester using it only for that particular purpose, and for which there is a audit trail, so to say, set up, which can be recorded on a DLT platform.
Yeah.
Such applications is where we can ensure data privacy of individuals or personal businesses, so to say, while not just data privacy, but also security of the data against what we have been seeing as hacks or data breaches over the last, I would say, 20, 30 years.
Mm. I think it's good too, like if you have, like, say, centralized systems, say for passports, for example, right?
Yeah.
There's no need right now to have an actual physical passport, in my opinion, you know, because all the governments can work together. You've got the biometric scans, you've got enough AI in, you know, surveillance cameras to actually work out that you are who you say you are. There's retina scans, etc. In fact, in that regard, you've got like more data privacy issues in regards to the person that's handling your passport, right?
Absolutely. So open data in that sense will be quite revolutionary, because you're giving the permission to access that data only into the owner's hands, in the sense the individual will own his data. It's not Amazon or Netflix or a bank which owns the data and they use it in whichever way. In this case, they would have to access the data only with the consent of the user and define the purpose. So if the user wishes to monetize, he can monetize it.
That's
as we
great.
were discussing, like if he wishes to say, for example, with your systems that you have been building, say you have now 13 years of data of where all you had coffee and what type of coffee, right? And if you wish to monetize that, you can go to Nestle and tell them these are my flavors of coffee and this is what I like.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
That's the way I
Or the
envisage it
Starbucks.
as well. You can create APIs, you know, into the blockchain and allow universities and different levels of engineers and data scientists to basically mine that data and do query strings against it and have a data set that's just a little bit more unique, you know, just to test their brains a little bit. You know?
Absolutely. You can add an AI layer on top of, say, a DLT, which will then, you know, help, say, Matt share his coffee tastes and flavors and his preferences, say with Starbucks or Costa Coffee.
That's not.
Or with Nestle.
Organic coffee.
Yeah.
Don't go decaf.
Yeah.
Terrible.
So you decide with whom you want to share what data, and then if you want to personalize services against that for yourselves, you can. You don't want to share the data, that right now lies with you.
Yep.
And
Great.
that's the differentiator that we'll see in the years to come.
I think so too.
Especially with the 4IR happening as we go forward.
Right. I agree. Are there any questions? Yes. I was certain there would be some questions. Yes. Sean, incoming. I should sit away from you. No.
Hi, Gaurav this side from Incref, India. First of all, thanks for the great discussion, one of the great discussion I have ever heard of on the data privacy. My question is around the, I see a clear gap when we are relying on the policymakers to design a policy around the data privacy. And every day I'm seeing the technologies accelerating, whereas policymakers are still, I would say, very slow and works on a constant speed. And as per technology, they are every other day we have a new loophole around the usage of the data privacy. Do you see that this gap is filling up in any near future?
If I have to go by history, if I go by the precedent, which may not be an indicator of the future, we have seen this gap happen in the last 27 years since internet came, and that gap's only growing. I don't see that change very soon, personally.
I mean, security, by its nature, has references to healthcare, viruses, and other things. And typically with healthcare, we can't solve the virus until it happens. We can test it, figure out how then to stop it. So I think we'll always be in arrears with that, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Hi, this is Anubhav from Bangalore, India. My question is that suppose I register somewhere my email ID and my personal identifiable information on some platform and there is a data breach. After that, is there any way for, first of all, to know that my data has been breached or not? And if it has been breached, whether as a personal, from a personal point of view, can I do something about it? Because there are some sites like, have I been pawned or something like that, but are they reliable enough? That is the question.
I think that depends on the country. So I know within the US, typically there really isn't any recourse for you as a subscriber, if you will, or user of that platform. Typically they have schedules set up and a process through their PR departments of how to respond publicly after something happens. Because now it's not if, it's when it's going to happen. So, yeah.
And if they know about it.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too.
Yeah.
You know, if they know about it, sure, they've got the setup of the PR, like you said, and be able to roll that workflow out. You know, and address it and say, look, I'm sorry, there has been data breach. Please update your username and password. I know Adobe had the same issue not so long ago, a couple of years ago. But I think that comes down to cyber too, you know, like from a user perspective, like a user can also be that link, you know, if you have a password that's not properly protected.
I mean, you see that often with the responses with, I'll give you, well, in the US, I'll give you access to credit counseling. What is that? It's not stopping anything.
The only remedial action I saw from one site was that please change your password. That's the best they could do.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no recourse typically.
No.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. Firstly, I'm not a tech person, so just a very basic question that I want to, probably understand. I don't understand the technical terms, but back in India, I have my friends, so, we have this thing, right, that someone is always listening to us through the microphone of the mobile, or someone is always watching us through the camera. So firstly, is it true? And if yes, if we sort of turn off the settings and stop giving the access to it, does it really work? Because, I've seen that we're somehow talking about astrology, and then out of nowhere, this astrology app that I have just pops up giving me an update that, we have an update for your sign, so on and so forth. So that's something that I just want to understand, maybe.
Well, I was always taught that, and now with phones, whether it's a landline phone, mobile phone, microphone. If there's a microphone there, assume it's on.
Always.
Yeah. Don't say anything that you wouldn't say to grandma anywhere.
So just to give you an idea, when you say OK Google or Hey Alexa, don't you think it's always monitoring you? It's waiting for you to say that. Which also means it's hearing everything else you say.
But then what we did was we sort of went to the settings and deliberately turned off all the access. But does it really work? Or, is it still listening?
I personally don't think it always works. Like, I did the same sort of things because I'm aware of that problem. And for me, even though I did turn off all the microphone settings, even in YouTube, for example, as I said, I talk and it comes up in my feed. And the thing is, every device actually has a unique frequency to it. It's not just a unique identifier, it's a unique frequency. Now, I was at Ars Electronica in Linz, that's the largest digital arts festival in Europe, super cool conference to go to, in regards to technology and art, right? So they sort of they bridge this gap between this is really cool technology, we're going to wrap it in art, but when you take the art cover off, you're like, wow, that can really be used for some crazy things, right? They had a stall set up and they had people's phones and it actually showed how TVs and the smartphone basically can communicate. So you've got a unique identifier as a vibration on my phone, on Sean's phone, on Subu's phone. And if we're sitting near a smart TV, that smart TV understands that this unique identifier has us three sitting in front of it. And that freaked me out. And I was just like, that's super interesting. Now, they were disguising that as targeted advertising, right? But that's actually tracking people. But it's also tracking association as well, right? And I just find that really quite interesting because, that's not very transparent, right? But how the engineers had set this up, it was actually really quite interesting because it actually picked up the vibration as a unique frequency. So.
A much simpler example is, say you're watching a movie on Netflix and you leave it halfway. How do you get an alert on your phone?
Yeah, and imagine maybe you have a Samsung phone and you have a Samsung television, and you want to look at YouTube. You've turned off all of your notifications, but how does that phone ask you to cast to that TV?
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly. It knows which devices are around.
It tells you exactly what model it is.
Yep. What time you're accessing it. What you're watching.
So on the other side, while there are these privacy aspects, it also is I would say, integrated digital lifestyle that is evolving as we go. As we just discussed, the policies are not yet in place, but the lifestyle's already moved ahead. And hopefully sometime the lawmakers will wake up and put the systems in place.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's interesting though, the lobbyists are on both sides.
Yeah,
correct. Yep. Yep.
Thank you. Any more questions? Fantastic. I think that's the end of it. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much. A round of applause for these gentlemen. Very, very interesting discussion. Now, day 2 of our Internet 2.0 conference has come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. It was a lovely day of interactions. Just a quick photo. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you. We have one more day to go tomorrow, day 3 of more learning and more interactions, and looking forward to seeing all of you there tomorrow. You can head outside to the promenade for some snacks and mingling. And I'm Nashpreet. I will see you guys tomorrow.